perfect human nature. As far as an individual is concerned, perfect human nature is a must for her life to go to supreme life space. As for the all human beings, it is the prerequisites to establish justice, peace, and happiness of human value system. Without perfect human nature, individual not only cannot get happiness, but also has no bright future. The mankind can never avoid the state of ups and downs in competition, confrontation, and war. The 8 conditions of perfect human nature. Revere greatest creator. Revere gods and Buddha. Revere other people. No mind of losing and winning. No mind of combating. Revere nature. Modest, trustworthy, and honest. Be sympathetic and compassionate. Be able to adjust and stay calm in both good times and bad times. Conform to the laws of nature. Seek not the special and abnormal. Love life. Love labor. 一、敬畏上帝，敬重神佛，尊重他人。1. Revere the greatest creator. Revere gods and Buddha. Respect other people. Revere the greatest creator. We have already known that the greatest creator is the creator of the universe, the Lord of all the gods in the kingdom of heaven, the cradle of life, the birthplace of wisdom, the motive power of the universe, and the energy center of the hyperphysical world. The greatest creator has the 8 features. The greatest creator is unique, formless, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, almighty, and wise. He exists in the negative universe in his spirit form and maintains the orderly operation of the universe by means of Tao, namely mana. The greatest creator has no fixed form. He can become any form of things in the universe. He is not the universe, yet everything in the universe is derived from him. He can accomplish anything as long as he wishes. If he wants the moon be removed, it can be done at any time. If he wants to make the Mars full of vitality, it will soon be realized. We humans have nothing to be proud of. We can neither control the Earth's moving, nor our birth and death. We can neither prevent thunder lightning nor control over tube ebb and flow. Without the things bestowed by the greatest creator, we cannot survive for even 1 minute. What has the dauntless revolutionary spirit of fearless to God and fearless to the earth brought us? Nothing but confusion, poverty, ignorance, and backwardness. The result of fearing nothing, daring to do anything. The sayings that man being the soul of the universe, man being able to conquer nature is belief crisis, a damaged nature, legal illiteracy and illiterate demoralization. Everyone has his own standards and claims, I am the number one. What a terrible thing. As the Tao Te Ching, when people have no fear of force, then, as is the common practice, great force descends. The great dread is the greatest creator. If we don't revere the greatest creator, the flood of Noah's time will befall again. Do we dare not revere the greatest creator? Only by revering the greatest creator can we have wisdom. Only by revering the greatest creator can we have life and peace. Only by revering the greatest creator can we have a bright future. Any infinite exaggeration of the human ability can do nothing but cause the destruction of humankind. As far as an individual is concerned, anyone who doesn't revere the greatest creator will never have a chance to go to the 1000, not to mention 10,000 world and the Elysium world. We can be arrogant and despise animals and plants. We can be bold enough to conquer the space, but our wisdom is far from controlling the thunder and lightning and ebb and flow. Our wisdom is far from controlling volcanic eruption and earthquake fission, sudden incidents, aging, and dying. So please do not say anything profane to the greatest creator. Please do not be cocky and supercilious. How to revere the greatest creator. Reverent to the greatest creator as if walking on wire or treading on the thin ice. Do not ignore the greatest creator and turn to worship other gods or Buddha or worldly great man. Be grateful to the greatest creator from beginning to end. Do not distort the greatest creator and do not profane the greatest creator. Could not speak and act in the name of the greatest creator. Revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha. Gods specially refer to the gods who maintain the order celestial universe. For humans, refers to Jesus and Satan. The commander of the gods is Allah, the greatest creator. Celestial beings and Buddha are the angels. Celestial Buddha is mainly the gods. In the universe, gods are above Buddha, Buddha is above man, man is above the animal is above the plant, Plants are above the mountain rocks and rivers. Mountain rocks and rivers are above the meteorology, and the meteorology is above bacteria. Bacteria is above all living creatures in the hell. All living creatures in the hell are above the suffering creatures in the frozen layer and inflamed layer. There was only one God appeared in the man's world. That is Jesus. In the history of 3 millenniums years, there appeared one Buddha. He is Sakyamuni. The last man in human society got revelation from God is Muhammad. Besides those, every other gods or Buddha are fake and evil. But in the man's world, there are countless celestial beings, bodhisattva. Due to the shallow knowledge of negative universe, negative space, negative time, antimatter, human being cannot see the matters beyond the light of 700 nanometer and cannot hear the sound beyond 20 to 20,000 hertz frequency outside. So they can't know the gods and Buddha. But we cannot deny the existence of gods and Buddha because we cannot see them. The key to revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha is to revere Jesus, Laozi, and Sakyamuni. Through their disciples, Jesus and Sakyamuni had left us a wealth of knowledge and profound wisdom. Through Tao Te Ching, Laozi explained to us the meaning of Taoism. What they said is the first rule is to conduct oneself and the path leading to the eternal life. To revere to Jesus, the main thing is to understand and comply with the teachings of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. You must read by yourself, do not listen to the hearsay, and make judgments in order to avoid misunderstanding. To revere Sakyamuni, the main thing is read the sayings of Sakyamuni recorded in Buddha's scriptures, and to savor its profound truth. If you don't understand, you can consult Buddhism figures or unworldly higher beings. The most important thing is to get inspiration, to draw inferences about other cases. To dissect a sparrow, you should know the physiological structure of all sparrows. There is no need to dissect them all. When you get the structure of water from anywhere as H2O, then there is no need to conduct laboratory analysis to all the water on the earth. When you realize the truth of Buddha is one Buddha has no settled rules, then you can know all the Dharma and you can have a general view and no need to study all the voluminous Buddhist scriptures. Revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha, the human nature will be sublimed. Revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha, you can understand the true wisdom. Revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha, you can understand the negative universe. Revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha, you can find the passage to life. Revere gods, celestial beings, and Buddha, you will get infinite benefits. Many people regard reverence to gods, celestial beings, and Buddha as superstition. This is a great misunderstanding. The known world is small, but the unknown world is very large. We should not limit ourselves in the known world due to our ignorance and waste our beautiful life. Respect other people. From the standpoint of secular, people are divided into lowliness and nobleness, but from the essence of life, people are equal. No one's life is nobler than ours, nor is their life lower than ours. As a person with perfect human nature, we have to treat life equally, namely to treat people equally, whether he is a president and great scientist or just a civilian or an ordinary people. Whatever he is healthy and handsome or disabled or ugly, whether he is a millionaire or penniless, whether he is centenarians or a just-born baby, whether he is a royal or in jail, whether believes in Islam or Jainism, we should show our respect to them. What we mean by respect is to accept belief, habits, hobbies, and features different from that of ours. For instance, if you believe in Buddhism, you cannot discriminate against Judaism. If you believe in Christianity, and you can't be egoistic and belittle atheism. You get the habits of drinking tea, but you cannot interfere with those who drink coffee. You like simplicity, but you cannot blame those who like wearing jewelry. You like art, but you should not belittle those who are addicted in commercial making money. Maybe someone would ask, must we respect those who spit everywhere, use drugs, flirt with women, plunder, bully, and oppress the kind and the weak as well? My answer is yes. You need to respect them. His habits and conducts only represent that he is uncivilized, ill-bred, demoralized, which is different from the essence of life. The sun shines on everyone. The moonlight spread to all the corners on the earth. There is no garden without its weeds. The essence of life, people only, has no class of high or low level, so we have no reason not to respect them. I list some of the performance showing no respect to others for your reference. Spit and relieve everywhere. Talking loud in public places. Do not flush the toilet and littering. Break into one's house without notifying. Annoying others and disturbing others' business. No queuing. Do not take turns to get service. Disturb others' rest and peace. Unpunctual for appointment, meeting, and dinner. Promises were made to be broken. Blow one's nose when eating. Scold or abuse one's wife or children when there is a visitor. Laugh at, mock, and speak sarcastically. Abuse. Beat others. Abuse. Threaten children, including their own children. Deprive children's normal entertainment. Force them to learn. Spit on somebody. Yield to seniors. Stare to the youngsters. Unfold others' secrets. Blame the relatives and friends of others. Force others to change their beliefs. Force others to have sex. Limit others' freedom, including wife and husband relation. Ignore others' well-intended respect. Bribe superior and force them to take presents and bring them to a dilemma. Look down upon the disabled. Knock others' door at midnight unless something urgent. Blow horns casually when driving. Using vulgar language. Swear a lot. Going to a banquet wearing slippers or sloppy dressed. Wear mini skirt or bare-chested in formal occasions. Flirt with others' wife or husband. Keep the borrowed things and do not to compensate for damages. Waste others' time. Take something or somebody favored by others. Slow driving in the fast traffic lane while fast driving in a slow traffic lane. Do not walk on the pavement in the busy traffic area, cross the road and block traffic. Lying, starting a rumor, or making inaccurate reports. Let the dog bite people. Take advantage of one's power to bully people. Put one's feet on the tea table when there is guest. Turn over others' bookshelf without permission. Use defective goods as presents. Selling inferior goods. Start to drive when passengers are not yet on board. Drivers who speak these words, "Are you looking for death? You want to die? Are you blind?" To people who block their traffic. Let dilettanti do the adept work. Using the incompetent as leaders. Ask the experts to do the works they are neither interested nor familiar with. Organize meetings and force others to take into political ideology. Search others' body and purse without official permission. Tracking, investigating, and monitoring others with false charges. Mocking, speaking sarcastically and disdaining one's students as a teacher. Cracking down students' self-esteem and self-confidence. Finding all sorts of excuses to collect fees. Degrade colleagues and peers. Speak bad words behind others' back. Be jealousy and demean others' achievement. Excessively touting, praising, and making negative praise. Onlooking, kicking up a fuss, instigating. Peeping others' letters. Sneeze, cough at others. Deliberately to go public places when informed to have infectious disease. Interference with others' private life. Humiliating others. Let others do business works on holidays or resting days. Farting and taking off shoes and socks in public places. Damage others' image and reputation with false charges. Make random guess and infer others' words and deeds and developing trend as per his personal thinking. Show off extravagancy in front of the poor and display knowledge in front of the illiteracy. Plagiarize, copy others' research results. Exploit others' labor and rights. Stripping others' private property accumulated through hard labor. Enter into others' restricted area without permission. Mining others' ancestral grave. Flashing headlights on full beams to the cars and people in the opposite direction when driving at night. Every speech and practice that embarrassing people. The above listed performances of showing no respect for others cannot be regarded as a criminal offense, but just because these trivial matters cause the great pains in life. If everybody can respect others, needless to say, the world will be a fairyland. But it is impossible for everyone to learn to respect others, unless the human world is managed and everything from food to transportation are supplied by gods, and then execute compulsory measures, where everybody has already had the perfect human nature. All the other behaviors that violating state laws or hurting others are not showing respects. 2. 无胜负心,斗争心. Have no sense of winning and losing or rival. The meaning of life lies to pursue truth and be an immortal rather than try to compete and gain victory. A man who doesn't sublimate his own personality does not pursue the perfect human life, but rather spends all his time and energy to struggle for money and wealth, fame and status, success and victory, glorify and illustrate his ancestors, or to leave a name in the history, he is putting the cart before the horse. The only path to the supreme life space is the perfect human nature. All the rest are nothing but the cumbersome and rubbish of life. Those who have no sense of winning and losing or rival should realize that you are unique in this world. You have your own life and the right to pursue a better life. You are behaving yourself in the standards of Allah and the greatest creator, rather than those standards of the secular society. You get proper conditions of existence through labor. You need not to spend precious life for worthless things. As a member of the human society, you should do your duty and obligation, rather than satisfy the vanity and pride for the catering of the world. If you are a piece of grass, you should not envy the upright poplars and delicate peony. If you are a rose, you should not laugh at the small grass and the dull willows. Don't reduce your life standards and bend your knees to the secular because of the persecution of life. Do not force yourself to do something you do not like. Working is for the sake of perfect humanity. If you are prompted and granted with higher ranks, it is fine. It is not right if you dare not to play golf simply because you are a president. It is not right if you dare not to go to the lake for fishing simply because you are a Nobel Prize winner. And you cannot forbid yourself to lie down naked in the outdoor bathing place simply because you have been granted as a moral master. Determine not to be the slaves of money, wealth, fame, status, beauty, family, nationality, country, others, or religion. Do not override on anyone. Also don't succumb to anyone. You are equal with all other people. The ups and downs, frustrations, and tortuous of your life are nothing but the pure ornament of your life. They are not success or failure. So do not be happy for the success and cry for the failure. Anyone cannot suppress you in the name of gods, celestial beings, and Buddha, because first you are a man. Nobody should comfort you and guide you with the illusion of the future himself is not clear. You have to enjoy the beautiful life belong to you in this lifetime first. Don't let other people's beliefs, which they can't even follow, to confine you. You should have your own standards. Let others enjoy the competition, contest, combating, and fighting. Don't get yourself involved. You should go on your life journey, in your own pace and speed. The most promising one in the human society is not a president, a scientist, a national hero, nor an artist, a writer, an ordinary civilian, but a man with perfect humanity. Shakyamuni Buddha has declared that I have obtained the passionless samadhi and that I surpass all men. I am, therefore, the highest passionless arhat, which means once you reach the state of no win and no lose, you reach the highest ideal of being a man. And when you reach this state, you are transcending life and death. You are no longer in need of transmigration. Those who don't like compete and have no preference on winning or losing are the living Buddha, the celestial beings, and the great men in the world. The ones who have reached this state of carefree of winning and losing have the following characteristics. Do not participate in any activities that characterized with winning and losing and will not judge people's success or failure, merits, or weak or strong by winning or losing. Do not care about the first or second place, whether it is work, study, or recreation and entertainment. Whether it is inheriting, promotion, or getting dividends, or getting along with colleagues, or choosing professions. They take what belongs to them. They do not plot, fight for, and rob for something does not belong to them. Leave the right of life to others and death to themselves when in need. Those who reached a mind of no competition have the following characteristics. Do not accept the evolution view of the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. They believe that human society can be in the same boat and coexist with each other peacefully. In any field of human activities, there is a best way of peaceful settlement. There's no need to intrigue, cheat, vie, and fight against each other. When people around are attracted by interests and desires and can't wait to fight for them, you just stand aside and be indifferent and see how they fight fiercely to blood bleeding. There is no winner in life. Circumstances alter cases. Fortune is variant. Everyone has to go empty-handed in the end. So what is the point to fight and show off? A person who does not know what his tomorrow is like is always a floating cloud, a leaf in the autumn season, a fish in the pond, a worm in the grass. Look back the history, the fighting for success or failure, winning and losing among human beings has little difference with the battles among animals, such as flies fighting for blood, mole crickets and ants fighting for food, rats biting and chicken pick, fox and wolf chasing, dragon and tiger fighting. You cannot find too much civilization in that. Time and tides wait for no man. So you should cherish your limited time. Do not let earthly disputes get your mind disturbed. Do not fall in the slough and lose yourself in the fighting for victory. 3. Reverent to nature. Nature is the precious gift given by the greatest creator, and the earth is the homeland for our cultivation. The rising sun, the gentle attractive moonlight, the twinkling stars, the fresh morning, the cool breeze in the evening, the white clouds floating in the blue sky, the rippling sea, the silver shinning beach, the boundless prairie, the primeval forest of green pines, the vast Gobi, the running streams, each high mountain, every valley, each landscape, each river, gives us countless beautiful enjoyment, triggers us infinite yearnings and endless imaginations. We are being nourished by nature, and we are unselfishly dedicated by nature. Every piece of grass, every fistful of soil, every insect, every bird, every piece of wind, every drop of water, all are our lifeblood. When we rejoice in the tremendous progress of modern industrial civilization, staring at the dense smoke from big chimney of the industry, when we are enjoying the power output from countless nuclear stations, using the refined diesel, gasoline from numerous refinery, when we block one river after another from in the middle and build those impounding dams, when we hoping the biology gene engineering will bring us peaches greater than the watermelons, how many of us have realized that our human beings are committing chronic suicide, are digging graves to bury ourselves, when human are being cocky and arrogant and believing that man can conquer the nature? When we are in a full swing to destroy the mountain forests for terrace, remove the grassland for cultivated land, fill the puddles of water for farmland, and turn green mountains and rivers for mining plant, does it ever occur to anyone that we are overdrawing the blessing of our offspring in our next life? When the pesticide is used everywhere and there is no trace of insects and birds, when rats are killed by medicine and cats are fed by people, when the fishing net are tightly woven and the fish and shrimp find nowhere to hide, when wanton hunting the wild animals in nature for ivory, rhinoceros horn, velvet antler, musk, bear's paws, bird's nest, monkey brains, snake gale, tiger bones, leopards, and so on, when people intend to eat everything and dare to anything and are fearless to heaven and the earth, how many of us have realized that we are committing sins and accelerating the destruction of human? When people are spending a lot money to buy famous paintings and sculptures for collection and are intoxicated in indoor landscape, when people are fascinated by the virtual space of computer network and cannot extricate, when a building after another are stretching out in all directions and people are parsing for their intelligent masterpiece and are going beyond themselves, when people are bathing in the prismy neon, drinking champagne and good wine, eating delicacies of every kind, listening to the singing stars, wearing the fascinating miniskirt and are feeling unrestrained and cheerful, how many people can hear the nature is crying behind us? When people admire Bill Gates and are chasing wealth and trying to make a great fortune overnight and brazenly discharge the waste gas from the factories to the atmosphere, when people allow the sewage of the fertilizer plant to seep into the underground, when people pour the hospital infection virus water into rivers and the waste oil from the ship into the sea, how many of us have realized that we are committing crimes and we are murdering people? How to reverent to nature. Do not wear leather jackets or leather shoes or ornaments made from animals. Do not use bags or belts made from animal skins and furs. Do not eat the meat of wild animals. Do not drink any wine or other beverage mixed with the raw materials of animals. Do not raise, catch, and damage wild animals. Do not cut down trees and plants excessively. Do not involve in any activities that will pollute the air, the earth, the rivers, or any other activities harmful to nature. Do not overpraise any human masterpiece. Reverent to nature and protect nature, and in turn nature will love us, protect us, and breed us. 4. 谦逊守信诚实. Modest, trustworthy, and honest. True modesty is seeking truth from facts, neither exaggerates nor disdains oneself. If Einstein says, "I am one of the greatest scientists," most scientists are not as good as I am, and some of them are not worthy enough to be my servant. We cannot say Einstein is arrogance, not humble, because that is the truth. If the Mao Zedong says, "I know little of politics tactics," I am no better than Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Liu Che in Han Dynasty, and Emperor Li Shimin in Tang Dynasty. Neither am I as good enough as Lin Biao, Zhou Enlai, and Liu Shaoqi. Then, it is considered as humble, because that's not the fact. The sun is modest, the moon is modest, the peony is modest, and the grass is modest. The sun says, I am not as tender as the moon. The moon says, I am not as brilliant as the sun. The peony says, I am not as easy-growing as the grass. The grass says, I am not as delicate and dear as the peony. The sun says, the moon is nothing. It is neither bright nor dark, neither near nor far, sneaks in and out, hides in the day, and comes at night. How can it compare with me? See, glorious and radiant, bright and open upright I am. The moon says, the sun is nothing. It hangs naked in the sky. It is defiant, insolent from the masses. It is neither reserved nor modest. How can it compare with me? See how considerate I am to allow stars to twinkle. Peony says, what? Are you talking about the grass? The mean and messily scattered grass? How can it compare with me? I despise the bigwigs and dare to fight with the emperor. Can you? Are you qualified to do that? You know nothing except swing in the wind and being manipulated and kissing the ground and seeking for momentary ease. But I can bring the elegant, wonderful enjoyment for the people. Have you ever heard of the Peony Festival in Luoyang? That is specially designed to praise me. Little grass, are you able to do that? Useless thing. Grass says, peony? You mean the painted skin, who knows nothing but swindle by false pretenses, seduce elite for its appearance, the showy, arrogant thing? Nothing to be boasting of. Were you not driven gloomily out of the forbidden city by a piece of paper order from Wu Zetian? Just look at us. Wildfire cannot burn us all. When spring comes, we are growing again. When did you ever see we bend our noble heads to the human beings? Luoyang Peony Festival? Isn't it a narcissism farce of stealing the spotlight and relying on sensationalistic poor praise from human? Take a look at us, grass, persistent through tremendous grinding and hardship, unbending no matter winds come from which directions. We have all traces in each and every wildness, in each valley and gobi. How can a small Luoyang city hold our footprint? Are you kidding? This is being not humble. I know someone who was same as me and was brought up in a peasant family background. Later she got some fortune by borrowing money from someone and became a shopkeeper's wife. She often says something like this, look, the ill-breed ghost of poverty. They are annoying me to death. Every time I heard this, I felt like a fishbone in my throat, hard to spit out or swallow in. People forget the past suffering quickly and much quicker than the speed of the rockets. This kind of words forgetting one's class origin is just being not humble. The truly modest people can reach this kind of state. Everything in the universe is equal. I am nothing special. The universe is full of secrets and mysteries, and what I know is just a little. There are always bigger mountains than the one I know, and the sky I see is not the entire sky. There are many turns in life, and there are still a lot for me to learn. Being trustworthy is one of the significant symbols of perfect human nature. Being trustworthy is to assume responsibility and obligation. Being trustworthy is to practice what you preach. Being trustworthy is not talking nonsense and deceiving others. Parents raise children carefully is being trustworthy. Children support the old as being trustworthy. The underlings do a good job as being trustworthy. Superiors show concern and care to the subordinates as being trustworthy. Strictly implement the contract, agreement is being trustworthy. Keep one's word, and do not disappoint others as being trustworthy. Otherwise, it would be trustless. A trustful man can be relied on and can be entrusted with authority. A trustful man has conscientiousness and won't fail you. A trustless man is unknowable and cannot be entrusted. A trustless man is dangerous and enjoys quibble. Honesty is the human nature. Simple is the nature of substances. Cunning is the nature of beasts, and transcending is the nature of Buddha. Honesty can be recognized as practical and realistic, neither enlarged nor lessen. Not knowing is not knowing, incapable is incapable, dear is dear, horse is horse, putting on the emperor's new cloths, means wearing nothing at all, thirsty is thirsty and hungry is hungry. What says in the mouth is what keeps in the mind, not beating around the bush nor steering according to the wind, or deceiving his superiors and deluding his subordinates. Dishonesty can be recognized as the true mingled with false, being speculative, pleasing someone against one's will, neither, confusing one thing with another, crossing the sea under camouflage, looking one way and rowing another, pretending to be obedient while looking for another way to escape, one face to God and another to the devil, putting a needle inside cotton, unmatched words with deeds, lying, quibbling, reneging a promise, deceiving, adulterating, giving short measure, lack of sincerity. Promises were made to be broken. Dishonest focuses on the four areas of battlefield: marketing place, official circles, love field, where being honest means failure and elimination. But this is not what human intelligence and wisdom crystallization, but the exterior syndromes of evil and sinful human nature. An honest man among a bunch of liars is just like a sheep enters a herd of wolves. A dishonest man among a group of honest people is just like a wolf mixed in a herd of sheep. An honest man might not do something big in a man's world, but he can enjoy a lifetime serene and peace as well as the blessing from another life. Dishonest people can have their days momentarily, even a lifetime, but they cannot have a quiet and peaceful mind and cannot enter the 1,000-year world in the next life. No matter how perilous the life is and how unpredictable changes of our destiny, if you want to have the perfect human nature and obtain good future of eternal, you must be honest and look further into the future and find more valuable life goal, and temporarily give up the lose and gain of a city or town. You must take off the burdens of life and firmly stride towards a more brilliant future. Otherwise, the life can only be transmigrating in the low's life forever. 5. 有同情心,怜悯心, I. 5. Be sympathetic and compassionate love. Be sympathetic and compassionate love is the supreme level of human nature. It is the definite bridge and path to the Buddha. Compassion is to show sympathy to the fate of human misery. Sympathy is to take pity on the tragic result of each individual. It is a sad and stirring image when you review at the history of mankind. Although there are a few images appeared to be smooth on the surface, yet under the seemingly calm picture, there is another open and secret struggle and a distressed view. Let's leave the Flood Noah era and the Black Plague in modern Europe and the Second World War aside. We are shocked to witness the wars between tribes, race, religion, political parties, and the interest disputes between groups, and all these make us lose our confidence in life. Where is the wisdom of human? Where is the way out? Was the brutal struggle the optimum power to drive human history forward? We cannot but help to be grieved and be sympathetic on that account. Okay, let's narrow the top from the entire humankind to the perspective of individual. Look at the dead and the dying and the thousands of millions who are going to die. How many of them have acquired a perfect life? Hunger, disease, anxiety, fear, worry, death has lodged everyone's mind and body. Who can live a life as unrestrained as wishes? The temporary happiness of the poets and artists, musicians cannot conceal their long-time suffering of their minds. The momentous glory of hero, millionaire, emperor cannot block their long-time hesitation. The seemingly power and prestige of the presidents does not mean their mind is more peaceful and calm than the ordinary people. The daily increasing wealth of the businessmen cannot erase their inward anxiety, let alone the helpless ordinary civilians. After thousands years exploration, man still cannot find a good way of living. Isn't that sympathetic? Be sympathetic and compassionate will submate our personality. Without sympathy and compassion, we have no difference with plants, and we will be the same as wild with beasts. Be sympathetic and compassionate will make us clever, intelligent, and reasonable. Yet we have to be cautious that for the people who are strongly self-respected, showing sympathetic and compassionate feeling is regarded as a humiliation. So we cannot easily show compassion and mercy either expression or in action. If anyone is hungry, but if he doesn't appeal to you, don't go to help him. If someone suddenly comes to harm, but if he doesn't appeal to you, don't go to help him. Some people are unreasonable, with undistinguished love and hate, capricious, biting the hand that feeding them. If you sympathize with him and have mercy on him, and he will bring you endless troubles. Like the fable of the farmer and the snake. The farmer showed sympathy and pity on the snake, yet was bitten to death by the poisonous snake. Another example is about marriage. If you get married not because you love and fond of each other, but out of sympathy and pity, then when the days come, you will not find real happiness, and you would become the object of sympathy and compassion. 六无论处于顺境还是逆境，能自我调整，保持平静。Six, be able to adjust and stay calm in both good times and bad times. The road of life is full of twists and turns. There are uphills, downhills, broad ways and narrow paths, sometimes narrow winding trails, sometimes thorn-strewn paths, and sometimes no way to go. Especially when a person begins to explore the road of life, truth of the universe, his path becomes more dangerous and rugged and is full of crises. The more terrifying thing is no peers, no companions, and one can only walk alone. From time to time you can hear the howls of wolves, the roars of tigers, the hiss of snakes, and the calls of ghosts. The misunderstanding of the crowds, the incomprehension of the relatives, the instructions of the masters, and the habitual thoughts formed through thousands of years make your mind gaunt, tired. Sometimes you are very anxious to lie down and fall asleep, and hope that you will never wake up again. When we are in good times, we should not be arrogant, but should attribute all the benefits to the blessing of the greatest Creator. We should be thankful in our hearts, so as not to be eaten up by pride and beget sorrow out of the extreme joy. When we are in bad times, we should not give ourselves up as hopeless, regarding all the disadvantages as the faults of our own words and deeds, as the evil punishment for ourselves. In this way we would not hate heaven, hate the earth, hate society, and hate others. We can maintain a calm state of mind, can make vigorous efforts to turn the situation so as to turn the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, and turn the bad times into the good times. Here are some ways to deal with particular bad times. Bereaved father in early youth, bereaved wife in prime life, and bereaved son when aged. This is the greatest misfortune for human life, which will make people lonely, confused, perplexed, inferior, and desperate. When such unfortunate time comes, one should perceive things this way. Misfortune generates happiness, and happiness breeds misfortune. Misfortune works as the best catalyst to Buddha. Misfortune can make people attain deeper-level understanding on human life and can enlighten one's understanding on the essence of life. As long as we keep calm, accept it naturally, do not underestimate our own capabilities, and continue to work hard, we will soon step on the road leading to supertime space. Everyone has his own life path. Everything in the universe is causality. Suffering, distressing, and enduring hardship is not entirely a bad thing. Buddha Sakyamuni often teaches us, suffering in the world and despised by common people are to offset the evil of the previous life, and one may enter the high-level life space in the afterlife. Jesus said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. But woe to you who are rich, for you have already received your comfort. Woe to you who are well-fed now, for you will go hungry. Woe to you who laugh now, for you will mourn and weep. Woe to you when all men speak well of you, for that is how their fathers treated the false prophets." Matthew 5 verses 1 to 10. He who is to be made to dwindle in power must first be caused to expand. He who is to be weakened must first be made strong. He who is to be laid low must first be exalted to power. He who is to be taken away from must first be given. Vice versa, he who is to be made to expand must first be caused to dwindle in power. He who is to be strong must first be made weak. He who is to be exalted to power must first be laid low. He who is to be given must first be taken away from. From the wisdoms and instructions of Christ Jesus, ancestor of Buddha Sakyamuni and ancestor of celestial Lao Tzu, we can understand. If the greatest Creator would love you, favor you, want to offer you eternal life, they will first make you locate under the condition of poverty, hardship, suffering, and torture. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a great man, it always first frustrates his spirit and will, exhausts his muscles and bones, exposes him to starvation and poverty, harasses him by troubles and setbacks so as to stimulate his spirit, toughen his nature, and enhance his abilities. If God is going to lead you to the high-level space, he must first make you suffer and confuse. Otherwise, people will be arrogant and selfish, will be out of all reason, and will refuse to accept any persuasion. Without all those suffering, you can never go to the thousand-year world. The future is so splendid and wonderful. Whatever the suffering and torture would be nothing for us. Therefore, we must understand the following. He who is aware of the male, but keeps to the female. He who is conscious of the white, bright, but keeps to the black, dark. He who is familiar with honor and glory, but keeps to obscurity. Only in this way, we can avoid being trapped in the worldly mire. Being framed up, but one found it hard to vindicate oneself. Being misunderstood and framed up, one will feel more suffered than that of being openly hacked by knife and chopped by axe. He cannot divert himself from the inner anguish and bitterness. In most cases, this is the cause of human suicide. In this adverse situation, we cannot treat ourselves and the society with conventional thinking pattern. Complaining and calling for redress, blaming everyone and everything but oneself, being filled with indignation and being hostile to society can only speed up the collapse of one's own mind. We must understand, right and wrong should be left for God discerning. Merits and faults should be left for Tao assessing. Life and death, honor and disgrace should be temporarily given up. One should quietly wait for the good times of spring blossoms. One should firstly put oneself in a deserted island inwardly, seeing the Western world in cold detachment across the sea. At the same time, one should change this adversity into the turning point of life, work hard to explore the essence of life and human life and win over another way out. Unable to afford treatment when suffered from fatal illness. In such adversity, one should not lament his fate, nor should span 1,000 miles and waste time, effort, and money to look for panacea. Qin Shi Huang sent 3,000 young boys and girls to the so-called Penglai Island to seek the elixir. As a result, they disappeared without a trace. Emperor Li Shimin, from the Tang dynasty, the panacea made by Yuan Tiangang, who was a famous astrologer and Taoist, also failed to prolong his life. Let alone us, these poverty-stricken common people, we go out early and come back at dusk and live frugally throughout the year. We cannot afford any money to consume. Moreover, the present medical fee is so expensive, we cannot even afford it. However, what deserves us to feel sorry and pity are our beloved relatives, because they are the people who feel the real sadness and pains, not us, because they want to subsist, and there is still a long way ahead of them. So we must first take into consideration for our relatives and friends. Well, for ourselves, should we lose our spirit, wear a long face, be depressed and let it be? Surely not. The Bible says, "The mind of sinful man is death, but the mind controlled by the Spirit is life and peace." No one can be immortal, and death is not terrible. What terrifies us are the life of spiritual entity which will move towards the lower bound after the death of our flesh life. As we are faced with death and our time in the world is running out, we need put all our mind on the construction of our life of spiritual entity. In this way, our life of spiritual entity can be led to a better life space after we die. The real happy life is not being born in this world at all, and is to go directly to the high-level space U. In the second place, it is the people who die immediately after the birth. In the third place, it is the people who dies just after passing their childhood. The worst of life is the people who live confused and puzzled, and have to suffer at the age of 80. Because the earlier the death, the less the sin. The less the sin, the more chances to go to the high-level life space. How to build up a spiritual entity life. The most effective and simplest way is to enter life genuine and take the road of super time space. In this way, you can transcend the life and death, directly reach eternal. Not only that, your fatal illness may also disappear, and you may rejuvenate again. Therefore, with the fatal illness, one cannot afford the treatment, which may be a chance for one to understand life, to find new and good situation in the desperate life, to bloom again and change from sorrow to joy. Seizing this opportunity, as you suddenly become enlightened, you may laugh, ha ha ha, so that is what it is. 7. Conforming to the laws of nature, not seeking for peculiarity. The so-called natural law refers to the law that exists within everything in the nature and which determines its own orderly operation and the development trend. For example, the movement of the solar system along the galaxy and the movement of the stars within the solar system are all natural laws. Comet appear in the visible space of the Earth every 76 is also a law, namely the natural law. The seasonal and climate change on the Earth follows the nature law. Plant germination, growth and flowering, and bearing fruits also complies the laws of nature. The birth, growth, aging, and death of the animals are the natural law. People eat and drink, pee and poo, work at daytime, and rest at night are the reflection of natural law. Everything in the universe will live in accordance with the laws of nature and will die if violating the natural law. The Earth will turn into dust and ashes if flying out of the solar system. If a farmer sows in autumn, he will not have harvest. People will surely die if they don't eat, drink, pee, and poo. This is the rule, and this is the law. One of the main reasons for people to get sick is due to the violation of laws of nature. The special events encountered in a person's life is also mainly due to the violation of the laws of nature. The best life is the life complies with the law of nature. One should not seek for exception and peculiarity. However, most people have the desire of seeking exception and being outstanding unconsciously. Some of them even try to control the forces of nature and have exceptional functions. If this kind desire is just kept in their mind, then it belongs to the normal phenomenon. However, if it is implemented in action, it belongs to the abnormal phenomenon. Abnormal phenomenon is against the law of nature, and it does more harm than good. It may distort the normal mental activities, affect the person's normal life. I talked about exceptional function many times, but my purpose is to show the thought of supertime and space can achieve a certain kind of state, and I did not encourage anyone give up basic self-improvement and to specialize in exceptional function. Being transcendent does not mean one has to have exceptional functions. Self-refinery and self-improvement is not for obtaining exceptional functions either. All the achievements and ways with the sole purpose to pursue the exceptional functions will lead people into the astray and evil path. After China's reform and opening up, there have been waves of activity concerning refinery and improvement which has its positive effect. But the negative effect is also there, for the key is against the law of nature. Therefore, though the people involved in the practice were millions upon millions, few has gained exceptional functions, even fewer understand the Tao. The ultimate goal of life should be positioned in pursuit of perfect human nature and the goal of how to extend life in a higher life space. Exceptional functions are merely helpless in reaching this goal. Anyone that wants to take the shortcut will eventually find that they are wasting time. Remember, more haste, less speed. We are human beings, so first we must behave according to the laws of nature, and we have to eat and drink, pee and poo, study, work and rest, and have fun and go through the process of birth, death, illness, and old age. On this basis, we can realize transcending and realize our dreams. To achieve doctorate, one must first lay a good foundation from primary school, high school, college, and graduate student course. Success comes from hard work. So, first we must behave as an ordinary people, common, and take back the messy and scattered and floated mind. Set your mind, find the direction, follow the nature, and you will succeed. Never and ever pursue exceptions, otherwise, you will be lost and caught by the devil. 热爱生命，热爱劳动. 8. Love life, love work. Life refers to the activity ability of an organism. The thinking ability, labor ability, and all other activities including talking, walking, eating, blinking, tickling are the expression of life forms. Life is 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. The first one refers to the physical flesh, and the other one refers to the spiritual entity. The combination of the two parts of flesh and spiritual entity constitute a complete life. Flesh without the spiritual entity is a dead body, and the spiritual entity without flesh cannot move in the three-dimensional space. Flesh is like a computer's hardware, and spiritual entity is like the computer's software. Without software, the best computer can be nothing but useless trash. Therefore, the flesh is the carrier, namely the vehicle of the spiritual entity, and the latter is the true essence of life. Our flesh is given by our parents, but our spiritual entity is given by the greatest creator. Therefore, Love life is to protect our flesh, to show respects to our parents and love spiritual entity, to revere the greatest creator. Life is above everything. Love life is to respect parents and revere to the greatest creator. Persecuting life is to contempt to parents and is to fight against the greatest creator. Every life is equal. No one's life is nobler than another's life. So, no matter how many sufficient and noble reasons he has get, as long as he brings harm to his own life or others' life, then it is a sin. The people who love life must be the ones who love peace. Every war provoked for the interests of tribe, race, nationality, country, religion, political parties, no matter how noble the reason is to commit crime to human beings. No one has the right to harm other people's life. Death penalty is a kind of crime. Regardless of how heinous and unpardoned the prisoners are, as long as they are arrested and imprisoned and their freedom is confined and their rights of being an average person are deprived, that will be enough. No need to fight ruthless against ruthless and evil to evil. Abortion is not a crime. One cannot take for granted that the life is formed as soon as the eggs meet the sperm. The life of fetus is only formed 10 days or so in antenatal, and it starts when the spiritual entity from another space enters the fetus flesh through space tunnel by the anode black hole body. Before that, the fetus is just flesh with no spiritual entity. Its activity is the continuation of the maternal parent life. It lives when the parent body lives and dies when the parent body dies. This is like building a house. We lay the foundation, build walls and roofs, install doors and windows. Only when everything is ready and people move in, the house can become a home. We can't regard a deserted house as a home. We surely cannot take a building with only 4 walls and without windows or doors as a home. The first principle of loving life is to revere to the greatest creator, because the spiritual entity of life comes from the greatest creator, without which our life will be water without source and tree without root and will be withered at any time. The second principle of loving life is to respect our parents, because our flesh comes from our parents, without whom our life would be spirit that wandering in the other space and impossible to come to this world. In the man's world, we see many people take time and energies in the pursuit of money, fame, and let their parents pass their time lonely and desperately. We also find that a lot of people spend money to worship the gods and Buddha statue, and let their parents to live their last years of life in an isolated and helpless condition. We also know that there are other people burn incense and kneel down to the gods and Buddha from a long distance than to show care and concern by visiting their parents. Respecting your parents is to show gratitude, and to pay back the debts and to fulfill your wishes and to gain perfect human nature. But it is not the purpose of life. The third principle of loving life is to love work. Every activity that creates material and spiritual wealth by using the combination of mind and hands is called work. Material wealth refers to the material entity independent from the consciousness, visible, touchable, and useful. The spiritual wealth refers to something that can arouse and encourage in people's heart and spirit and can withstand the test of time and have impact on human beings, such as thoughts, philosophy, literature, painting, music, songs and dance, drama, movies, etc. Working is the noblest human activity to keep healthy in life, gain happiness, and survive in the world. All human achievements are the result of labor. Look down upon work or belittle the value of work is the symbol of lacking human nature and the philosophy of parasite's life. Work is mainly embodied in the activities of scientists, engineers and workers, farmers, writers, thinkers, artists, including lyric and music composer, television movie producer, etc. Trim a piece of lawn, boil a pot of cold water, make a dish, make a hairdo, design a style, sew a dress, remove a pile of junk, plant a potted flower, plant a tree, write a novel, cultivate a talented person, make a prescription, and deliver a baby, and others all belong to the category of work. Activities such as inviting guests and sending gifts, traveling for fun, keeping fit or exercising, eating, drinking, pulling, and peeing do not belong to the scope of work. Stealing and robbing, cheating and blackmailing, dividing the plunder and reaping the profits do not belong to the working category. In a society, only when the whole social society respects working, involves in working, it can be regarded as an ideal society full of human nature. Life is not classified as high or low, neither does labor. A society has no respect to working will inevitably become society of not knowing right or wrong, good or evil, with distorted human nature, and reverse society, a society of unfair, unreasonable, injustice, unhappiness. The society will be incentive to corruption, encourage laziness, creating evil, advocating buckish, will be a vicious cycle and bound to be ruined. Love work is love life. Despise work is to destroy life. Everything can be labeled with a price except life. Everything should be centered on life from career, freedom, prosperity, glory, peace to ideal. What is the purpose of all these without life? Although life is tenacious, it is very frail and delicate. We have to take care of it all the time and everywhere. We are not expecting life to bloom gorgeous flowers and bear bumper fruit. We only hope that our life is like stream, joyfully singing, running through the creeks, ravines, fields and valleys from the fountain of life, smoothly flow into the sea the arms of life without being dry up in the midway. Let's love life, eulogize life and praise life. Let the tree of life be green forever. Let's hope every life can safely reach the ideal land. The law of gravitation. Elementary self-improvement. Sympathy. Up until now, we have come to understand the meaning of life and know that the ultimate goal of life is not to possess something in the human world, but to find a way to extend life to a higher space of existence. We have identified our position, understood what is inevitable, and what remains is the question of how to step-by-step move towards the goal, to reach the ideal other shore, where the spirit enters the thousand-year world and transforms into a celestial after the death of the body. We must practice self-improvement and self-cultivation. First is self-improvement. What is self-improvement? Self-improvement refers to recognizing, identifying, judging, and finding the best path. Practice means to adhere to and implement in daily life. Self-improvement is divided into 3 levels: elementary self-improvement, intermediate self-improvement, and advanced self-improvement. Elementary self-improvement. Elementary self-improvement mainly involves norms of daily behavior. These norms not only help us achieve a successful life in the secular society, leading us to health, wealth, and freedom, but also lay a solid foundation for intermediate self-improvement. If we can do this, there is no greater good. We know that our thinking, consciousness, and mind are connected with the negative universe, which contains positive spirits, evil spirits, kind spirits, and malevolent spirits. Whatever kind of thoughts we have, there will be spirits to match them. If we curse someone, that person will be unlucky. If we think of suicide, there will be corresponding spirits to encourage and help us commit suicide. Whatever we yearn for, it will come. Therefore, elementary self-improvement first requires us to clear our thoughts, especially to remove negative thoughts and establish normal, positive, active, happy, and desirable thoughts. The best method is to pray to the Lord, the greatest creator. Intermediate self-improvement. Sympathy. Intermediate self-improvement builds upon the foundation of elementary self-improvement by worshiping the greatest creator, perceiving the Tao, recognizing Buddha, and creating a new life path. This process involves being free from the secular even while remaining in the secular world, being away from worldly affairs in your mind even when you must interact with them, remaining ordinary while transcending beyond the ordinary, and ultimately reaching a state of oblivion to both self and objects, living a life guided by visualization. Love and worship the greatest creator. Adhere strictly to the greatest creator's commandments and throughout life, love and worship only the true Lord, Buddha, the greatest creator. Do not worship deities, idols, or worldly great figures. The greatest creator is the creator of all things in the universe, the Lord of all gods in heaven, the cradle of life, the source of wisdom, the prime mover of the universe, and the energy center of the supermaterial world. The greatest creator possesses 8 major characteristics: uniqueness, formlessness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, supreme power, and absolute wisdom. The greatest creator exists in the negative universe in the form of a spirit and maintains the orderly operation of the universe through the Tao. To transcend time and space and achieve eternity, the only path is to rely on Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. The greatest creator is the master switch of energy. With a humble attitude, we must recognize, trust, follow, love, praise, and worship him with all our heart, mind, and soul. The key to worshiping the greatest creator is believing in Jesus. Jesus is the greatest creator's representative, spokesperson, son, and the one who carries out the greatest creator's mission. He came to the world not for his own glory, but to spread the greatest creator's gospel. If we respond with our hearts, we will know that Jesus is kind, honest, amiable, respectable, and reliable. What he says is the truth, and he is the gateway to higher life spaces. By believing in Jesus, we can attain long-lasting life and peace. Only by worshiping Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, can we enter a unique spiritual and psychological state. Our efforts will not be in vain. We will have a strong support. So can we reach the ideal shore? Perceive, practice, and attain the Tao. The Tao is the force used by the greatest creator to maintain the orderly operation of the universe, referred to as the active force in the Bible. It is the law of the universe, the arbiter of cause and effect, an objective law that operates independently of human will. It is the bloodstream and life force of the universe. The Tao is omnipresent and ever-present. It exists in all things and runs through all movements. From the operation of celestial bodies to the movement of molecules, from the surging of rivers to the control of genes over organisms, everything is governed by the Tao. No person or thing, no action or movement can escape the constraints of the Tao. It is like the palm of the Tathagata Buddha, where even the mischievous monkey king cannot escape. Humans exist within the Tao. Sleeping when tired is the Tao. Eating when hungry is the Tao. If you resist by not sleeping or eating, you are going against the Tao, and the consequences are obvious. Similarly, stopping eating when full aligns with the Tao, while overeating does not. Sheep eating grass on the mountains is in line with the Tao, while humans eating grass is not. Pulling weeds from a field aligns with the Tao, but pulling weeds from the wild does not. Grass growing in the wild follows the Tao, but growing in a field does not. A man sleeping with his wife aligns with the Tao, while sleeping with someone else's wife does not. Having a relationship with a prostitute follows the Tao, while seducing a virtuous girl does not. Accumulating wealth by serving others follows the Tao, while accumulating wealth through robbery, theft, deceit, corruption, and bribery does not. As an official, managing in line with human nature follows the Tao, while managing against human nature does not. The Tao belongs to the negative universe. It is invisible, intangible, inaudible, and immeasurable, but exerts control over all things. The wise say, the gods are watching from 3 feet above. In fact, every blood cell contains a god, the Tao. Thus, you can deceive others, but not the god, the Tao. If you are hit by a car in Australia, do not be surprised. It might be because you killed a dog in China that should not have been killed. A sudden heart attack at 70 might result from an unethical act at 30. Disrespectful children might be due to insufficient filial piety towards your parents. Being deceived might be due to excessive selfishness and greed. When everything goes wrong, and you are exhausted and even suicidal, do not despair. It might be because a great responsibility is being placed on you. In short, every result has its cause. When quantitative changes reach a certain limit, qualitative changes occur. The saying, good deeds bring good results, bad deeds bring bad results, it's not that there's no retribution, but the time hasn't come. Once it comes, there will be retribution, reflects the Tao. The Tao is impartial. It will not help you because you are poor and pitiful, nor will it punish you because you are wealthy and powerful. The only criterion for reward or punishment is whether you follow or go against the Tao. Poverty without following the Tao will only worsen your situation, while wealth and strength with the Tao will bring more blessings. Conversely, poverty with adherence to the Tao will gradually lead to wealth and strength, while wealth and happiness against the Tao will lead to gradual poverty and frequent disasters. The Tao governs human destiny. Fate is predetermined, but fortune is changeable. Every word, action, movement, and thought affects fortune, all judged impartially and without omission by the Tao. All scientific endeavors are seeking the Tao. All axioms and theorems are the Tao. The Tao may seem ethereal, but it is a concrete reality. The Tao does nothing but leaves nothing undone. The Tao is neither virtual nor real, honest and incorruptible. The Tao objectively exists and cannot be added to or reduced. It cannot be bribed, twisted, deformed, compressed, or extended. The Tao is vast, complex, subtle, and fine, yet singular. It is vast because it encompasses everything, complex because it is unfathomable, subtle because it is precise, fine because it misses nothing, and singular because it is one. Perceiving the Tao requires knowledge and wisdom, self-improvement and practice, a calm mind, and transcendence of the mundane. Practice of the Tao means going with the flow, acting in accordance with the Tao, persisting, and simplifying life. Attaining the Tao means entering the Tao, losing consciousness of self and thoughts of life and death, forgetting oneself and objects, uniting with the Tao, ending human life, starting celestial life, being able to move heaven and earth, knowing past and future, in short, becoming divine. Perceiving the Tao is easy. Practicing the Tao is hard. Practicing the Tao for 10 years will surely make you a celestial. Through meditation, deep thought, and unconventional thinking, earth-shattering realizations will lead you to the heavenly court. Reading Buddhist scriptures and perceiving Buddha nature. Christianity and Islam, along with their branches such as Judaism, Catholicism, Orthodoxy, and Protestantism, all originate from the same source, as can be understood from reading the Bible and the Quran. Buddhism, however, has a different origin. We know that other peoples were created by the greatest creator, whereas the people of the East are descendants of the dragon. This dragon came to Earth during the period when dinosaurs roamed freely. Later, the greatest creator destroyed the dinosaurs with a plague, sending all dinosaur spirits into the negative black hole body. However, a pair of dragons hid in a cave in the East China Sea and escaped this fate. These dragons, recognizing the greatest creator's power, did not dare to return to the heavenly kingdom or reappear on Earth in their dragon forms. Knowing what humans created by the god looked like, they transformed into human forms and began to spread westward from the Chinese coast along the Yellow River, after crossing the Pamir Plateau, eventually reaching India. Their aim was to blend with the descendants of humans created by the god to avoid divine punishment. They knew the god had created Eden for humanity, which was the Western paradise, but upon reaching India, they found that the god's descendants were everywhere, and that Jerusalem did not contain Eden. Eden had vanished, and the god's people were living in poverty and disease instead of the paradise God created for them, which prompted the dragon's descendants to seek new paths. The dragon's descendants who reached India who retained the spiritual genes of their origins know deeply their origin, especially Siddhartha Gautama, the most significant carrier of these genes. Through enlightenment, he realized the whole story. Knowing the severe consequences of defying the greatest creator's will, he sought the Tathagata, which represents the original, true Buddha nature and the origin of spirituality and life, which is the greatest creator. Seeking the Tathagata Buddha, or the greatest creator, aimed to atone for his sins and return to the heavenly homeland. Sakyamuni knew his ancestors' origins, so he initially focused his teachings eastward. Bodhidharma traveled a great distance to China to spread these teachings for this reason. Thus, Eastern people are descendants of the dragon, initially rebellious followers of Satan in the Buddha kingdom, but also the smartest and wisest followers of Buddha. They are the ones who ultimately repented, actively sought the Tathagata, and received the greatest creator's forgiveness. Buddha means someone who are not human, transcends being human. Buddha is nature. To become a Buddha, one must see through the illusion of life, consider everything as void, and view life as a dream. Through chanting scriptures and worshiping the Buddha, one cleanses past sins and removes human desires to restore original nature, the nature possessed in the Elysium world before the dragons came to Earth. Only by achieving this nature can one qualify to become a Buddha and return to the heavenly homeland, the Elysium world, the Pure Land, the eternal negative universe. Becoming a Buddha is far more challenging than becoming a true Christian or Muslim. Christianity and Islam teach people how to live in a way that meets the requirements of the greatest creator Allah, hoping to be resurrected when the greatest creator's kingdom arrives and enjoy its glory. Buddhism, on the other hand, teaches people not to cling to life and to transcend desire, form, and formless realms to return to their origin. To read Buddhist scriptures, one must start with the Diamond Sutra, as all other Buddhist scriptures take it as their core. Any scripture not based on the Diamond Sutra is not considered a true Buddhist scripture. Perceiving Buddha nature requires effort in one's own nature. The advanced self-cultivation of Life Genuine is dedicated to this purpose. Accept your fate, control your fortune, create your new destiny. Destiny is composed of fate and fortune. Fate is mainly determined by three factors: genetic information, the time of conception and birth, and the environment of conception and birth. Genetic information determines one's race, appearance, innate abilities, health conditions, etc. For instance, a person born as a Caucasian has an advantageous fate compared to one born as an African. Someone born with a healthy and well-formed body has a better fate than someone born with a deformed or unhealthy body. Innate intelligence provides a better fate compared to natural dullness. Though genetics relates to one's past life's karmic debts, the individual cannot decide but bear it. Genetics is not arranged by the greatest creator or any god, but by one's past self and ancestors. The time of birth determines one's heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the five elements. It predestines one's encounters, tribulations, and even the time of death, and it broadly establishes one's worldview. For instance, the worldview of someone born in a primitive era differs from that of someone born in a highly civilized era. Those born in wartime have different perspectives compared to those born in peacetime. Those born in times of material scarcity and epidemics differ from those born in times of abundance and scientific advancement. The environment of birth shapes one's temperament and life direction. Being born in a noble family differs from being born in a poor family. Being born in a scholarly family differs from being born in a laborer's home. Being born in a beautiful environment differs from being born in a harsh one. Being born in America differs from being born in Somalia in terms of temperament and life direction. Fortune is mainly determined by character, education, and upbringing, and the people one interacts with. Character dictates career. Every profession requires a personality suited to it. If one's character doesn't match their career, success is unlikely, indicating bad fortune. Conversely, when character aligns with one's profession, success is attainable regardless of faith or moral integrity. Imagine if Eisenhower were to become an educator, or Pavlov were to lead soldiers into battle. If Nye Weiping were to become a rock singer, or Cui Jian were to play Go, would they succeed? Reflecting on the early days of China's reform, when a portion of the population was allowed to become wealthy first, all the decent individuals were envious. They found that most of the people who became rich were those who were nebulous, not serious about their jobs, idling away in their workplaces, and seemingly without a future. They felt that those who make atomic bombs are not as good as those who sell tea eggs. Being an engineer is not as good as being a cobbler, and being a role model is not as good as messing around aimlessly. The reason lies in character. Those initially successful had personalities unsuitable for rigid, stagnant, and controlled state jobs. When the dynamic environment of the reform arrived, these individuals, who were long repressed, discriminated against, and neglected by society, found their fortunes aligning with their adventurous, adaptable natures, leading to success. If one's life is full of struggles and lacks achievement, it is not due to bad fate but an inability to find a career matching one's character, signifying poor fortune. Education and upbringing determine the depth and breadth of one's life. The quality of life, and the social strata one can reach. In a civilized society with complete moral and legal norms, the higher one's educational and familial background, the higher one's social status. Conversely, in a disorderly, chaotic, ignorant, and unhealthy society, this order might be reversed. Thus, one's fortune is determined by the level of education and cultural refinement received from society, school, and family. The people one interacts with determines their successes and failures. Helen Keller, suffering from the triple afflictions of blindness, deafness, and muteness, became a highly accomplished figure praised by the Encyclopedia Britannica due to her interaction with Miss Sullivan. Zhou Enlai became the long-standing second-in-command in China due to his association with Mao Zedong. Yu Fei's ambitions were unfulfilled due to his interactions with Zhao Guo and Qin Hui. Regular interactions with literary circles teach one to write. Associating with business people teaches one to earn money. Mingling with thieves teaches one to rob banks. Observing significant changes in oneself and others reveals that the key influencing factor is the people one associates with. Here, fortune depends on the types of individuals and groups one engages with. Fate is beyond individual control and can be considered as predetermined, whereas fortune is entirely within one's choice and control. Even with the best fate, poor fortune leads to an unfavorable destiny. Historically, many born into royalty ended tragically, not due to bad fate, but because their controllable fortune deviated from a good path. Conversely, those with poor fate but good fortune can achieve favorable outcomes despite being born in poverty-stricken, barren environments by effectively utilizing their fortune. The conclusion is, fate is predetermined, but fortune is created by oneself. Accepting fate and fortune passively is incorrect. Destiny is in one's own hands and can be recreated. In the intermediate self-improvement stage, everyone must start creating their new destiny. The methods are threefold. Choose a career that matches your personality. Your personality is your unique trait. Don't waste time trying to change it. If you're a wolf, seek meat. If you're a sheep, seek grass. If you're a bird, seek insects. If you're an earthworm, seek soil. Receive as much scientific, cultural, and civilized education as possible. Seek and associate with successful and virtuous individuals in various fields, as they will play a crucial role in rebuilding your destiny. 5. Respect and learn from science. Life Genuine is founded on the principles of science, encompassing superscience as well. Superscience and science are twin siblings, parallel and mutually dependent, interconnected, and complementary. Science is the systematic study reflecting the principles of Tao in the realms of the human body, nature, human society, and spiritual activities. Only through scientific understanding, attitudes, methods, and thinking can we grasp the concept of the negative universe and understand the greatest creator. Science is the only means to ultimately solve humanity's survival issues, leading humanity towards civilization, peace, prosperity, and flourishing, while eliminating barbarism, ignorance, disease, and ignorance. Without scientific development and achievements, today's Earth could not sustain such a vast population of 6 billion people, human lifespan could not be significantly extended, and we wouldn't have a clearer understanding of our universe and Earth. Therefore, long live science. To respect science, one must first have a correct understanding of it. Do not devalue science just because you possess some knowledge of superscience, much like a university professor should not look down on a high school teacher. Secondly, respect scientists and those who devote their lives to science. Engage with people in the scientific field, make friends with them, and support and protect scientists and scientific workers within your capabilities. At the same time, guard against pseudoscience, do not promote it, and avoid being deceived by it. It's also important to recognize the limitations of science. Science can only address issues within the material domain and cannot solve problems of the non-material realm in the 19th to 36th dimensional spaces. Relying solely on science cannot extend our lives into higher life spaces. Only superscience can ultimately help us transcend time and space to achieve eternity. 6. Self-rescue in life, spirit, and soul. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Laziness, passivity, idleness, and complacency are life's great enemies. These negative influences not only prevent us from achieving anything in the material world, but also render us helpless in the non-material world. First is self-rescue in life. Whether we are in bustling cities or remote villages, among family and friends or strangers, we must mentally place ourselves on a deserted island, not relying on deities or emperors, not waiting for windfalls, and not harboring any lucky illusions. Only by relying on ourselves can we solve problems of food, water, warmth, safety, and loneliness. This mindset maximizes our potential, attracts external help, and gains the support of benefactors and the protection of gods and Buddhas. Self-rescue in life relies not only on diligence but more importantly on intelligence. For instance, if you are a farmer with only a small piece of land, you can make ends meet in a good harvest year. But what if a disaster strikes? Have you considered planting medicinal herbs or other cash crops, or learning a craft in your spare time to increase your family income? If you are a laborer, forced to work more than 10 hours a day under high intensity, enduring the temper of your boss, and not getting your hard-earned money at the end of the year, why not muster the courage to start a small business or learn some carpentry or masonry skills? If you are a worker or a junior staff member, think about how much you earn in a year. Relying on that salary can only maintain a modest standard of living. What if there is any illness or disaster? When can you step onto the path of a comfortable and prosperous life? Why not attend a technical training class or start a small restaurant, tea shop, convenience store, or hair salon? If you are a technician, engineer, middle school teacher, senior staff member, secretary, translator, etc., and if your talents have not been utilized for a long time and you have been suppressed for a long time, why not change your work environment? When the east is not bright, the west is bright. When the south is dark, there is the north. There is always a way out, and there is no place on the ground where grass does not grow. Use your brain and see where your optimal coordinate system and coordinates are. The depth and breadth of life are boundless. Only those who rise up in adversity and step by step explore the depth and breadth of life are qualified to receive divine help, to enjoy life, to discuss life, to guide and criticize others, to see the essence through the phenomenon, to see the non-material through the material, to see the divine through the human, and to see the greatest creator through God. When you see the light of the greatest creator, you are qualified to obtain eternal life. Spiritual self-rescue. The term essence has two layers of meaning. The first refers to the nutrients that an organism obtains from food in order to maintain continuous movement. That is, after food enters the human body, apart from the part that is excreted, the rest is absorbed and digested by the organism, forming what is known as vital energy. The second is the subtle matter stored in the body for use by the living body to maintain movement. The term divine also has two meanings. One is the invisible and indescribable controlling force that coordinates the effective mutual assistance operation of various organs and parts of the living body, such as the force that allows the combination of sperm and egg to develop into a complete human body in the mother's womb. The second is the force of resonance of human thought and soul with the negative universe. It can also be understood that anything that is invisible, indescribable, inaudible, and untouchable, but has a real effect on you, is divine. This refers to the narrow sense of divine. The spirit is the combination of essence and divine, the pillar of the living body, and the bridge and junction of the mutual connection and interaction between material and non-material. Without spirit, people will perish. Not only the body will perish, but also the family and the career they are engaged in will decline. People with spirit can suppress all evils. Not only are they not infected with diseases, but they are also not approached by evil spirits, and they can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and the aura of heaven and earth. To be strong, you must first have spirit, and to have spirit, you must first learn to keep in good health. Truck drivers know that if a truck is maintained in time, effectively, frequently changing air filters, oil filters, the gap of spark plugs is just right, the size of piston rings is suitable, the cylinder body is not scuffed, the gas door does not leak, the sealing ring, the ceiling pad seals well, the transmission part is well lubricated, the cooling system is not blocked, the ignition is on time, then this truck is powerful. Even if it is fully loaded with goods, climbing steep slopes is no problem. It can be said that this car has spirit. On the contrary, it will slip and even retreat, and there is no spirit. Similarly, if people keep in good health, they will have strength, spirit, vitality, creativity, and rich imagination. Health preservation mainly nourishes essence, energy, spirit, and form. One of the main purposes of health preservation is to cultivate spirit. Spirit cannot be borrowed, cannot be stolen. It can only rely on self-rescue. Soul, heart, and spirit, self-rescue. Here, the heart specifically refers to the part of the heart function that leads a person's thoughts, consciousness, and mental activities. Spirit refers to spirituality, wisdom information wave, which is not affected by material and space-time, comes from the negative universe, never strays from truth, goodness, and beauty, and only acts on the heart. The soul is a heart with spirituality. When a person's heart yearns for truth, goodness, and beauty, the heart and spirit can immediately resonate. This longing, if sustained, can cultivate a perfect soul. Such a soul enables your thoughts and consciousness to communicate with the negative universe, creating a unity where you become the universe and the universe becomes you. In this state, divine light is always present, symbolizing the unity and response between heaven and man. This allows you to harness the energy of the negative universe, and you will be blessed by gods and Buddhas everywhere. Your desires and wishes can be quickly fulfilled, your thoughts can become reality, and your visualizations can be actualized. In this state, what you can accomplish in 2 hours of quiet sitting could surpass what an ordinary person might achieve in 20 years of hard work. When a person's thinking and consciousness deviate from truth, goodness, and beauty, the spirit wave will be cut off immediately. At this point, only the heart exists without the spirit. A heart devoid of spirit can only cycle endlessly within the confines of the material world and three-dimensional space. Such a person, except for the human appearance and some other characteristics, is almost no different from animals, and his soul will definitely go to the animal level in the next life. Soul self-rescue means that no matter what kind of adverse and unfortunate circumstances you are in, you must yearn for truth, goodness, and beauty, and you must act and behave based on the principles of truth, goodness, and beauty. When people around you are muddling through, you must practice soul self-rescue. When everyone is fighting and scrambling, indulging in pleasures, you must practice soul self-rescue. When people are indifferent and drifting with the wind, you must practice soul self-rescue. When people are fanatic about a certain political movement or religious superstition, you must practice soul self-rescue. When people bully, oppress, deceive, extort, ridicule, and mock you, you must practice soul self-rescue. When you encounter difficulties in life and troubles at work, you must practice soul self-rescue. When you are suffering from stubborn diseases, or on the verge of bankruptcy, or isolated and helpless, you must practice soul self-rescue. As long as you learn to practice soul self-rescue, the gods and Buddha will help you break through the predicament, and miracles will definitely happen. 7. Embrace the mundane and transcend it. Mundane refers to phenomena that are widely accepted and prevalent in society. It has the following implications. Popularization. It is generally believed that people should pursue and possess the following: fame, honor, ranking, status, prestigious families, moral integrity, celebrities, brands, business cards, scholars, experts, prestige, positions of power, benefits, profits, interest, money, treasures, property, wealth, financial power, influence, real estate, rights, social status, identity, good people, virtuous people, role models, examples, heroes, beauties, family, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires, etc. Trends. Items or behaviors that are popular in a certain period or region and involve most people. These include interior decoration, wearing brand names, seeking prestige, hosting banquets at upscale restaurants, wearing gold and silver, dyeing hair, eyebrow shaping, lip lining, singing pop songs, speaking fashionable phrases, blindly following trends like qigong, etc. The psychological activities and behaviors of pursuing whatever is trendy, following whatever is advocated, and gravitating towards the guidance of public opinion all fall within the scope of trends. Traditional practices. Cultural practices passed down through history and accepted by people, such as various celebrations, memorial ceremonies, holidays, etiquettes, ribbon cutting, birthday and housewarming congratulations, reciprocity, establishing chastity arches, hosting banquets, burning incense, kowtowing, repaying kindness, avenging grievances, etc. Uniformity. A single mode formed by unified norms or moral concepts dictated by a center of power in the ideological field, such as unified beliefs, thoughts, culture, traditions, customs, fashion, historical practices in China like men wearing queues and women binding feet, wearing zhongshan suits, 8-hour workdays, pushing down walls collectively, overthrowing certain figures, shouting slogans in unison, etc. Habituation. Practices commonly accepted as norms, such as having 3 meals a day, offering cigarettes to guests, kowtowing when worshiping Buddha, men marrying when grown, women marrying when of age, seeking doctors when ill, apprenticing under a master for knowledge, etc. Fixed patterns. The epistemology and methodology of life and the universe, shaped by conventional knowledge. Examples include learning should be progressive. Seeking knowledge requires logical thinking without imaginative ideas or reversing established practices. Raising children to secure old age. Accepting fate for life and death. Wealth is determined by destiny. Scholars accepting poverty, learning to become sages. Officials maintaining loyalty to the state, etc. Secularization. This refers to an attitude devoid of justice and aesthetics, displayed for personal gain. For example, fawning over the rich, avoiding the poor, endless admiration for the wealthy, full of praise, wagging tails, showing a haughty and contemptuous attitude towards the poor, indifferent, showing respect to those who get out of high-end cars, full of smiles, sneering at those who drive cattle carts, coldly indifferent. Vulgarization. Mediocre and vulgar, not very noble behavior. For example, quoting classics whenever opening the mouth, saying, "I've heard so much about you." When meeting celebrities, overly humble, deliberately mysterious, using professional vocabulary that is not easy for ordinary people to understand in order to show off one's knowledge, all flattering smiles, flattering words, humble postures, unnatural, uncoordinated dress, and so on. To embrace mundane is to regard the above vulgarities as normal phenomena, human nature, not to interfere, not to correct, let them breed and spread, emerge of itself and perish of itself. The people of the secular society live for these things, their daily hustle and bustle. A lifetime of hard pursuit is for this. Their value and meaning of life are measured by these worldly standards. Their pain is in it, and happiness and joy are also in it. To transcend mundane is to look down on the world from the height of a celestial, just like a person observing the activities of ants. To transcend mundane is to gradually distance oneself from worldly people and things, gradually get rid of the entanglement of worldly affairs. To transcend mundane is to stand in the position of Buddha, to see through the red dust, to see through life. To transcend mundane is to stand in the eternal space-time, to look at the changes in the instantaneous space-time. To get rid of a bit of vulgarity is to add a bit of chic. To reduce a bit of vulgarity is to add a bit of elegance. To reduce a bit of human heart is to add a bit of Buddha nature. Less worldly affairs add more leisure. One step away from the worldly world is one step closer to the fairyland. Once you are completely unworldly, you will become a celestial being. To be unworldly requires great wisdom and long-term practice. Fruits fall off when ripe. When water flows, a channel is formed. When the work is done, it will naturally succeed. If you force yourself to be unworldly or deliberately pretend to be unworldly, not only will you not be unworldly, but you will be more worldly. If you have the opportunity to climb a mountain once, to appreciate the infinite scenery of nature, or to go to the vast desert to feel the vastness of the world, or to go to the Gobi, the grassland to enjoy the vastness of the world, or to go to the dense forest to experience the mystery and greatness of nature, you will understand the heroic feelings of being free from worldly troubles. If you have the opportunity to listen to a few more concerts or cultivate your habit of appreciating music over time, it can also help you transcend the worldly. If you have the chance to spend some time with high monks in temples, high masters in Taoist temples, hermits in mountains and fields, real musicians, literary masters, scientists, you can also get the feeling of being unworldly. The fragrance of books can also drive away vulgarity. 8. Engaging and disengaging with the world. Engaging with the world means immersing oneself in human society, deeply experiencing the daily life, tasting the various flavors of life, and feeling the intense emotions of love, hate, separation, and reunion. It involves enduring the torments of hope, desire, disappointment, and despair, the joy of success and acquisition, the humiliation and grief of being deceived, bullied, intimidated, exploited, enslaved, ruined, ridiculed, insulted, and beaten. It means enduring the agony of failure, bankruptcy, and desperate situations, the confusion of unclear direction and uncertain future, the anxiety of being debt-ridden and harassed by creditors, the frustration of being cheated in love, having money stolen, being betrayed by comrades or colleagues, and the resentment when good intentions are met with malice. It involves enduring the pain of chronic illness with no cure in sight, the frustration of being misunderstood and unfairly treated, the reflections on life when besieged by demands, critiques, extortion, kidnapping, and threats to safety after achieving fame, establishing a family, or acquiring wealth. It means feeling the sorrow of depending on others when destitute, the loneliness of being far from home and unable to visit family, and the bitterness of old age without filial piety from children. Engaging with the world means dealing with one's numerous mundane affairs from a materialistic perspective, standing on the foundation of science, reflecting upon human history, and adhering to all moral norms of human civilization. It involves understanding humans and human society and experiencing the journey of birth, aging, sickness, and death that every human must go through. Disengaging from the world means placing oneself in a state as if one has already passed away, observing the material world and human society, regardless of whether one is in favorable or adverse circumstances, regardless of how many people love you or hate you, regardless of how many people depend on you for survival or wish to see you perish, regardless of whether you perceive yourself as great and important or insignificant and trivial, regardless of whether you possess wealth spanning generations or have nothing at all. As long as you envision yourself as a soul that has already departed, you can disengage from the world, achieve transcendence, avoid being stuck in a rut, and see through the illusions of the mortal world, rising above the mundane. Disengaging from the world means not indulging in the material and spiritual pursuits of the human world. It involves viewing the human realm from the perspective of celestials and Buddhas, handling daily life from a non-material and anti-scientific standpoint, perceiving a millennium as a fleeting moment, and treating your ephemeral life with the vision of the negative universe. It means adhering to the moral laws of the heavenly kingdom, denying the value of the human life, and merging oneself into the infinite expanse of time and space and the universe. Furthermore, disengaging from the world means constantly contemplating how to become a celestial or a Buddha, how to serve as a servant of Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. It involves pondering the destination of your soul after the death of the physical body and how to transform your transient, tangible life into an eternal, intangible existence. Finally, disengaging from the world means emulating figures like Laozi, who abandoned his homeland, riding a green ox out of Hangu Pass, like Shakyamuni, who left behind his wife and son to seek the true self and the truth of the universe, like Jesus, who refused to be a worldly king and chose to be crucified. To disengage from the world, you must first engage with it. Without experiencing the hardships of the human world, You cannot understand the heavens beyond. You cannot attain great wisdom. You cannot find the truth. You cannot comprehend the teachings of life genuine. A song aptly expresses this relationship. The little monk goes down the mountain to beg for alms. The old monk instructs again. The women out of the mountains are tigers. Quickly avoid them if encountering them. The old monk, having experienced the joys and sorrows of worldly relationships, likens women to man-eating tigers, knowing that attachment hinders the path to Buddhahood. But to the young monk, who has yet to engage with the world, the women seem charming and not like tigers at all. Despite repeated warnings, the tiger enters his heart, making it difficult to focus on his spiritual practice. Without engaging with the world, disengaging becomes difficult, unless you are born with Dharma eyes and Buddha eyes. Without engaging with the world, trying to disengage is like climbing without a ladder. Without refining, pure gold cannot be obtained. Without polishing, even the finest gem remains a raw stone. Engaging first and then disengaging is a shortcut. Attempting to disengage without engaging is a long journey. Only by enduring all 81 tribulations can you obtain the true scriptures. Anyone wishing to enter life genuine should not avoid worldly hardships, rush to retreat into the mountains, become a monk, or fear life's difficulties, honors, and insults. Calamity is blessing, blessing is calamity. Having is not having is having. The way of heaven is fair. As long as you steadfastly live in life genuine, you will eventually reach your ideal destination. 9. Embracing the ordinary and transcending the ordinary. Ordinary refers to the common, conventional, usual, normal, bland, mundane, and mediocre aspects of life. Examples include ordinary families, conventional thinking, usual attitudes, normal emotions, bland diets, mundane lives, mediocre lifestyles. To embrace the ordinary means to live a normal, unremarkable life with the mindset of an ordinary person, following conventional thoughts without seeking to stand out, be exceptional, or experience dramatic ups and downs. The ordinary is characterized by being small, insignificant, habitual, natural, and peaceful. Transcending the ordinary involves potential and superpowers hidden within the ordinary. It is resilience, fearlessness, and actions and thoughts that are not bound by established rules, traditions, or forms. It is free from worldly limitations. Though they may seem mediocre on the surface, these qualities conceal exceptional strength, spirit, and divine power. For example, consider the grass growing by the roadside, in rock crevices, or on the Gobi Desert. At first glance, it appears so delicate, insignificant, and easily uprooted. However, as long as there is an adequate amount of moisture and its roots are still anchored in the soil, it remains resilient. Despite the harsh summer heat, the freezing cold, the scorching sun, the wind and rain, being trampled by humans and animals, or being eaten by sheep and insects, it remains unyielding and grows fearlessly. Behind its seemingly weak and ordinary exterior, there lies an extraordinary energy that is invincible. People who have been leaders or bosses know that there are some subordinates who may seem ordinary, incapable, insignificant, and unnoticed. Yet, they possess an extraordinary quality. When your demands or orders are unreasonable, they simply will not obey you, and there's nothing you can do about it. These individuals neither create chaos nor deviate from the norm. You cannot crush them with power, you cannot sway them with money, and threats or enticements are of no avail against them. Even if a knife is held to their neck, they will not yield. They may appear weak and unable to withstand any blows, but in reality, they are like a mountain, immovable. You may destroy their physical body, but you cannot harm their spirit and soul in the slightest. They will not harm you, but if you attempt to harm them, you will ultimately end up hurting yourself, ending in utter defeat. This extraordinary energy is invisible and intangible, but the moment you touch it, you will feel its presence. and it will either instill fear or provide a sense of reliability and assurance. Extraordinary people may appear mediocre, but they are in fact close to divine beings. They may seem dull, but they actually possess high wisdom. At first glance, they might look like ordinary stones, but they are indeed precious gems. They may appear weak, but they are incredibly strong. They live in harmony with the world, not rushing for success, and they don't stand out because they embody the extraordinary within the ordinary. To transcend the ordinary, one must first embrace it. One must practice self-improvement and self-cultivation. One must adopt unconventional thinking and take unconventional actions. In the eyes of extraordinary people, what is considered normal is abnormal, and what is abnormal is normal. What is ordinary is extraordinary, and what is extraordinary is ordinary. For example, if someone insults you and you get angry or even retaliate, that is considered normal. But in the eyes of extraordinary people, this is abnormal. If you do not get angry, but instead remain calm and indifferent, laughing it off, that is considered normal. Furthermore, those who strive every second, fight for every bit of profit, rack their brains, exhaust their energy throughout their lives, and finally achieve fame, establish themselves as professionals, build immortal merits, or leave a name in history, are considered extraordinary and worthy of respect and praise in the eyes of ordinary people. They are seen as role models worth learning from. However, in the eyes of extraordinary people, they are fools, thoroughly mundane people. Those who live a plain life, work at sunrise, rest at sunset, have no desire for fame and fortune, and enjoy life at all times, are the smart ones, the extraordinary ones. Extraordinary people, although physically living in the human world and leading ordinary lives every day, their souls have essentially transcended the mundane, and their mindset has reached a celestial state. If you are fortunate enough to meet an extraordinary person who has transcended the mundane, even if you just have a cup of tea with them or play a game of chess, even though it may not enable you to transcend the mundane and reach the thousand-year world, you can at least enjoy the elegance of transcending the ordinary and the charm of being free from vulgarity. 10. Valuing visualization. Visualization refers to a vivid, future-oriented image that forms in one's mind through unconscious mental activities, where you can envision yourself being part of that future scenario. Visualization belongs to the phenomenon of the negative universe, but after a few years or decades, when you find yourself in that scenario, the image becomes a reality in the material world. We can also say that visualization is an imagined illusion, but surprisingly, this illusion will materialize in the real world in the near future, becoming a real environment. Here are two examples. In 1980, when I was studying at the Zhangjiago Geological Technical School in Hebei, one Sunday evening, I sat by the railway tracks behind the school, looking at the smoking village. Suddenly, I envisioned a scene where I was teaching at a high school not far from a small town. The school had assigned me a two-room house with a fenced yard where I had grown vegetables like eggplants, tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, and peppers, and raised a few chickens. This vision appeared only once and then disappeared. I didn't dwell on it, but 8 years later, in 1988, one day while watering the vegetables in the backyard of my house at the No. 2 middle school, 3 kilometers away from the Pinjiwanbo town in Zhangye, Gansu province, I suddenly recalled the vision from that evening in Zhangjiago. Upon comparison, the imagined scenario and the reality matched almost perfectly, as I was also raising a few chickens and had a fenced yard. In the rainy season of 1996, while I was having tea with the manager of the Gansu International Zimbabwe branch on the green lawn chairs by the swimming pool of Villa 48 in Harare, at that time, a black gardener named Jack was tidying up the garden nearby. He said, "It's strange. 8 years ago, when I was a teacher at a normal school, one day I imagined this scene. I had a villa in some African country with green lawns and a swimming pool. After swimming, I sat under a sun umbrella, and a black servant in a white coat served me tea. Isn't today's scene exactly like my imagination?" My reaction was one of astonishment. Recalling my own fulfilled mental imagery, I realized that such phenomena are not accidental. I thought back to when I was 7 or 8 years old, enjoying standing at the edge of the fields at dusk, watching the beautiful sunset and imagining traveling to the farthest place where the sun sets, a place of perpetual spring, bird songs, and flowers, like a fairyland. 30 years later, I indeed came to Zimbabwe, the farthest west from my hometown, Yongjing County by the Yellow River. I've lived in a villa for several years, with green lawns in the front and back, and every morning I can see and hear a variety of birds catching insects and singing in the yard. The environment here is beautiful, the climate pleasant, with flowers blooming all year round. At Forest Road 10, where I lived, the yard had 64 different tree species, clearly turning my imagination into reality. Another example is when my child was in junior high, I told him to often consciously and unconsciously visualize himself attending university in the United States. 6 years later, he indeed got admitted to a university in the US with excellent grades. The transition from unconscious to conscious visualization was facilitated by the Bible. One early morning in 1996, while driving from Harare to Mutare at 3:30 a.m., I fell asleep at the wheel while driving at a speed of 165 kilometers per hour. When I woke up, I found that the car had collided with a large concrete milestone. The car was damaged, but I wasn't scathed. Miraculously, if the point of impact on the stone had been just a foot forward or backward, the car would have rolled down the slope, leading to dire consequences. My first thought was, God saved me. 3 days later, a kindly old couple, Jehovah's Witnesses, came to see me, saying they wanted to discuss the Bible with me. I welcomed them without hesitation. This marked the beginning of over 4 years of Bible study. As my studies deepened, unconscious mental images continued to emerge, depicting scenes from the 36-dimensional spaces, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Earth universe, the negative universe, the workings of the Tao, the origins of Buddha, the times of Adam and Eve, the dinosaur era, Noah's era, and future times. It seemed as if time and space had disappeared, no longer existing. During the Christmas season of 2000, I arrived at the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. Gazing at the vast blue horizon, I conceived the idea of life genuine. Visualization is not about fantasies, daydreams, or delusions. It is a realistic mental image that emerges naturally when you are in a serene, harmonious atmosphere, free from material desires. This mental image appears in a state of forgetting oneself and the surroundings. It will not appear when you are busy, worried, tired, or full of desires. Visualization may seem like an illusion, but it is a real scene that transcends time and space. With increased self-improvement and self-cultivation, it will undoubtedly appear in your mind. Once it does, it becomes your future, no matter how much you strive or struggle. The negative universe will inevitably lead you to the place in your visualization. 11. Becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world. The term external world refers to the material world, while oneself refers to self-consciousness. Becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world is a high-level spiritual state or an actual celestial realm that those with great wisdom and insight can reach. This state has 3 levels. Completion of intermediate self-improvement. At this level, one has understood the 36 dimensions of space and gained knowledge about the mutual dynamics of the positive and negative universes. One has understood the meaning, purpose, and value of life, recognizing that human life is just a phase in the transformation of the spiritual body. It becomes clear that all material pursuits are not only futile but also harmful. The source of all human suffering comes from self-consciousness. Desires, needs, and pursuits of the self, as well as the self's criteria for judging right or wrong, all lead to sadness, depression, heartbreak, anxiety, fear, misfortune, trouble, and pain. Only by letting go of material things, abandoning self-consciousness, and living in accordance with nature can one achieve the best life. Recognition of the material world. One realizes and sees that the entire material world is just an illusion or a facade of the non-material world. Life is but a fleeting moment. Though it has its beautiful aspects, it is ultimately too short. Striving and seeking material gains in this brief moment is utterly foolish. Undoubtedly, the final outcome of all possessions is having nothing. Only by completely abandoning the concept of materiality can one avoid being confused and bound by the surface phenomena of the material world. Only by forgetting the self can one follow the Tao, transcend time and space, unite with the Tao, achieve a celestial spiritual body, and enter eternal time and space. Understanding life's multilayered forms. One knows that the forms of life are multilayered. The visible forms perceived by humans are temporary, whereas the invisible forms are permanent. What humans consider illusory is actually real, and what they consider real is actually illusory. Viewing from different spatial dimensions reveals different forms of life. Only by using the thinking of gods and Buddhas, becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world, and adopting unconventional thinking can one elevate life to a higher form. Becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world is the highest level of intermediate self-improvement and the lowest level of advanced self-improvement. How to verify if one has reached the state of becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world? When frequent wars and human suffering on earth do not affect you. When the death of a loved one brings no sadness. When losing all your possessions and facing bankruptcy leaves you unfazed. And when facing death brings no fear, you have reached the state of becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world. At this point, you have little humanity left. When you feel completely comfortable, your mind extremely relaxed, flying through celestial realms you have never visited. When you don't know where you came from and have forgotten your past, even seeing your parents doesn't overly excite you. When you see no hunger, poverty or wealth, nobility or lowliness, disease, death, or private property. When you don't understand concepts like possession, construction, destruction, truth, beauty, goodness, falsehood, evil, ugliness, dignity, or safety, and can't distinguish between you, me, and them, and everything seems so beautiful, wonderful, unrestricted, and exhilarating. When you no longer feel the existence of time, with no distinction between day and night, you have reached the state of becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world. In reality, your physical body has died, and you have arrived in the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world. At the point of becoming unconscious of the boundary between oneself and the external world, you have attained the nature of Buddha. The Cultivation chapter. Sympathy. Cultivation refers to recognition, exploration, and judgment, finding the correct methods and paths. Practice refers to selection, restraint, and persistence, restraining one's emotions and desires, adhering to what is right, and giving up what is wrong. The journey to transcending time and space of life genuine is divided into 3 levels of self-cultivation: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Elementary cultivation. The purpose is to cultivate cognition by seeing through life, to discard illusions, return to simplicity and truth, develop human nature, sort out the chaos, find the way out of complexity, see the constant in the impermanent, and gradually transition from the muddled and chaotic ordinary life to the clear and distinct life of the virtuous, and thus achieve a state of individual health, wealth, and freedom. The elementary stage of cultivation also needs to do your best to complete your duty, laying the foundation for the intermediate stage of cultivation, which is to be free from cares and worries. Intermediate cultivation. The purpose is to cultivate the heart through calming the mind, stopping the mind, governing the mind, rectifying the mind, being humble, stabilizing the mind, purifying the mind, ending the worries of the heart, dispelling the heavy fog that shrouds the mind, making the mind transparent and clean, achieving the goal of transcending the secular, leaving the world, ending the worries of the heart, and being extraordinary, and laying the foundation for the advanced stage of cultivation, which is to cultivate nature. Advanced cultivation. The purpose is to cultivate nature through unconventional thinking, wild imagination, doing the opposite, denying life, and thus achieving the goal of walking with angels, celestials, and Buddhas, and entering the celestial realm. Nature refers to the original characteristics of the gene structure of humans designed by the greatest creator, which is called the root of wisdom in Buddhism, and the spirit and spirituality in the language of celestials. This nature is absolutely pure, without impurities. If this spirituality can be maintained, people will not get sick or die, and can live forever. However, due to the imperfect technology of the angels when they created according to the greatest creator's blueprint, a part of the impurities was mixed into human nature, leading to the imperfection of human beings. The less perfect human nature is, the more it develops towards the lower life space, and the more perfect human nature is, the more it develops towards the higher life space. Cultivating nature is to gradually remove the impurities mixed in the original nature through cultivation and restore the original characteristics given by the greatest creator. Before cultivation, I have excerpted some content from the Bible, Quran, Diamond Sutra, and Tao Te Ching to enlighten our wisdom and lay the psychological foundation for cultivation. Clouds rise and rain falls without intention. Clear wind and bright moon reveal the mystery. Look at the 100-foot tree reaching the sky. Bit by bit, it grows upward, referring to energy. Calm your mind and think carefully. In an instant, you can travel 100,000 miles. After 10 years of cultivation without enlightenment, once enlightened, you reach the jade pool. Excerpts from the Bible. God looks down from heaven on all mankind to see if there are any who understand, any who seek God. Psalm 53 verse 2. The mind governed by the flesh is death, but the mind governed by the Spirit is life and peace. Romans 8 verse 6. For physical training is of some value, but godliness has value for all things, holding promise for both the present life and the life to come. 1 Timothy 4 verse 8. Do not fret because of those who are evil, or be envious of those who do wrong. For like the grass they will soon wither, like green plants they will soon die away. Psalm 37 verses 1-2. Excerpts from the Quran. You see the mountains and think them firmly fixed, but they shall pass away as the clouds pass away. Such is the artistry of God, who disposes of all things in perfect order, for he is well acquainted with all that you do. Surah 20, 27:88. Whoever desires the harvest of the hereafter, we increase for him in his harvest. And whoever desires the harvest of this world, we give him thereof, but there is not for him in the hereafter any share. Surah 25, 42:20. On the day when men will be like scattered moths, and the mountains will be like carded wool, then he whose balance of good deeds will be found heavy will be in a life of good pleasure and satisfaction. But he whose balance of good deeds will be found light will have his home in a bottomless pit. Surah 30, 101:4-9. O assembly of jinn and men, if you can pass beyond the zones of the heavens and the earth, pass ye. Not without authority shall ye be able to pass. Surah 27, 55:33. Excerpts from the Diamond Sutra. What is called Buddha Dharma is not Buddha Dharma. One should produce a pure mind, not dwelling on form, not dwelling on sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. One should produce a mind that does not dwell anywhere. Leaving all phenomena is called all Buddhas. The Tathagata's attainment of the Dharma is neither real nor unreal. The Diamond Sutra has inconceivable, immeasurable, boundless merits. If one is despised by others, it is due to one's past sins, which should lead to the evil path. Because one is despised in this life, the sins of the past life are eliminated, and one should attain Anattara Samyak Sambodhi, the highest, most enlightened, and most wise. All dharmas are Buddha Dharma. If a person says that the Tathagata has a dharma to speak, He slanders the Buddha and cannot understand what I say. By cultivating all good dharmas without self, person, sentient beings, or lifespan, one can attain the highest, most enlightened, and most wise. If one sees me by form, seeks me by sound, this person practices the wrong path and cannot see the Tathagata. Translation: those who have achieved the highest, most enlightened, and most wise cannot maintain the appearance of emptiness. Translation: to reach a state without a competitive heart, a fighting heart, this is the highest state of man, the arhat beyond the highest state of the desire realm. All conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dewdrops and a lightning flash. Contemplate them thus. Excerpts from the Tao Te Ching. Act without action, and there is nothing that is not governed. Put others before yourself, and you will be ahead. Put others outside yourself, and you will be preserved. The form of formlessness, the image of nothingness, this is called haziness. Meet it, and you will not see its head. Follow it, and you will not see its tail. There are things mixed together, born before heaven and earth, silent and void, standing alone without change, circulating without fail. It can be regarded as the mother of the world. I do not know its name, so I call it Tao, and I name it as great. Only those who do not contend, thus no one in the world can contend with them. Although there are glorious views, they dwell in transcendence. Good actions leave no trace, good words have no flaws, good calculations do not use counters, good closures have no key and cannot be opened, good knots have no rope and cannot be untied. Those who act will fail, those who hold will lose. Hold the great image, and the world will come. The Tao is always non-active, yet there is nothing it does not do. All things in the world are born of being, and being is born of non-being. The bright Tao seems dim, the advancing Tao seems to retreat, the smooth Tao seems rugged. The greatest straightness seems crooked, the greatest skill seems clumsy, the greatest eloquence seems tongue-tied. The greatest square has no corners, the greatest vessel is late in completion, the greatest sound has rare notes, the greatest image has no form, the Tao is hidden and has no name. The great Tao is very level, but people like to take shortcuts. Disaster is what fortune depends upon. Fortune is where disaster subdues. A tree as big as a man's embrace grows from a tiny sprout. A tower 9 stories high begins with a heap of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles starts under one's feet. The way of heaven has no favorites. It is always with the good man. The way of heaven benefits and does not harm. The way of the sage is to act but not to contend. Above, it associates with the Creator, and below, it associates with those who are outside life and death and have no beginning or end. Zhuangzi. Words of Xiefeng. All non-active laws, there is no way to explain them. Coming like thunder and lightning, leaving like a dream. No emptiness, no reality, no sound, no silence, no boundaries, no limits, no moves, no postures. Invisible, untouchable, powerful. Cannot be stolen, cannot be hidden, unpredictable. Everything is it, yet it is not everything. Comply with it. Everything goes smoothly, peace for 10,000 years. Resist it, full of bumps. Disaster extends to descendants. Elementary cultivation. Xiefeng. Natural non-action. Deal with the complex and ever-changing social affairs and personal life with the Taoist heart, Buddhist heart, and Christ heart. As long as you act naturally and without effort, there will be no obstacles, no stagnation. Whether it's moving forward, stopping, retreating, or taking a detour, it all depends on the various factors of the environment at that time and place. Do not force or go against the flow. Always maintain harmony and good relations with society, the masses, friends, and family, and nature. Because of non-action, you do not pursue anything, do not want to get anything. So there is no suffering, no trouble. You act accordingly, stop accordingly, create accordingly, and roam freely, showing a quality that is transcendent of the material world, yet does everything. If the masses need you to be the president, you will be the president. If society needs you to be a cleaner, you will be a cleaner. If you can become a billionaire, you will not refuse. If you are a farmer, you will willingly accept it. If your spouse wants to divorce, let them divorce. If your child can go to college, let them go. If they can't go to college, let them do something else. Today there are delicacies, just eat. Tomorrow there is only pickles, steamed buns, and plain water. And there is no resentment, melancholy, and comparison with others. Today there is a luxury villa, just live in it. Tomorrow you only live in a simple thatched house, and you are also content. People praise you, adore you, and there is no joy in your heart. If people scold you and belittle you, you will not feel resentment. In this way, all threats and temptations, defiance and poverty will not be able to bother you. Over time, you will have a clear mind and wisdom will be born. Just like a star, no matter where it orbits, it always shines and heats as usual. And like a diamond, no matter where it is set, it always refracts a colorful halo. Do not use schemes. The mind is like a clear day, clear and discernible, and wisdom is like a rolling river, never stagnant. All schemes are traps woven by the mind, and in the end, they trap oneself. The success of the scheme is beneficial to oneself in the short term on the surface, but in essence, it hurts oneself in the end. As long as the heart is bright and not stained with dust, there is no need to use schemes. All things can still go smoothly. Do not make promises. For people, life is impermanent. There are unexpected winds and clouds in the sky, and there are sudden blessings and misfortunes in people. There are unforeseen circumstances in the plan, and there are unreachable places in the force. You never know what will happen tomorrow. Before becoming a celestial, you cannot control the environment, manage yourself, predict the future, and the promised wish may not be realized. If the promise cannot be realized, you can only find an excuse to replace it. Excuses are lies, and lies can only deceive for a while, and will eventually be exposed. In this way, your promise becomes a shackle and becomes a mental burden, which is harmful to others and yourself. Do not rely on power. The burning power is like burning charcoal, which will eventually turn into ashes, and it is like wind and clouds, changing at any time. Power is the most unreliable and most dangerous backing. Once you rely on power, you will be involuntary, and you will lose the truth. Do not accept favors. Favor is the biggest debt in life. Favor is like a big mountain, always pressing on the heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If you don't repay it, you are a villain. If you repay your favor with revenge, you are a beast. Once you receive someone's favor, you will never be able to repay it in your life. Your heart will not be calm, and you will not be able to have a free and easy life. No ambition. Act and speak according to the Tao every day. Rise at dawn, think, see, listen, and act according to the Tao, and rest at dusk. Cultivate yourself and perceive the Tao. Apart from the desire to become a celestial through the Tao, there are no other desires. As for striving for the country, making the nation strong, glorifying the ancestors, and for future generations, etc., these are all worldly thoughts of ordinary people and should not be imitated. Do not worry about tomorrow. Living only in the present moment, those who spend their lives preparing for their coffins and choosing their graves are severe pessimists. Living today worrying about tomorrow, they will have no joy or happiness in their lives. They are slaves to life. Tomorrow never ends. As long as people are alive, there is always another day. So there is no peace in life. Without peace, it's hard to go far, and without peace, it's hard to perceive the Tao. No thoughts of success or failure, no desire to gain or lose. If a person cannot have a healthy, free life, and ultimately cannot become a celestial, then your success and gains in life are failures and losses. On the contrary, If you finally become a celestial, then the failures and losses in life are successes and gains. Therefore, the common sense of success, failure, gain, and loss are just the standards of ordinary people. You just follow the Tao. Every word you say, every action you take, is like a river flowing downstream, clouds drifting with the wind. It is natural. It should be. Do not have the idea of gaining success. At this time, you have the Buddha nature and the Taoist heart. 10,000 laws return to the Tao, return to one. As long as you grasp one, you will have 9,999. What is one? One is the Holy Spirit, the Dharma, the Tao, the great law of non-action. It is the original appearance of things, the nature. It is the source, without any adornment, without any embellishment, and without the influence of human thoughts, emotions, or will. One is fruits fall off when ripe, a canal formed when water comes. One is without distinction of good and evil, right and wrong, beauty and ugliness, good and bad. One is like the sun in the sky. The moon sheds clear light, the cloud drops sweet dew, the sea gives birth to waves. One is without thoughts of success or failure, without desire to gain or lose. Once you grasp one, you will not judge all things and their phenomena with I. You will not be confused by the phenomena of things. You will know the source of things. You will know the Tathagata. You can know the past and future of things. You can get rid of the interference of the world and reach the other shore directly. Once you grasp one, you can become a celestial, become a Buddha. You can travel through time and space and gain eternity. Do not compare with others. Between people, just like their appearances, there is no absolute similarity. Not only are their innate nature, appearance, temperament, character, and wisdom different, but also their life paths are different. You can't walk the path of others. He is him. You are you. He has been promoted, made money, became an expert, went abroad, drove a high-end car. His wife wears gold and silver. His children go to prestigious universities. That is his business. If you compare, you will be endlessly troubled. If you imitate, you will lose yourself. So, in everything, not only should you not compare yourself with others, but you should also always ask yourself, who am I? Only in this way can you dispel the heavy fog and see the light of your true nature. Otherwise, you will live in vain for a lifetime and be drowned in the dust of the world. Seek lightness, not intensity. Eating light food does not hurt the spleen and stomach and can keep you healthy. So, do not drink strong tea, strong alcohol, strong coffee. Do not overeat. Even if it is sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, it should also be light. Living lightly, your muscles and bones are happy. So, do not work for a long time, walk for a long time, squat for a long time, stand for a long time, lie down for a long time, stand for a long time, watch for a long time, listen for a long time, gaze for a long time, think for a long time. Do not seek luxury and comfort in life, only seek appropriateness. Friendship is understated. As the wise say, the friendship of a gentleman is as light as water. Friendships that are light last forever, while intense friendships can turn sour in an instant. Light friends supplement the heart. Intense friends hurt the heart. Seeking lightness in everything will reduce desires, and less desires will reduce troubles. Less troubles will allow you to calm down, and then you can gain wisdom, and then you can perceive the Tao and become a celestial. No leisure or busyness. Like the sun and the moon running, not fast or slow, not busy or idle. Get up and do things at sunrise, and rest at sunset. Follow nature. Everything is natural. Everywhere is natural. In this way, all limbs and bones, the internal organs, blood, and meridians will run in order with everything in the universe. You will be healthy and long-lived and not sick. You will be peaceful and spiritual. The receiving ability and transmitting ability of your physiological field will be strong, and it will be easier to connect with the energy of the negative universe, laying the physiological foundation for transcending time and space and becoming a. Do not care about what's left behind. The desire for one's name to live forever, being condemned by posterity, or to become the role model of future generations, etc., are all worldly thoughts of ordinary people. They are the fetters and shackles of life. If you are obsessed with gaining fame, you won't be able to live a carefree and easy life. Just follow your path, and let the common folks comment as they please on what's left behind. No cleverness. Great wisdom appears foolish. The highest wisdom is formless. Displaying cleverness is, in fact, foolish. Cleverness is but a minor skill, a trick of the common folk. The more cleverness you possess, the less wisdom you have. Cleverness can lead to one's own downfall, thus, it's better not to be clever. Do not speak more than necessary. To those with high wisdom, your words are nonsense. To those with low wisdom, your words are profound and difficult to understand. To those with equal wisdom, your words are unnecessary. Once the words are spoken, they can easily be twisted by those who love to nitpick and slander you. Therefore, it is best not to speak more than necessary, so that you can avoid disputes, get rid of troubles, increase wisdom, and make progress. Do not fear death. From a natural point of view, physical death is a necessary thing. Since it is inevitable and unavoidable, whether death comes sooner or later, it is still death. So what is there to fear? From a secular point of view, death is a self-cleaning of garbage. When your living is not beneficial to relatives, others, society, living only adds to the burden of relatives and becomes a burden to society. Insisting on living is like occupying a pit and not defecating, which is selfish and immoral behavior. From a philosophical point of view, death is life, life is death. Without death there is no life. Without life there is no death. If the body does not die, the soul cannot be liberated. Death itself is a kind of transcendence, is another kind of life, is happiness. What is there to fear? From a material point of view, matter is indestructible and can only transform from one state to another. At this time, you have become a god. What is there to fear about death? At this time, you have become a god. What is there to fear about death? Be as wood and stone. Wood and stone, receiving the essence of the sun and moon and the spirit of heaven and earth, remain fearless of the sun and rain, wind and frost. They observe the chirping of insects and birds, the shouting of people and horses with a cold eye, and remain unmoved. If one constantly remembers the great affairs of the world and cares about the suffering of ordinary people everywhere, then there will be no peace in one's heart. Without peace, how can one perceive the Tao? From a higher dimensional perspective, everything in the three-dimensional space is like colorful bubbles that disappear in an instant. What is the need to worry about, save, grasp, or fight for what vanish in a moment? Without a heart like wood and stone, becoming a celestial being is like a bubble, a shadow. Be as clouds. Unrestrained, shapless, without honor or disgrace, without trouble or annoyance, drifting with the wind, not lingering in any beautiful scenery. When there is water, it falls down, nourishes all things. When it meets clouds of opposite charge, it draws a lightning bolt, sounds a thunder, decorates the sky. Otherwise, borrow the heat of the sun and disappear into the vast universe. Be as ice. When things meet fire, they burn. When they meet heat, they rot. When they meet cold, they last. When they meet ice, they are constant. If you can reach the state of heart like ice, feelings like water, there will be no strong feelings of love, hate, and separation. Don't be afraid of ordinary people seeing you as a cold-blooded animal, an inert gas, a weird person. Be as water. The best is like water. I am formless, but can become any shape. I am weak, but can create huge waves. I have no desire, but can nourish all things. I am pure, but can wash away all dirt. I am humble, but all things have to rely on me. No opponents, no enemies. Do not fight with heaven, do not fight with earth, do not fight with people. Be a part of the harmonious nature. Treat insults, defamation, slander, and spreading rumors as plants treat lightning, storms, severe cold and heat, without being moved, without refuting, without arguing, without reasoning. Treat harm, traps, exploitation, and oppression like cliffs treat tsunamis, the earth treats earthquakes, mountains treat volcanic eruptions, and rivers treat reverse stone flows. Just ignore, do not fight back, do not get angry, do not retaliate. Why not fight with heaven? Because people are just a tiny particle in the sky and the universe, pitiful and tiny. Although people call themselves the spirit of all things, they do not know how high the sky is, how big the universe is, where they come from, where they're going, when they will get sick, when they will die. We can't control ourselves, can't manage ourselves. How can we fight with heaven? Why not fight with the earth? Everything on the earth is interconnected, relies on each other, causes and affects each other, and benefits each other. They are mutually beneficial biological plant chain, a perfect system. Any artificial transformation will take care of this and lose the other, destroying the ecological balance inside nature. You use pesticides to kill insects, which means that birds are gone. Mountains become terraces and floods will flood. Grasslands become farmland and dust fills the sky. Deserts become oases and it will bring more severe heat and cold. Pollute rivers, lakes, and seas and diseases will be rampant. Pollute the air and it is difficult to see white clouds and blue sky. Fighting with the earth is equivalent to digging your own grave and turning heaven into hell. Why not fight with people? Wronging others is a disaster. Forgiving people is a blessing. Confronting with people with no Tao in their heart, the result is self-harm. Those who fight people will be fought by people in the end. Those who play people will be played by people in the end. Those who kill people will be killed by people in the end. Those who harm people will be harmed by people in the end. Those who scold people will be scolded by people in the end. Gain is loss, loss is gain. An iron law in the universe is, there is cause and effect, there is fruit and cause, there is loss and gain, there is gain and loss. You don't need to fight with people, just let others bully you. Just like Jesus said, if someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn the other cheek to him too. Ignorant people are confused people, worldly people are scheming people, mortals are smart people, sages are wise people. Most of those who fight people are worldly people, and the final outcome of worldly people is very sad. It is not necessary to argue with them about merits and demerits, gains and losses. In addition, those who fight people have restless hearts, and it is difficult for them to perceive the Tao without a calm heart. If you do not retaliate after being harmed, there will be no worries. Without worries, one can be calm. Calmness brings peace, balance, and clarity. One can perceive the Tao, pursue the Tao, attain the Tao. Attaining the Tao can become a celestial, can enjoy eternity. Why fight with people? The retribution of cause and effect is precise to the smallest detail. Do not fight with people, just follow the Tao, leave the rest to the Tao to manage. The Tao is very fair and will not wrong people. 2.1.do not show ability. Ability refers to talent, intelligence, capability, brilliance, energy, function. The more ability a person has, the higher their value. Ability is like a colorful gem. It must be hidden and not shown off. You should let the world see that you are no different from others. Even if you have the talent of strategizing and gaining a decisive victory 1,000 miles away and an ability to rule the country, you should also look at the world with cold eyes. Once your abilities are revealed, you will become a slave to your own abilities, and you will be enslaved by relatives, others, and society. You will lose control over yourself, and you will have no leisure time to cultivate and improve yourself. Of course, this is not to say that you should not use your ability or ignore your relatives and friends. If you want to help people, it is best to do it in a way that people can't see or touch. Mobilize the energy of the negative universe, make their work smooth, make their family harmonious and happy, make their life safe. Helping people and not letting people know is the way to cultivate one's virtue. It is particularly important to emphasize that during your cultivation, self-improvement, perceiving Tao, and attainment of the Tao, your body is undergoing changes, especially as your mind power becomes stronger and stronger, purer and purer, closer and closer to one. Like a piece of ordinary iron, through continuous magnetization, the molecules inside are constantly arranged in one direction, gradually generating attraction and repulsion. At this time, it is not a piece of ordinary iron, but a magnet. Similarly, during your cultivation, there will be some special functions that you can't imagine happening on your body, such as walking on the water surface, riding the clouds and mist, passing through the wall, moving things with your mind, which are all child's play. Invisibility, earth escape, transformation is not difficult. You hold an iron rod in your hand. Let it bend. It will bend. Let it straight. It will straight. You see a person. Let him go. He will go. Let him stop. He will stop. Let him do what? He will do what? You really understand what is called do whatever you want. Once you start to develop certain abilities, you must constantly remind yourself that you have a long journey ahead before you can transform into a celestial being. If you let your worldly desires take over and show off your abilities to the world at this point, you will deeply regret it. Many people fail at this stage in the process of becoming a celestial being. As for the reason, it is a secret of heaven that I cannot reveal. Because once revealed, it would be like leading a wolf into a flock of sheep, causing disaster to both humans and the celestial world. The higher the ability, the greater the destructive power. Here, I want to emphasize once again that we should not cure diseases for others. As your abilities grow stronger, you will find it effortless to cure diseases, be it fractures, cancer, leukemia, or AIDS, even easier than a breath, and you could even resurrect the recently deceased. So why can't we cure diseases for others? Because all diseases, whether inherited, acquired, caused by accidents, or infectious, are self-inflicted. This is an order in what seems to be chaos, accident, coincidence, misfortune, and ill fate. You reap what you sow, and there is a reason behind every event in the world. The retribution of cause and effect is an iron law in the universe. There is a cause for every effect, and an effect for every cause. The bigger the cause, the bigger the effect. The smaller the cause, the smaller the effect. There is no effect without a cause, and no cause without an effect. Everything is inevitable. There is absolutely no accident. What we call an accident is the understanding we get when we can't find the cause behind it, which is a mistaken and helpless understanding. Everything in the universe is orderly, and order is inevitability. So where is the cause of the disease? Hereditary diseases, congenital diseases, are caused by our ancestors. The ancestors' defiance of the Tao is the cause, and the suffering of the descendants is the effect. The previous generation planted trees, and the next generation enjoyed the shade. The previous generation committed sins, and the next generation suffered. How do diseases in real life come about? Overeating, irregular living, indulging in joy, exhausting labor, too much talk, worry, affection, desire, and greed can all lead to abnormal operation of certain organs and parts of the body, causing pain and disease. A small part of infectious diseases is caused by nature, and the vast majority are caused by society and are also self-made by people. Air, flies, and mosquitoes themselves will not infect you with diseases. In general, 10% of diseases are caused by ancestors, 80% are self-made, 9% are collectively made by humans, and 1% are caused by order. Since the disease is self-made, people should suffer from the disease. Through the torment of disease, people can gain wisdom and know where they have gone too far and should stop. Through the torment of disease, people can reduce the heart of striving for fame and profit and increase the intention of transcending the mundane. Through the torment of disease, they can wake up the people around them and the world to prevent them from happening. If you use special functions to cure it, you will not achieve the above effects. In addition, suffering from disease is a form of repaying debts. If you have own heaven, own the earth, own people, own society, own nature, blaspheme the greatest creator and insult Buddha, you have to repay it. The more you suffer, the lighter your debt, the smoother and flatter your path to becoming a celestial. I say this, not to ask you not to treat the disease when you have it. When you have a disease, you not only need to treat it, but also need to treat it in time. You need to ask a doctor to treat it. The doctor treating diseases is in line with the Tao, but the more important thing is that you need to prevent it yourself and learn to keep in good health. 22. Pay attention to the micro, weak, and small. The micro world is larger, more complex, and stronger than the macro world. It's hard to understand the Tao without noticing the subtle. The concept of constant dripping wears away a stone, and sawing through wood with a rope are macroscopic, while the micro things and influences are invisible and intangible. A towering tree starts from a tiny sprout. A skyscraper starts from a pile of earth. Profound morality comes from every word and deed. Every smile and movement, disasters and blessings start from a thought in the heart. So don't seek the big, just seek the small. Don't seek the obvious, just seek the subtle. Don't seek the strong, just seek the weak. Don't seek the hard, just seek the soft. 23. Do your best. To cultivate to become a celestial, one must first cultivate to be a human. Human cultivation requires doing one's best. Doing one's best is for being free from cares and worries, and being free from cares and worries leads to becoming a celestial. The primary duty of doing one's best is to respect one's parents. It's hard to become a person without filial piety. You grew up sucking your parents' milk, and your parents poured all their heart and blood into your growth process. They were frightened for you and spent countless sleepless nights for you. The selflessness of human beings is most perfectly and vividly embodied in the way parents treat their children. Whether you want to cultivate to become a celestial to unite with Tao, to become a monk to cultivate to become a Buddha, to serve the country, or to make a career. Whether you throw your head and shed blood for your children, or travel north and south for love and friendship. Whether you stride in palaces and courtyards, or are stranded at the ends of the earth, you should first put your parents in your heart. Even if you have 1,000 reasons and 10,000 excuses, it's hard to avoid the blame and escape the sin of unfilial piety. Doing your best is not about quantity or quality, but about exerting your utmost effort. When your parents are alive, you should do your utmost to fulfill your filial duties. After your parents pass away, there should be no guilt or regret in your heart, and you can be free of worries, having fulfilled your obligations towards your parents. Respecting your parents is for the sake of upholding the Tao, regardless of your parents' attitude towards you, how much they love you, your economic situation, or the physical distance between you and your parents. The next priority is to raise your children. Children are an extension of yourself, and about 20% of a child's destiny is in the hands of their parents. Whether you planned well, hoped for, or were mindless and casual, once a child is born, you must take full responsibility until the child reaches the age of 18. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a daughter is not taught, it is the mother's laziness. You must give up your own leisure and entertainment time, the pursuit of fame and profit, and pour your heart and blood into the upbringing, training, and education of your children. Only in this way can you fulfill your obligations towards your children. The third duty is to do your best towards your spouse, siblings, relatives and friends, neighbors and society, plants and insects, birds and beasts, and livestock, so as to have no regrets in your heart. The fourth duty is to do your best for yourself. Before becoming you are after all a mortal with many desires. If you can recognize the harm of desire, it can be self-transformed. If you fail to recognize its harm and forcibly restrain it, it will backfire. For example, when your sexual desire is strong and you cannot calm down to practice cultivation, you might seek a prostitute to calm your body and mind. If you see others gambling and feel an itch in your heart, then go and gamble in a game and experience the feelings of self-blame, self-hate, and guilt when losing. If you find drinking interesting, then get drunk once until you vomit. If you find others playing mahjong interesting, then play it once all night until your face turns green, your muscles shake, and your whole body feels numb. If you feel that swearing is satisfying, then go ahead and swear once, regardless of the consequences, until people think you are vulgar and unbearable and look at you with contempt. If you've heard that cockroach meat is delicious, then have a feast until you feel nauseous and want to vomit. Desire is very tempting before it is realized. Only after satisfaction, Will you find it tasteless, not valuable, not worth bothering about, wasting time and wasting money? Only when you have done your best for yourself and feel that there is nothing to regret can you be free from cares and worries and finally reach the state of no self. Otherwise, with a self in your heart, you cannot enter high-level cultivation. While doing your best, you should learn to gradually give up. Analyze what factors consume your heart, life, harm your health, waste your time, waste your money, bind your freedom, and affect your development. Discard what is worthless, meaningless affairs, people, things, etiquette, traditions, habits, environments, bit by bit, gradually reduce. Affairs, like some meetings, people, like those complaining about the sky and people, love to complain, friends that love to talk about right and wrong, things, like non-practical decorations, etiquette, like birthday gifts, traditions, like celebrating holidays, habits, like smoking, environments, like too much noise, too much right and wrong, places where you don't like to live and work, etc., etc. Finally, you can reach the state of physical and mental freedom, unrestrained, despise the world, and yearn for the fairyland. Intermediate cultivation. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Calm the mind. Everything is consumed in commotion, but is benefited from tranquility, and tranquility is the home of our spirit. Tranquility gives birth to wisdom, while commotion breeds fatuity. Without tranquility, it's hard to achieve much or go far. In the worldly realm, there are temptations of pleasing sounds, sensual pleasures, material wealth and profits, conflicts between self and others, seductions and misguidances, power struggles and deceptions, dangers lurking like sharp swords, turbulent and perilous situations, crises lurking everywhere, and countless forms and appearances. Only through the illumination of tranquility can we see clearly, like the sun shining brightly in the sky, sweeping away all haze, bringing clarity and peace. This is the path to seek harmony and well-being. How to calm the mind. Do not feel inferior, do not feel superior, do not be arrogant, do not make vows, do not get angry, do not give in to passions, do not owe heaven, do not owe people, do not owe earth, do not owe oneself, do not crave strange tastes, do not harbor strange behaviors, do not practice conspiracies, do not make strange gestures, do not insult gods and Buddhas, do not talk about others' faults, do not discuss worldly affairs, do not indulge in worldly sentiments, do not boast about one's abilities, have few desires, work moderately, speak cautiously, abstain from killing. Then you can calm your mind. Stop the mind. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you find a shore. Life is finite, but desires are boundless. Desires are like food, never-ending. They are like demons that disturb your mind and confuse your Buddha nature. If you do not aim high here, you will fall into the demonic realm. Once you enter the demonic realm, you will be lost in the heavy fog, and it will be difficult to see the celestial scenery, wasting this life in vain. Therefore, you should stop when you should stop, and retreat bravely in the face of the torrent. Manage the mind. The divine spirit gives me life, and the heart brings my demise. The heart is the master of the body and the commander of the spirit. When the heart moves, the spirit becomes clouded. When the heart is still, the spirit becomes clear. When the heart races, the spirit is unsettled. A single movement of the heart invites all kinds of troubles. While there are remedies for 100 diseases, the disease of the heart is difficult to cure. Therefore, those who are good at nurturing life start by managing their hearts. If it is restless, calm it. If it is wicked, stop it. If it is desirous, let go and suppress it. If it is impure, purify and clarify it. Over time, things will not disturb the heart, and the spirit will be at peace within. A vibrant, clear, and peaceful spirit is the key to connecting with the negative universe and harnessing the energy of the negative universe. Rectifying the mind. Before one can manage the mind, it must first be rectified. If the mind is not upright, it will breed evil thoughts. The first step to rectify the mind is to read the Bible. Without reading the Bible, things remain unclear. The second step is to read the Buddhist scriptures. Without reading the Buddhist scriptures, the principles are not comprehended. The third step is to read the Quran. Without reading the Quran, sincerity of the heart is hard to achieve. The fourth step is to read the Tao Te Ching. Without reading the scripture, the path remains unclear. The fifth step is to learn science. Without understanding science, everything becomes chaotic. Being humble. Looking back over 5,000 years, there are few who are humble. People cling to their own biases, preconceptions, heresies, delusions, and narrow views, insisting on their own opinions, refusing to admit their mistakes, wasting several lifetimes in vain, and failing the patience of the greatest creator. As the saying goes, there is a way to heaven, but they do not take it. Hell has no door, but they insist on crashing into it, brewing bitter wine to drink, and still blaming the greatest creator for being unfair. Those who suffer hardships, difficulties, poverty, torments, and setbacks need humility the most, but the reality is just the opposite. The more one understands the principles, the higher one's wisdom, the humbler one is. The less one understands the principles, the more stubborn, obstinate, reactionary, and cruel one is, the further one is from the Tao. Not only can they not become celestials, but it is also difficult for them to become humans in the next life. Relatively speaking, those great scientists, some billionaires, and political leaders, those who have become presidents and emperors may not necessarily be political leaders, are humbler. Those hidden sages who are unknown to the world are humbler. How to be humble? First of all, you need to know that the capacity of the heart can vary greatly. It can be so small that not even a needle can penetrate, or so vast that it can encompass the entire universe. The more filled the heart is, the smaller its capacity. The humbler the heart is, the larger its capacity. It can be said that the universe is as big as your heart, but this heart must be humble. For the sake of an analogy, let's consider the heart as a room. If this room is empty, humble, then it is useful. This room could be a bedroom, a study, an office, a gym, a storage room, a prison, or even a toilet. Depending on the need, it can become any room. But if this room is already filled with all kinds of junk, then this room is almost a junkyard, and it can no longer fit more things, nor can it become a useful room. If you want to make it a useful room, you must move out the unnecessary things inside. No matter how precious or valuable these things are in your eyes, you must decisively clean them up and throw them away, even if the inside has been reinforced with steel and concrete. You must also make an effort to tear it down. The heart is like a room. The more prejudices and preconceptions you have, the less useful your heart is, and the smaller its capacity. Here I give 3 examples. I have a friend in the secular world who is knowledgeable and brave. However, when I bring up the formation of the universe and the origin of life, he immediately asserts, the universe was formed by the Big Bang, life originated in water, and species came about through evolution. He shows impatience to continue the discussion with me, leaving me speechless. For hundreds of years, these prejudices have been accepted by the world, binding the minds of millions of people. Why not use scientific methods and thinking to reason and verify step by step? If the Big Bang could form an orderly universe, why didn't the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima result in 2 more beautiful, orderly, and modern cities, but instead resulted in chaotic ruins? To refute the fallacy that life accidentally formed in water requires a lot of space. So I recommend reading the book Life, How Did It Get Here? By evolution or by creation. This book can be obtained by writing to 25 Columbia Heights, Brooklyn, New York, 11201, USA. It's worth noting that even Charles Darwin, a representative figure of the theory of evolution, admitted that life may have been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one. And Richard Dawkins, a representative figure of the theory that life accidentally originated in water, said in his book The Selfish Gene, this book should be read almost as though it were science fiction. Evolution only occurs within the same species of animals, plants, and microorganisms. One species will not evolve into another. In other words, rabbits will not evolve into horses, Snails will not evolve into cattle. Peach branches grafted onto willow trees will not grow peaches. And no matter how much monkeys evolve, they will not become humans. As for humans, due to the accumulation of knowledge and rich experience, they have continuously recognized and applied some laws existing in the material world, becoming smarter and more civilized. No matter how much they evolve, they will not grow eyes on the back of their heads or wings on their backs. As long as you have a bit of a scientific mind and follow the gene knowledge continuously explored by scientists led by the United States, you will know that the statement that species evolved is a fallacy. Mao Zedong said, "The spread of fallacies misleads people a lot." This is truly a profound statement. I have another friend whose wife, every time I urge this friend to study the Bible, immediately refutes with Marx's doctrine. Religion is the opium of the people. It should not be studied. What else can I say? You avoid the disease and fear the cure, mistaking the well rope for a snake, and even regard the book as a religion. This kind of prejudice is equivalent to closing a door to a beautiful life for yourself. As the saying goes, medicine does not cure the incurable disease. Buddhist saves those who are destined. Since you are not destined and not humble, no one can save you. I have a colleague. I once tried to guide him to understand how to have a carefree real life and a beautiful future life. He immediately asserted, "As long as a person is kind and diligent, it is enough." I asked what kindness is. He said, "Helping the weak and poor is kindness." I continued to ask, suppose there is a middle-aged man with elderly parents above and several underage children who are waiting to be fed below. The family is very poor. You help him get 10 kilograms of heroin at a low price. Let him resell it and make a huge profit. From then on, this family has a good life. Is this kind of help called kindness? He thought for a while and said, "This kind of help is not called kindness. It helps a family and harms dozens of families." I asked again, "Didn't you say that helping the weak and poor is kindness? Why do you say that this kind of help is not kindness?" He corrected and said, "What I mean is that it is kind to help the weak and poor in a proper way." I asked what the proper way is. He said, "The proper way is a method that is harmless to society and others." I continued to ask, "A poor child, smart and studious, is reading high school. You pity them. Find a way to find a job for this child who is in school, so that his family's economic situation has improved. This kind of help is harmless to society and harmless to others. Is it called kindness?" He answered, "It is kindness." I said, "This child may go to college after graduating from high school, and he has a bright future. You found him a job, solved the urgent need, but ruined his bright future. Can this be called kindness?" He thought for a while and said, "The best help is not only harmless to society and others, but also considers the overall interests and long-term interests of the help object. But this is complicated." I said, "All right, let's not delve too deep. Let's consider the simple. You just said that helping the weak and poor is kindness. So is helping the powerful and wealthy not considered kindness?" He decisively said, "It's not kindness." And he gave an example. Hitler was powerful. Helping him is evil. Capitalists get rich by exploiting the surplus value of workers. Helping them is not good. I said, during the Warring States period in China, wars were frequent, and people were living in dire straits. Some people helped the most powerful Qin state to unify China, thereby ending the wars, and the common people could rest and recuperate from then on. Can you say that helping the powerful is not an act of kindness? He thought for a while and said, if this powerful entity benefits the vast majority of people, helping it can also be said to be kind. I asked, the United States is the most powerful in the world today. If we help it to unify the globe, unify the currency, eliminate the military expenditures of various countries, freely exchange various cultures, freely come and go, and avoid many disputes, would you say this kind of help is considered kindness? He laughed heartily and answered, this is a political issue. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I continued to ask, does help also have a nature attribute? Is there political help, economic help, humanitarian help, cultural help, human rights help, military help? If divided by attributes, which kind of help is considered good? He immediately waved his hand and said, "This is too complicated." I smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the complicated ones. You said that helping the rich is not good. Suppose there is a place in Africa where people have no shoes to wear. Someone helped a big capitalist in the UK to set up a shoe factory in this place. From then on, the products of this place have increased in value. Some local people have entered a relatively civilized factory to work, started to contact machines, learn language and text. This remote place has a road to other tribes. And more importantly, people have shoes to wear, gradually leaving the primitive way of life and moving towards civilization. Do you think this kind of help is not good?" He thought for a long time before saying, "This kind of help is colonial in nature, but from a long-term perspective, it is good for the development of Africa and the people of Africa, and it can also be said to be good." I laughed and asked, "So you say helping the weak and poor is good, is the sentence correct?" He suddenly woke up, punched me on the shoulder, and laughed and said, "You deliberately beat around the bush to make me fall into your trap." After a pause, he sighed and muttered to himself, "It is really difficult to define goodness clearly. The greatest benevolence appears indifferent. The greatest kinship shows no favoritism. The greatest goodness appears evil. The greatest evil appears good." After a moment, he suddenly stood up, faced me, and said decisively, "No matter what, killing is always evil and not kind." He looked as if he had finally found an invincible truth. I stared into his eyes and gave an example. There was a 9-person squad that was sent thousands of miles away to a place heavily surrounded by enemy forces to rescue people on a quiet night. Midway, they were discovered by the enemy. During the firefight, one of them was seriously injured and could no longer walk. The squad leader had no choice but to shoot this comrade to death. If he didn't kill him, the angry enemy would hack him to death. He would suffer torture and pain. If he couldn't stand the torture, he would reveal the action plan of this 9-person squad, and then the whole army would be wiped out. Do you say this kind of killing is not kind? For example, an old and frail person, suffering from a terminal illness, in unbearable pain, decided by relatives and doctors, was mercifully given a lethal injection. The old man peacefully closed his eyes and ended his life. Do you say this kind of killing is kind? I spoke slowly, and his face gradually changed from a happy look to a puzzled look. He suddenly sat down on the edge of the bed. I knew that if I asked again at this time, I would definitely provoke his anger. I quickly lay on the bed, turned my back, and casually picked up a reader published by Gansu Province, China, and started reading. I disrupted his good feelings and values, which was undoubtedly a blow to his head. At this time, I only heard him panting heavily. I knew that war was imminent. I held my breath and quietly read the book. Just then his younger brother brought a bowl of braised pork for us to eat. As soon as he saw the food, he came back to his senses and shouted, "Damn, eating meat should always be good." He casually picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. I lay still without moving and responded to him, "What about eating human flesh?" He probably choked or got something lodged in his throat, and he abruptly spat out the meat in his mouth, bellowing, "You're utterly inhumane. When we talk about eating meat, we're referring to the meat of birds and beasts. How can it involve eating human flesh? Humans are sentient beings that can think and feel pain and pleasure. The cruelest act is to consume human flesh." I turn to ask again, "What about eating dog meat?" Dogs also have a spiritual nature and can understand human emotions. They are loyal friends to humans. They guard homes, provide comfort to lonely elderly people, can herd and avenge their masters. Isn't it cruel to eat their meat? He was taken aback, seemingly enlightened, squinting his eyes, and whispered, "It's best not to eat dog meat." "What about horse meat, beef, chicken, pork, etc.?" I continued to ask. He pondered for a while and answered, "For other animal meats, the slaughterer is cruel, the eater is innocent." So are you saying that those who manufacture guns and missiles are cruel, but those who use these weapons to kill are kind? He waved his hand impatiently and said, forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. In any case, kindness and diligence are absolutely correct." I said, Yes, ants are diligent, but too naive. Bees are diligent, but too foolish. Gold diggers are diligent, but they destroy vegetation and turn grasslands into deserts. Farmers are diligent, but after a heavy rain, they stand at the edge of the field, crying and shouting, heartbroken. I use the above three examples to illustrate that prejudice and preconception are misleading. We must often examine ourselves. Do not stick to what we think is correct. Be humble, and make it a space that can accommodate thousands of rivers, thousands of mountains, and all things. Only when we are in this state can we gain wisdom. Know that there are indeed the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. Find the way to the high-level space of life. Know that if seeking to be celestial, one will fulfill his wish so as to appreciate the infinite scenery of the fairyland. 6. Stabilizing the mind. Stability is achieved when the mind remains calm and undisturbed. Once you comprehend the journey of transcending time and space as described in Life of Chanuan, you should concentrate with an unwavering mind. Even when dealing with a myriad of mundane affairs, one should simply adapt to the circumstances. When the wind blows through the sparse bamboo, the bamboo does not retain the sound after the wind has passed. When the wild geese fly over the cold, deep pool, the pool does not retain the shadow of the geese after they have flown past. When events arise, the mind responds. And when events pass, the mind returns to its original state of emptiness. Emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, sadness, fear, surprise, and thought do not disturb the mind. Concepts of right and wrong, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, good and bad do not confuse the mind. Temptation, coercion, deception, and fraud do not shake the mind. Success and failure, gain and loss, disaster and blessing, merit and demerit do not unsettle the mind. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, hatred, disease, and death do not bewilder the mind. Sensations of cold and warmth, pain and itch, sour and sweet, bitter and spicy do not bother the mind. Feelings of loneliness, solitude, depression, and worry do not entangle the mind. Entities like gods, monsters, Buddhas, demons, ghosts, and spirits do not bind the mind. Laws, precepts, orders, and contracts do not constrain the mind. Personal identities such as I, you, he, she, ancestors, and descendants do not preoccupy the mind. Worldly desires like fame, wealth, status, beauty, and treasure do not ensnare the mind. Concepts of reality and illusion, existence and non-existence, clarity and turbidity, purity and impurity do not obstruct the mind. If one can stabilize the mind, one enters a state of meditation. During meditation, one is close to Buddha, can attain supernatural powers, can achieve transformation, and has prepared the Dharma body. In this state, one can ascend to the 9 heavens to grasp the moon. One can descend to the 5 oceans to catch turtles. 7. Purifying the mind. Water has a source, trees have roots, humans have hearts, hearts have spirits, spirits have gods, gods have masters, and masters have an origin. In the positive and negative universe, there is no water without a source, no tree without roots, no human without a heart, no heart without a spirit, no spirit without a god, no god without a master, and no master without an origin. If the source is turbid, the water will be muddy. If the root is rotten, the tree will wither. If the heart is polluted, the person will be lost. The heart originates from the spirit, with the heart and spirit resonating and vibrating at the same frequency. A single thought of the heart-spirit can connect everything. The spirit is like a large broadcasting machine, constantly sending information from the divine to every space and corner of the universe. The heart is like a small receiving machine, ceaselessly receiving information sent from the universal spirit. However, if the heart is impure and tainted, it is like a rusty receiving machine, unable to receive instructions from the spirit. Even if it can receive a little, it will be intermittent and filled with static, too much noise, and incomplete instructions. Then you will be at a loss, leading to an unpredictable life. What I mean by fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and consciousness flows freely when your heart is at peace. No diseases will bother you when your heart and body are clean, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings, is exactly this. Factors leading to impurity of the heart. Blasphemy against God makes the heart impure. Evil thoughts make the heart impure. Delusions make the heart impure. Unrestrained greed makes the heart impure. Desiring for undue advantages makes the heart impure. Deception and trickery make the heart impure. Nonsense makes the heart impure. Insulting gods and Buddhas makes the heart impure. Disrespecting parents makes the heart impure. Fighting and robbing make the heart impure. Ambiguous thoughts make the heart impure. An unclean body makes the heart impure. Cheating and defrauding make the heart impure. A heart lacking kindness makes the heart impure. Ignorance makes the heart impure. If the heart is impure, it is hard for the heart to be calm. If the heart is not calm, it is hard for one to become a celestial being. 8. Ending the heart's worries. The divine spirit gives me life, and the heart brings about my demise. When the heart arises, the true nature perishes. When the heart perishes, the true nature manifests. Ending the heart's worries is based on doing your best to reach a state of no mind. Although the body exists in the world, the heart remains untainted by a speck of dust, thereby achieving the state of no form of self, others, living beings, or lifespan. This transcends the realm of desire and the realm of form, entering the formless realm, laying the foundation for advanced cultivation of refining one's nature. To achieve the end of the heart's worries and the state of no mind, Taoism offers a poem, Song of No Mind, which can lend a hand. Song of No Mind, translated by Thomas Cleary. How laughable my mind, like a stubborn fool. Restlessly it rises and falls, allowing things to be settled by chance. It neither understands cultivation, nor commits sin. It never benefits others, nor benefits itself. It neither observes discipline, nor adheres to taboos. It neither knows propriety and music, nor practices benevolence and righteousness. When asked what it can do, it knows nothing at all. When hungry, it eats. When thirsty, it drinks. When tired, it sleeps. When awake, it walks. When hot, it wears light clothes. When cold, it covers with a quilt. It has no thoughts, no worries. No joy, no sorrow. It has no regrets, no schemes, no intentions, no ideas. Life and death, honor and disgrace, are but travelers' inns. Trees and birds can also be like this, coming without hindrance, going without restraint. It neither avoids nor seeks, neither praises nor blames. It neither hates ugliness, nor admire beauty. It neither seeks quiet places, nor avoid noisy ones. It does not talk of others' wrongs, nor boast of its own right. It neither respects the noble, nor despises the humble. It treats love and hatred, big and small, inside and outside, joy and sorrow, gain and loss, respect and insult, with equal simplicity and ease. Its mind does not see dualities. It is even and calm. It neither seeks fortune, nor causes misfortune. It responds only when stimulated. It acts only when compelled. It fears no sharp blades, nor dreads tigers and rhinoceroses. It calls things by their names. It does not cling to labels. Its eyes do not follow colors. Its ears do not chase sounds. All that appears is false and illusory. The forms and sounds of men and women are not fixed entities. The mind has no form. It is unstained and unhindered, free and at ease. Nothing can bind it. Its wondrous illumination shines through inside and out, encompassing the six extremes. There is no near or far. Light, yet not light, like the moon in water, difficult to grasp. What can it be compared to? Understanding this subtle function, one transcends beyond. If asked what it adheres to, this is all there is. Advanced self-improvement. Sympathy. Advanced self-improvement is the practice of those rare individuals in human society who have essentially attained perfect human nature. It is the path of cultivation leading to the 10,000-year world and the Elysium world, Pure Land, and it is not meant for the ordinary masses. Advanced self-improvement involves the realms of gods, celestials, and Buddhas, and delves into the profound mysteries of the universe. A slight misstep could bring disaster to humanity. Therefore, I will only explain it to those who have affinities with celestials and Buddhas. Advanced self-improvement can be summarized in one guiding principle. As long as you recognize that the world is faultless, all faults lie within us, you can enter the realm of advanced self-improvement. The above is about self-improvement. Now, let's begin the self-cultivation. Advanced cultivation. Shuifeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Advanced cultivation is the practice that begins after one has attained the status of a celestial being. As long as concepts such as parents, children, family, ethnicity, and nation still exist in your heart, as long as you have not yet experienced all the hardships and tasted all the bitter and sweet experiences of human society, as long as you have not yet read the Bible, the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, you cannot engage in this cultivation. At present, there are no such individuals in human society, so I find it unnecessary to elaborate further. The highest realm of cultivation. Xiefeng. November 25, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. The following story, I have forgotten its source, perhaps it was told by my English Bible teacher more than 20 years ago, or maybe I read it in the American Reader's Digest. An elegant lady was walking on the street when suddenly she was knocked down by a man riding a bicycle. The man quickly helped her up, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry," while the woman, shaking off the dust from her body, calmly said, "I'm sorry. It was me who blocked your way." When someone is knocked down from behind, they would typically either sternly reprimand the man or demand hefty compensation for the mental and physical injuries. But this woman not only did not get angry, blame, or demand anything, she calmly said, "I'm sorry. It was me who blocked your way." Her words implied that the man was right, and the one who was knocked down was wrong. What kind of realm is this? I believe this is the highest realm of cultivation, and cultivators should take this lady as a role model. Over 30 years ago, on a road in Yuzhong County, Lanzhou City, where there were very few vehicles, I suddenly heard the emergency braking sound of a truck from behind. Turning around, I saw the truck driver sticking his head out of the window and shouting loudly at a man riding a bicycle, "Are you looking to die? Damn it!" This driver was full of anger, and if the bicycle had blocked his way, a simple honk would have sufficed as a warning. There was no need for such cursing. This behavior is definitely not characteristic of a cultivator. Cultivators adhere to certain ethical standards. They refrain from scolding, hitting, hurting, annoying, harming, or provoking others. They communicate kindly and behave appropriately. If they can acknowledge their own mistakes and give credit to others, then they are cultivators with a certain level of spiritual maturity and mental breadth. If they are willing to sacrifice their own honor, dignity, property, status, or even their lives to protect the honor, dignity, property, status, or lives of others, then they have reached the highest realm of cultivation. Inevitability. Xiefeng. Each of us is like a rough stone. Only through cutting and polishing can we form useful gemstones of certain geometric shapes. Cultivation and practice are akin to this cutting and polishing process. To cultivate and practice, one must first understand oneself. Only with a comprehensive understanding of oneself can one know how to cultivate and practice. To enter the kingdom of freedom, one must first understand the kingdom of inevitability. So, what is inevitability? Inevitability. The world is vast, with myriad phenomena, dazzling and complex, unpredictable, bewildering, and seemingly endless. From the movement of celestial bodies, the ever-changing weather, the chirping of insects and the singing of birds, the growth of grass and the blooming of flowers, to the vicissitudes of life, the rise and fall of nations, the prosperity and decline of human affairs, and the afflictions of illness and disaster. Everything appears to be random and impermanent, yet it is all governed by an underlying order of inevitability. Inevitability is the order of the universe, and the order of the universe is inevitability. The vast stars, each inevitably moving within their respective star systems and clusters, following predetermined orbits with certain directions and speeds. Some, upon reaching a certain point in space and time, are inevitably pulled off course by other gravitational forces, becoming meteorites, burning across the vast sky, adorning the firmament. The rise of winds and waves, the ebb and flow of tides, the ascent of clouds and descent of rains, the drifting of snow and the shrouding of mist, the rumble of thunder and the flash of lightning, the roar of tsunamis, the rampage of typhoons, the eruption of volcanoes, the splitting of earthquakes, the flooding of rivers, the engulfing of sandstorms, the disappearance of birds, the appearance of dawn and dusk, the manifestation of rainbows, the occurrence of solar and lunar eclipses, the changing of seasons, all are inevitable consequences of the Earth's movement, the sun's heat, the moon's gravity, and human activity. The migration of migratory birds, the hibernation of frogs and snakes, the morning song of the larks, the crowing of roosters at dawn, the proliferation of insects, the propagation of bacteria, the sowing in spring and the developing in summer, the harvesting in autumn and the storage in winter, the winding of vines, the fragrance of osmanthus trees, the blooming and withering of flowers, the sunflower's orientation toward the sun. Everything is an inevitable result of the passage of time. The drifting of continents, the fissuring of the Earth's crust, the melting of snow-capped mountains, the disappearance of small islands, the redirection of rivers, the landslides of mountains, the heightening of peaks, the weathering of rocks, the crisscrossing of gullies, the shifting of sand dunes, the emergence of springs from rock crevices, the cascading of waterfalls, the transportation of sand by rivers, the formation of deltas. Everything is an inevitable consequence of the Earth's movements. The disappearance of early empires like Egypt, Mesopotamia, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, the Third Reich, and colonies gradually fading away, the emergence of the United Nations, the budding of the European community, the global circulation of the US dollar, the global spread of English, are not man-made but rather inevitable outcomes of historical development. Caesar and Alexander have departed. Qin Shi Huang and Genghis Khan are gone. Napoleon and Hitler are no more. Stalin, Roosevelt, Mao Zedong, and other great figures of their time have also disappeared. 1,000 sails pass by the wrecked boat. 10,000 trees spring up in front of the sick tree. This is the inevitable progression of society. The disappearance of those riding donkeys to visit their parents' home, the emergence of automobiles, the end of transporting goods with hand-pulled carts, replaced by trucks, the retreat of bows and spears, the dominance of machine guns and missiles, the limited vision of reconnaissance soldiers, replaced by spy satellites in space, the slowness of abacus beads, the emergence of computers, the exponential expansion of information and knowledge, the ubiquity of CDs and computer networks, the inefficiency of manual labor, taken over by a plethora of modern machines, the large margin of error in manual operation, the advent of robots. These are inevitable consequences of human survival competition. The offspring of close relatives often suffer from mental disabilities. Promiscuity leads to sexually transmitted diseases. Excessive drinking and eating cause digestive discomfort. Irregular living leads to physical weakness and fatigue. Indulgence in excessive drinking and eating leads to various diseases. Nonsense talk brings misfortune close at hand. Confused thoughts lead to headaches and mental fatigue. Disasters strike unexpectedly when taboos are ignored. Pent-up emotions lead to cancer. Twisted thoughts lead to heart disease. The type of seed sown determines the type of sprout. The kind of flower blossom determines the kind of fruit. The human body is like a complex computer. Whatever content is inputted will result in corresponding feedback. This is the inevitable program. 10 months of pregnancy, 1 day of delivery, youth arrives, menstruation flows, childbirth, continuous breastfeeding. Men grow beards, women develop clitorises. Menopause arrives, menstruation ceases, aging, decline of the body, wrinkled skin. From embryo to infant, from youth to adulthood, from middle age to old age, all are inevitable physiological developments. Wolves do not eat grass, sheep do not eat meat, Bats come out at night. Owls sleep during the day. Cats catch mice. Dogs guard yards. Cows plow fields. Horses are harnessed. Elephants give birth to one. Pigs give birth to litters. Birds and snakes lay eggs. Frogs and fish spawn. Trees do not bear melons. Seedlings struggle to bear fruit. This is the inevitability of the ecological balance of nature. The moon wanes inevitably after it waxes full. When it wanes, it inevitably waxes full again. When things flourish, they inevitably decline. When people become strong, they inevitably perish. When there is too much water, it inevitably floods. When fire rages, it inevitably burns. Apples inevitably fall to the ground. Melons inevitably shed their stems when ripe. Those without roots inevitably decay. Bodies inevitably die. The ignorant inevitably become restless. The foolish inevitably make noise. The wise inevitably become saints. The spiritually advanced inevitably become virtuous. Those who attain the Tao inevitably become deity. Those who transcend the mundane inevitably become celestial beings. Everything is inevitable. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The offspring of rats will dig holes. All beings have no choice in their origins. All phenomena in nature are inevitable. So, can humans escape the shackles of inevitability? Let's first look at the many inevitabilities in life. The birth of self, date and time of birth, family and social environment at birth, gender, height, appearance, innate abilities, and ethnicity, congenital diseases, spouses, colleagues, friends, aging, lifespan, date and method of death, dreaming, the gender and number of one's own children, occupation, murder and imprisonment, wealth, fame, and status, turning points and encounters in life, peach blossom luck, eating, drinking, excreting, sleeping, enjoying blessings, suffering hardships, enduring suffering, what path to take, what kind of person to become, prosperity and adversity, destination after death. These 18 aspects are all inevitabilities that individuals cannot control. Let us analyze them one by one. 51 elementary self-improvement practices. Shuifeng. 1 prayer. Wake up with the rising sun. Open the window, clean the room, then sit quietly for 3 minutes. Once you feel refreshed, pray first to Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Acknowledge that the greatest creator is the supreme being of the universe. Ask for his forgiveness for your sins, and in your prayer, envision your future and the goals you want to achieve. Express your desires to the greatest creator and ask for his help in fulfilling them. Once the prayer is completed, it signifies that you have sent out a wave of intention to the vast negative universe. The negative universe will mobilize all its energies to provide comprehensive service to ensure a smooth day for you. If something doesn't go well, it indicates that this matter should be postponed or not done at all, so don't be anxious or angry. If you're interested, you can check out the reasons why many people didn't go to work or were late to the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, and survived the disaster. Most of their reasons were due to seemingly unfortunate delays. Whether things go smoothly or not, as long as you have full confidence in Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, and follow the path of the life of genuine, everything will have a definite arrangement. 2 greetings. In the morning, greet your parents and inquire if they slept well or have any instructions for you. If your parents are not around, silently bless them with good health. If your parents have passed away, don't forget to pay tribute to them. Care and educate children. Daily, ensure that the children wake up on time and go to school or work. See if they have any requests. When the children return in the evening, it's best to listen to their experiences and thoughts over dinner, providing guidance and education through conversation. Tolerance in disputes. When handling conflicts among relatives, friends, or siblings, always speak gently. Avoid harsh words, rough behavior, or saying hurtful things. If faced with unreasonable behavior, be patient. If your interests are infringed upon, yield. Respect and honesty towards superiors. Always be respectful and honest with your boss or superior. Avoid being dismissive or hiding things. Obey their instructions and arrangements, and never criticize or slack off. Whether your superior is a wise leader, a mafia boss, a people's hero, a rogue, kind-hearted, or malicious, powerful or incompetent, as long as they're your superior or boss, you must act accordingly. If you dislike them, leave and find a different work environment. If you dislike them but don't leave, using them while wanting to abandon and undermine them, the sin lies not with them but with you. You'll always be a hypocrite and conspirator. There is no undeserved fortune or calamity. Hypocrites and conspirators with improper mindsets will face endless troubles. Farewells and welcoming. Whenever you leave the house, if there are family members at home, always say goodbye. If you are home and family members return, get up to greet them and inquire about their well-being. Harmony in the family is reflected in these daily small acts. Coexisting with your wife. The most important person in life is your wife, and she is also the hardest to deal with. If fortunate to marry a knowledgeable, reasonable, gentle, and virtuous wife, your life is half successful. If unfortunate to marry an unreasonable, slovenly, selfish, uneducated, lazy, and vain wife, life is half failed. If this misfortune befalls you, what should you do? First, accept this reality calmly and embrace the hardship. Understanding the cause and effect relationship, you will know why, among so many good women, you ended up with this person. Karma will be repaid. To have a better next life, willingly endure the hardships of this life. The more hardships in this life, the better the next. Second, don't try to change her. A leopard can't change its spots. After death, the soul goes its separate way. Life is short. Don't waste time on futile efforts. Third, don't pursue divorce. Bear your own sins. Don't pass them on to others. If you don't suffer this sin, you will suffer another. The process of suffering is the process of self-improvement and achieving fruition. Don't give up the chance for the negative universe to test you. If she wants a divorce, happily compensate her and let her go with a smile. Finally, don't argue or fight. When she is hysterical and unreasonable, just pretend there is an annoying frog croaking beside you. When she has an affair or seeks pleasure outside, pretend to be deaf and dumb, as if you were raising a pig. When she does no housework and expects to be served, silently endure without complaint. When she is addicted to gambling or dancing, inform relatives and friends, then live separately with her. When she uses violence or brandishes weapons, knock her out with one punch. When she seeks death, whether by electrocution, drowning, hanging, or poison, pretend not to know and walk away. Coexisting with your husband. A man fears choosing the wrong profession. A woman fears marrying the wrong man. Marrying an ambitious, diligent, healthy, understanding, and affectionate husband makes a woman's life 80% happy. If unlucky to marry a dabbler, what should you do? First, recognize that no one is perfect, and there is no perfect husband in the world. Enjoy the good half of him and endure the bad half. For example, don't expect a man with great ambition to take care of household chores. He won't have the time and energy if he doesn't exploit you. Don't expect a multi-talented man to bring a peaceful life to the family. Don't expect a handsome and charming man to be completely loyal and not flirt outside. Don't expect a wealthy man to bring a regular and worry-free life. Don't expect a man with a strong career ambition to have leisure time for romance. Don't expect a man who brings you sexual pleasure every night to avoid physical labor and study deeply. Don't expect a sedentary, pot-bellied man who reads and writes to bring sexual satisfaction. Don't expect a rough, bold, and powerful man to understand your delicate emotions. Don't expect a man who is always around, worried about your every frown or fever, to achieve great success. Don't expect a man who is meticulous with housework to become prominent. Don't expect a knowledgeable and scholarly man to avoid criticizing and directing you. Don't expect a man who brings a peaceful and harmonious family atmosphere to be socially adept and responsive. Whether a woman is happy depends on the type of husband she marries. Whether a man is successful depends on the type of wife he marries. The greatest damage to human nature and the biggest constraint on personal freedom comes first from spouses. There is no perfect marriage or ideal spouse combination. Once you recognize this, you can accept unpleasant realities calmly and sincerely. Women should start their self-improvement by learning not to depend on men emotionally to have hope of becoming a celestial being. The American sex symbol Marilyn Monroe committed suicide at 36 not because of lacking other things, but because of lacking a man she could truly rely on emotionally. If she had turned her mind to other spaces, she wouldn't have had that ending. Thus, women should begin their self-improvement by not relying emotionally on men. Less TV, idle chat, and newspapers. More reading. In today's world, with advanced communication and vast information, the more you know, the deeper you get involved, and the harder it is to calm your mind. Roughly analyze, and how many of the 100 pieces of information are valuable to you? Most information not only fails to benefit you but adds to your worries, fears, and anger. TV and newspapers are your main information sources and the culprits for your inability to stay calm, so it's wise to watch and read less. Idle chat, especially with common folks, has more harm than benefit. Idle chat is nothing more than gossiping about others, discussing trivial matters, praising some, criticizing others, talking about who got lucky, who had bad luck, whose wife had an affair, whose husband is unfaithful, where to make money, how to get promoted, who is scheming, who is morally corrupt, and so on. It's often baseless, speculative, and detrimental to your mind. However, chatting with wise or celestial people is highly beneficial, akin to learning from 10 years of study in one conversation. The key is that if you lack certain cultivation and qualities, wise or celestial people won't waste their time chatting with you. More reading refers to reading books beneficial to physical and mental health, enlightening wisdom, cultivating temperament, encouraging progress, and depicting the truth, goodness, and beauty of life. Generally, this means sage books, popular science readings, and books on spirit, physiology, and psychology. Avoid books that corrupt the mind, focus on schemes, incite desires, and spread bizarre tales. Magazines should be like Reader's Digest or Reader, avoiding vulgar, obscene, privacy-invading, sensational, and flamboyant ones. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues, and lechery is the greatest evil. Men, aside from their spouse or a prostitute, should not touch any other woman. There are no women who come without consequence, especially those of different generations, significantly older or younger, or those from respectable families. Such actions not only bring bad karma in this life, but will degrade your soul to the level of animals in the next life. If you have already committed such acts, immediately turn back and sincerely repent to Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator with heartfelt remorse. Always remember, filial piety is the greatest virtue, and lechery the greatest sin. Treat people with sincerity and without precautions. Imagine that everyone in the world is good. No one intentionally wants to harm you. Even if you have been deceived or taken advantage of before, maintain this mindset. It is better to be deceived 1,000 times and remain sincere than to become distrustful. Do not doubt your parents' love, your wife's fidelity, your children's respect, your friends' loyalty, your subordinates' intentions, your boss' motives, your colleagues' goodwill, your competitors' strategies, your neighbors' actions, or small vendors have deceitful schemes, and so on. Do not compete with others. In public places, if there is a misunderstanding or conflict, regardless of who is right, always apologize first, be courteous, and do not argue. Take the blame upon yourself and concede the reason to others. For example, if someone on a bicycle collides with you, apologize for blocking their path, even if you are injured. Do not expose others' secrets, point out their shortcomings, criticize their faults, or discuss their mistakes. Do not seek advantages, and do not pick up lost items. Do not exploit others' misfortunes to gain benefits, take advantage of their unpreparedness to harm them, deceive the honest, or bully the kind-hearted. Do not opportunistically steal or fish in troubled waters. Do not buy items that are much more valuable than their price. Do not touch what does not belong to you. And do not pick up valuables found on the road. Seek a home that is well lit, well ventilated, clean, and tidy. Do not aspire for luxury or flaunt wealth. Refrain from hoarding treasures or money at home to prevent arousing jealousy, covetousness from thieves, robbery from miscreants, or envy from adversaries. Follow the main path and do not learn petty skills. The main paths include professions like farming, commerce, academics, military, and politics. Petty skills include matchmaking, fortune-telling, astrology, face reading, counseling, massage, magic, Taoist practices, gambling, martial arts, sorcery, performing arts, stock speculation, stamp collecting, theft, and begging. Do not learn these petty skills yourself, but do not belittle or mock those who practice them. Respect others' choices. Treat the world as one family and spread love globally. Do not discriminate against any ethnicity, and do not let race, skin color, history, social systems, or economic status dictate your attitude. Similarly, do not harbor resentment towards people from developed capitalist countries because you feel compassion for those in poor areas. This way, you can peacefully enjoy life anywhere in the world. As long as your existence does not harm others, animals, or plants, no disaster or misfortune will befall you. Treat everyone equally. Do not harm the disabled, the poor, or those who are widowed and lonely. Do not treat people differently based on their status or wealth. Do not participate in any form of subversive conspiracy. Be open, honest, and unselfish in all matters, and do not harbor deceitful intentions. Do not engage in or promote any form of superstition. Do not believe in, create, spread, or propagate rumors. Do not withhold wages or benefits from subordinates or servants, and do not obstruct others' career advancements. Do not be jealous of others, and do not curse your rivals or enemies. Keep promises and be punctual. If an unavoidable situation causes a delay, promptly notify the other party and apologize for the inconvenience. Be realistic in all matters. Do not exaggerate, understate, or lie. 26. Dress, behave, and conduct yourself in a manner consistent with common people. 27. Do not be picky about food, do not be extravagant, and do not waste. 28. Avoid places of conflict and disputes, and do not inquire about bizarre or abnormal matters. 29. Return borrowed items promptly. Compensate for any damage and repay borrowed money with interest. 30. Avoid cunning words, obscene language, and vulgar behavior. 31. Mind your own business and do not meddle in others' affairs. Do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. 32. Repay kindness, forget grievances, and do not seek revenge. Do not keep track of the favors you have done. 33. Do not indulge in banquets or parties, and do not stay too long at friends' or relatives' homes. 34. Do not abuse domestic animals, and do not kill animals indiscriminately. 35. Maintain personal and public hygiene. Do not spit, urinate, defecate, or litter indiscriminately. 36. Avoid smoking, drink less alcohol, do not use drugs, minimize medication, do not donate blood, avoid blood transfusions, do not consume blood or blood-containing meat, and do not commit suicide or self-harm. Do not celebrate birthdays, indulge in ostentation, gamble, or steal. 37. Respect heroes, but do not aspire to be one. We are all ordinary, humble people who are often overlooked and forgotten. Do not have aspirations of becoming a hero. 38. Do not rely on others, including family members. Live independently and face death without fear if living becomes impossible. 39. Do not desire, covet, scheme, or fight for benefits that do not rightfully belong to you. 40. Do not strive to be a good person, a bad person, a saint, or a villain. Live according to your nature, not according to societal value standards. 41. Do not take on burdens beyond your strength, and do not advise others if your words lack weight. Do your best in all things without being extreme. 42. Do not blame heaven and earth, parents, children, siblings, or friends, and do not hold grudges against those who have harmed you. 43. Avoid borrowing money, unless it's absolutely necessary. 44. Appreciate and praise all the beauty around you. The weather, scenery, people, attire, sounds, language, music, singing, objects, homes, and environments. 45. Regardless of the severity of harm or grievance, don't resort to litigation lightly. Try to resolve matters personally. 46. In formal settings, dress appropriately. Men should avoid exposing their chests or wearing only underwear in the presence of women. Women should express their beauty, elegance, and grace through their temperament, appearance, and stature without inciting sexual desire in men. 47. If you have a contagious disease, make sure to isolate your utensils, food, and space to prevent transmission to others. 48. Commit to working 8 hours a day. Whether the work is physical, mental, or a combination of both, whether it's for earning money or for leisure. Whether you are wealthy or poor, you should engage in work or be active for 8 hours each day. Work is not only a means of survival, but also an effective way to maintain health and vitality. It is essential for achieving a perfect character. 49. Rest on Sundays. This is not only necessary for rejuvenation, maintaining health, and enjoying life, but it is also a commandment from Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. On Sundays, relax both your body and mind, and spend the day leisurely with family and friends. Couples should not restrict each other. If the wife likes to watch movies while the husband prefers to read at home, they should follow their own preferences. If the husband likes to invite friends over while the wife wants to visit her parents, the husband should not force the wife to stay at home to serve the guests. Sunday is a day of freedom for everyone, and no one has the right to take away this freedom. Not only should couples respect each other's freedom, but so should parents and children, friends, and colleagues. There is no need to sacrifice freedom to accommodate anyone insincerely on Sundays. No matter how important a matter is, it should be postponed until the following week. Sunday, also known as the Sabbath, is a day for everyone to stop working and go to church to praise and thank the greatest creator and to listen to teachings. My suggestion is to follow your heart. If you want to go, then go. If not, don't. As long as your faith is firm, you have the greatest creator in your heart, and you practice the requirements of Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, in your daily life, it is enough. 50. About eating meat. Buddha does not advocate eating meat. The Bible mentions that meat is permissible, but some animals' meat is unclean and should not be eaten, including camel, rock badger, rabbit, pig, mouse, dead birds, dead animals, animals with wings and forelegs, water creatures without fins and scales, birds like eagles, vultures, ravens, ostriches, storks, herons, bats, reptiles like lizards, geckos, snakes, centipedes, and millipedes. The view of life genuine is that if you want to become a Buddha, you must resolutely not eat meat. If you want to go to the 1,000-year world, meat is permissible. Eating meat is a manifestation of unkindness and cruelty, but life is hard, and we must survive. It is acceptable to eat meat when necessary. Eating meat and killing life are two different things. Previously, I mentioned that eating meat is akin to harming life from a spiritual perspective. Life consists of both physical and spiritual parts. Once an animal is killed, its spiritual body leaves, and the remaining meat is just a substance, no different from fruits and vegetables. The difference is that eating vegetables, fruits, and soy products makes people kind, peaceful, and calm, while eating meat can make people violent, selfish, and cruel. Observe the people around you, and you will find a significant difference in character between those who often eat vegetarian food and those who eat meat regularly. The reason is that all meat contains toxins. While the meat itself is not toxic, the resentment animals feel when slaughtered causes structural changes in their bodies, similar to how human bodies change when angry. Eating their meat will inevitably lead to poisoning. Although this poison is hard to observe clearly, eating too much will gradually erode one's spirituality, making people more animalistic unconsciously over time. Muslims recite prayers before slaughtering animals to persuade the animal not to harbor resentment and to comfort its soul. The essence of this practice is to remove the poison. Regarding whether animal meat has toxins, interested scientists should conduct molecular structure analysis. The molecular structures of meat from animals that died of old age, accidents, prayers before slaughter, and forced slaughter are different. The toxicity of anything lies in its molecular structure, not its appearance. Everything has a spirit. When your body is weak and your physical exertion is high and food is scarce, do not be afraid to eat meat, and do not feel guilty because Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, permits it. But when you are strong, with little physical exertion and abundant food, eat less meat or none at all. Extend your compassion and love to poultry, livestock, wild birds, animals, insects, plants, mountains, rivers, and even stars, the sun, and the moon. Integrate yourself with nature and the universe. 51. Be grateful. We live in a wonderful universe, constantly bathed in the care and attention of Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, so we should always be grateful. For 3 meals a day, whether it is a feast or simple food, as long as it fills your stomach, be grateful. When we safely finish a busy day and have a place to sleep sheltered from the wind and rain, be grateful. When our parents are alive and still care for us, and our children are healthy and lively, be grateful. When we look in the mirror and see symmetrical features and a healthy body, be grateful. When we turn on the tap and see water flowing, use it to wash our face and brush our teeth, or scoop water from a stream to quench our thirst, be grateful. When we enjoy the sweet and delicious taste of watermelon on a hot summer day, be grateful. When we see blue skies, white clouds, sunrise, sunset, beautiful mountains, and flowing rivers, hear birds singing and cicadas chirping, be grateful. When we are in the fields, feeling the gentle breeze and feeling delighted, be grateful. When light rain nourishes the earth, flowers bloom in the wild, and vegetation thrives, be grateful. When we joyfully harvest the fruits of our labor, be grateful. When we gaze at the night sky, see twinkling stars and a bright moon, be grateful. When standing by the shore, feeling the sea breeze, hearing waves crashing, watching the sea undulate, with white sails dotting the horizon, invoking endless imagination, be grateful. When we wake up in the morning, breathe fresh air, see dewdrops, and watch early risers busy with life, be grateful. When snowflakes fall, covering the land in silver, and we chat by the fireplace, be grateful. What more could we be dissatisfied with? How could we not be grateful? All of this is given by Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. We dedicate all our gratitude and glory to the almighty greatest creator. Sustained elementary self-improvement will surely enable us to achieve a relaxed, satisfying, peaceful, happy, and solidly ordinary life. Morning Sutra, Noon Sutra, Evening Sutra, Night Sutra. Shuefeng. To assist with self-improvement and cultivation, I have compiled a set of short scriptures that can help calm your restless mind and spirit. The text is as follows. Enjing. Morning Sutra. The vast, distant heavens know my heart. The myriad gods in the darkness know my name. The operation of the sun and moon is aware of my deeds. The mysteries of the universe are infinite and endless. Divine calculations hinge on a single heart. What the heart desires, so shall things be accomplished. Life is finite, but the operation of the Tao is infinite. Break through the 3 dimensions, elevate the spirit. In the wonderful fairyland, I roam freely. I act, in accordance with heavenly principles. Follow the natural course, water flows and forms a stream. Diligent every day, trees grow into a forest. Not arrogant, not impatient, the mind and spirit are tranquil. Not anxious, not angry, following the mandate of heaven and fate. Not seizing, not competing, enjoying peace. Do not yearn for or plot for glory and wealth. Do not judge or fixate on merits and faults. Stars follow their trajectory. I follow the Tao in my actions. Today I am ordinary. Tomorrow I am mediocre. 10 years of cold and heat, transforming stone into gold. After 50 years old, walking with the gods. There is hierarchy in heaven, and there is nobility and lowliness on earth. This is not determined by fate, but depends entirely on self-cultivation. Near the mountains, you recognize bird sounds. Near the water, you know fish nature. Worship Buddha to attain Buddha nature. Seek celestial and illusions become reality. The sky does not drop pies. Trees do not bear gold. To walk the road of happiness, you must be diligent every day. Among the myriad affairs of life, reading is the most important. Reading clarifies principles. Doing things naturally succeeds. Next, seek good friends. Good friends are confidants. They help you find your way back when lost, turning loneliness into fairyland. Fame and fortune confuse human nature. Success and failure mix truth and falsehood. Right and wrong are not for me to judge. Good and evil are discerned by divine. Busy hustle does not equate to diligence. Pursuing desires makes it hard to understand life. Using cunning does not count as cleverness. Striving for victory wastes time. Heaven above, please see my heart. Today my heart is like a clear mirror, unstained by dust and impure emotions. Let birth, aging, sickness, and death take their course. Merits and faults do not weigh on my heart. I do not commit acts against heaven and reason. I despise deceit and trickery. Even if I live a life of poverty, with a clear mind and calm spirit, I will ultimately realize my wish. Noon Sutra, Self-cultivation. Under the blazing sun, I toil in the fields, sweating profusely. It's not survival that compels me, but the pursuit of a beautiful life. I do not desire unexpected wealth, nor am I bothered by others' splendor. You busy yourself with delicacies, while I find comfort in simple meals that warm my heart. I do not seek physical beauty, unafraid of having a dark complexion or being slender. You indulge in elegance and charm, while I find health in simplicity and grace. I do not court high-profile guests, but find joy in gathering with neighbors over fragrant tea. You create storms and waves, while a single good friend brings comfort to my heart. I do not yearn for promotion or wealth, leading a simple life without worry. You rush around everywhere, while I diligently tend to my own patch of land. I cannot command the winds and rains, but I can raise pigs and sheep. You flaunt your power over others, but for me, peace at home brings happiness. The sun rises in the east, and it rains in the west. Spring thrives, and autumn fades. The young do not realize the sorrow of old age, exhausting themselves daily without rest. The mountains and rivers remain unchanged, but people are always in a hurry. What truth can they find in the end? 100 years pass swiftly, and the sun and moon mock my foolishness. The great river surges with magnificent momentum, while the small stream flows joyfully. The Kuanping soars high, its wings brushing the low-hanging clouds, while the oriole sings sweetly nestled in the forest. Everyone has their own life story. Why compare it with mine? You have your strategies to reach the heavens, while I have my little nocturnes. Gold is produced in the southern mountains, silver in the north. Why resent the heavens for unfairness? Whether riding horses or in carriages, one should act according to their station, and not blame parents for lack of cultivation. Children's success depends on their nature. Why scold them for not being bright? Neighbors and friends all have their own sufferings. Do not resent them for lacking true feelings. Wolves eat meat, sheep eat grass, mice hoard food in their storage, snakes and scorpions are busy. All these are heavenly arrangements. Why foolishly get angry? Half the day has passed. I ask my heart, have I harmed heaven, earth, or man? Revitalized, I continue my journey, and my life renews itself every day. Evening Sutra, Self-cultivation. As night falls, people become weary, both body and mind exhausted, as if struggling. The numerous worries of the day, each one tormenting and hastening the graying of hair. In the evening, one should relax the body and mind, but the TV and phone keep ringing non-stop. Neighbors come over or call out for something. All our worldly disturbances scratching at the heart. Karaoke bars, dance halls, mahjong, paigao, and night markets flourish. Even casually picking up a magazine can incite and arouse emotions. Busy with worldly matters, families become strangers. Though under the same roof, your heart and mind remain unknown to each other. Supporting a family is truly not easy, and upholding the family honor is even more arduous. When asked why life is so full of suffering, Buddha smiles and answers, "The root of all sufferings lies within the heart. The sea of suffering is boundless, and if the heart is confusing, it is because of the impurity of the six senses. When priorities are misplaced, both body and mind grow weary, and time slips away in ambiguity. Life is not about this. Being confused by appearances is meaningless." Bodhidharma traveled 1,000 miles to the east, bearing the true holy intent of the ancestor of Buddha. In the face of emotions such as hate or love, one must relinquish what needs to be relinquished. Embracing tranquility, indifference, and non-attachment, one advances in the Buddha's realm during daily activities. The Buddha's land is not an illusory realm. Its true forms reveal in the 33-dimensional space. Enlightening the mind and seeing one's nature is a daily practice. The journey to enlightenment and the true path of Bodhi begins. The supreme ruler of the universe, the greatest creator, is the same as the ancestor of Buddha and Allah. The Bible, Buddhist scriptures, and the Quran all lead to the same ultimate truth. Faith is not an empty feeling. It's like a lamp in the night. With devoted cultivation and sincere seeking, salvation comes when you least expect it. The great form has no shape. Great talent takes time to develop. Sowing a seed in spring, reaping in autumn. Great wisdom seems foolish. Its voice is rare. The supreme Tao is hidden without a name. A 9-story tower starts from a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering tree grows from tiny sprouts. Trickling streams become rivers. Every thought, every idea, every action, every small influence has an effect. Every second, every minute, every moment, each moment is golden. A slight deviation can lead to a great error. Light a heart lamp and you won't be lost. A clear mind and quiet heart lead to the path of heaven. A chaotic mind and restless heart lead to the gates of hell. Buddha's compassion guides the way, transforming me from within. Suddenly, the dark alley opens into a bright village, and now, I start anew, step by step. Night Sutra, Syeping. In the stillness of the deep night, the birds are silent. The stars twinkle and the moon shines brightly. Occasionally, dogs bark and cuckoos cry. This is the time to ponder profound truths. The countless stars have their own orbits. The moon waxes and wanes on schedule. Rivers surge along their courses. The rooster crows at dawn as expected. Flowers bloom and wither in their seasons. The rolling dust of the mortal world leaves traces. Changes in the world follow the flow of circumstances. Winds rise and waves surge with cause. The 5 elements mutually generate and overcome each other. Great prosperity cannot last long. It has its limits. Comets come and go, as do geese. Without coming and going, all would cease to exist. Joy and sorrow, partings and reunions, depend on fate. Misfortune and poverty have their origins. Collapsing walls, falling houses, and car accidents are not mere bad luck. Illness and disaster come from my own wrongdoings. When things go wrong and wishes are unfulfilled, do not blame heaven or people. The vast world is fair. A beautiful life depends on cultivation. You reap what you sow. Harm heaven and reason, and your life will be in vain. If jealousy becomes a habit and you seek revenge, how can you find peace and happiness? If you still desire an umbrella after getting a raincoat, how can you be saved from your overwhelming greed? If you lack faith and guidance, how can the gods grant wisdom? Always competing and comparing, you bring unrest to the whole family. An uneasy heart leads to an unclear path. Even if you live to 100, you remain a confused soul. Selfishness turns you into a worldly person, with all your efforts amounting to nothing. A simple life, an ordinary person, a plain living, and a calm heart all start from simplicity. Simplicity and plainness are the true essence. Life has 18 ranks, from ignorant and worldly to mortal, sages, and saints. The universe is divided into 36 dimensions, with spiritual light connecting them all. The physical body has life and death, but the spiritual body is eternal. Heaven and earth are closely linked, and so are the human world and hell. Ascending to heaven or descending to hell is determined by me, based on my spiritual nature. This nature is composed of material nature, animal nature, human nature, and Buddha nature. By elevating spiritual nature, one becomes a celestial being, entering the wonderful fairyland. This way, one escapes the sufferings of human life, reaching the other shore and manifesting divine powers. Transcending the realms of desire, form, and formlessness, liberation is not confined within the 5 elements. Reciting scriptures daily without interruption, with the aid of gods and Buddhas, I soar through the 9 heavens. 181 Guidelines for Buddhist Practice, Part 1. Author unknown. Translation edited by Chinyu. I put these 181 pieces of wisdom from Buddhist into the self-improvement section of the chapter of self-improvement and self-cultivation to express gratitude to the anonymous author for his supreme merit of compiling them. The reason for suffering lies in the pursuit of the wrong things. Rather than blaming others for your suffering, it is better to acknowledge your own lack of cultivation. If you don't trouble yourself, others will never be able to trouble you. Your own inner self is the obstacle. Focus on disciplining yourself rather than trying to control others. Not forgiving others and not being lenient causes suffering for yourself. Instead of being dissatisfied with others, you should reflect on yourself. Dissatisfaction with others causes suffering to yourself. All evil deeds are illusions. Do not belittle yourself. All good deeds are also illusions. Do not be arrogant. Those lacking in blessings often hear gossip and complaints. Those with sufficient blessings rarely hear such things. Cultivation requires constant, gradual effort. One cannot achieve enlightenment through favorable conditions alone. Always be grateful to those who bring you adversity. Accept your fate at all times because you are human. Always forgive others, no matter how bad they are or how much they have hurt you. Only by letting go can you find true happiness. Learning Buddhism is a matter of conscience, not for others to see. When you are happy, remember that this happiness is not eternal. When you are in pain, remember that this pain is also not eternal. To change others, you must first understand, subdue, and change yourself. Today's attachment will lead to tomorrow's regret. You can have love, but do not be attached to it, as separation is inevitable. Do not waste your life on things you will inevitably regret. Whenever you let go, you will be free of trouble. True asceticism is achieved when the mind is free of distinctions. The first principle of learning Buddhism is to never focus on others' faults. By focusing on others' faults, you only pollute yourself and hinder your own practice. If you notice others' mistakes and grievances every day, you should quickly repent. This is practice. Those with deep karmic obstacles spend their days focusing on others' faults and flaws. True practitioners never focus on others' mistakes and defects. Every wound is a form of maturation. It is not pitiable to be confused. It is most pitiable to be unaware of your own confusion. Arrogant people can be saved, but those who are self-deprecating cannot. Do not pity others too much. Pity yourself more. How much do you understand life despite your practice? The world is inherently full of suffering, with no exceptions. When you are troubled, remind yourself that everything is an illusion. What are you troubled about? Before learning Buddhism, nothing seems right. After learning Buddhism, everything seems to fall into place. Tolerate those with differing opinions. It makes life easier. If you constantly try to change them, you will suffer. Learn to endure and accept them. Acknowledging your own greatness is the same as acknowledging your ignorance. Practice is about correcting one's erroneous perceptions. A doctor cannot cure someone who is destined to die, just as the Buddha cannot save those without karmic connection. If you cannot forgive others from the heart, you will never find peace of mind. A person who is filled with their own views and thoughts will never hear the voice of others. Destroying a person can be done with a single word, but nurturing a person requires 1,000 words. Please be gentle with your words. When advising others, if you disregard their self-esteem, even the best advice will be ineffective. Do not mix arrogance with your wisdom. Do not let your humility lack wisdom. There is no need to turn back to see who is cursing you. If a mad dog bites you, are you going to stoop down and bite it back? Envying others does not bring any benefit to yourself, nor does it diminish others' achievements. Never waste a single moment thinking about people you dislike. Many people, when leaving this world, utter the same lament. How helpless and desolate this world is. Falling in love is not a charity that can be given away casually. Emotions have no formulas, no principles, and no logic to follow. Yet, people persist and pursue it until their last breath. Speak your dissatisfaction and grievances with compassion and a gentle attitude, making it easier for others to accept. Those who create opportunities are brave. Those who wait for opportunities are foolish. Being able to speak but not act is not true wisdom. Pay more attention to how others speak and refrain from rushing to express your own views. Why fill a bottle with poison when it can hold something beneficial? Similarly, why let your mind be filled with troubles when it can be filled with positivity? What we cannot obtain always seems beautiful, but once we deeply understand it, we often find it is not as wonderful as we imagined. In this world, there is only diplomacy, not perfection. Practice requires patience, contentment with simplicity, and finding joy in solitude. Living another day is a blessing and should be cherished. When I cried for not having shoes, I realized some people do not even have feet. Paying more attention to others means less attention for self-reflection. Do you understand? Don't always keep your eyes so wide open. Let me ask you, 100 years from now, what will be yours? To understand worldly conflicts and calamities, listen to the sound of the butcher's door at midnight. Do not just complain about your own illnesses and disasters. Also observe how many lives have perished under your blade. Resentment towards others is a significant loss for yourself. Everyone has life, but not everyone understands or cherishes it. For those who do not understand life, it is a form of punishment. Those who think they possess wealth are actually possessed by wealth. Attachment to emotions is the source of suffering. Letting go of attachments will bring freedom. Taking things as they are is not about being passive or complacent, but about doing what you can and accepting what you cannot control. Do not be overly certain of your own views, as this will reduce regret. When you are honest with yourself, no one in the world can deceive you. Using means that harm others to cover up your own flaws is shameful. People in the world must be accountable to the law. Practitioners must be accountable to the law of cause and effect. When you're poor, offer your physical efforts in service, such as cleaning, watering, or moving things. This is also a form of giving. A person who is full of jealousy, lacks honesty, and speaks unkindly cannot be considered a person with a proper appearance. Quietly caring for and blessing others is a form of intangible giving. Tell more jokes and approach life with humor. This will make life easier. The way to interact with others is through boundless tolerance. Do not attempt to guess others' thoughts without wisdom and experience. It often leads to mistakes. To understand a person, simply check if their starting point and destination are the same. This reveals their sincerity. The truth of life is hidden in the mundane and flavorless. Not bathing and applying perfume will not make you smell good. Reputation and honor come from genuine talent and virtue. True virtue naturally emits fragrance. Instead of rejecting established facts, it is better to accept them. This is called accepting fate. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas only bless those who are willing to help themselves. Adversity is a necessary process for growth. Those who bravely face adversity will see their lives flourish. Be grateful to those who point out your faults. Those who consider others will never feel lonely. If you can identify your own faults with the same accuracy as you see others' faults, your life will be extraordinary. Forgiving others is like creating space in your heart for reflection and growth. Time will pass, so let time carry away your troubles. If you insist on taking simple matters seriously, you will suffer. Those who constantly twist the goodwill of others are beyond redemption. People are not inherently bad. They just have habits. Everyone has habits, some deeper than others. If someone genuinely seeks the Tao, forgive them. Do not label them as bad people. Telling one lie requires concocting 10 more to cover it up. Why go through such trouble? In reality, those who love beauty are simply in love with themselves. No one is immune from slander, and no one is forever praised. When you speak too much, people will criticize you. When you speak little, people will criticize you. Even when you are silent, people will criticize you. In this world, no one escapes criticism. Those who merely praise and admire us are not true teachers. The real wise ones are those who can point out our mistakes, guide us in the right direction, and help us improve. It is through them that we can truly progress. What you currently have will become someone else's upon your death, so why not give it to those who truly need it now? Practicing for the sake of praise is like a flower trampled underfoot. Living a day in vain, doing nothing, is like committing theft. Being able to humble oneself is true nobility. Making many connections means not hurting anyone. Silence is the best response to slander. Respecting others is a way to dignify yourself. Having a selfless heart means having everything. Hatred can never resolve hatred. Only compassion can resolve hatred. This is an eternal truth. Accepting fate is better than complaining. For unchangeable facts, accepting fate is the best solution. Do not let the delusion of others trouble you, and do not let their ignorance cause you suffering. If others speak ill of you, do not get angry or upset. If they speak well of you, do not be overly pleased. There is good within the bad and bad within the good. It depends on how you use it. Even if you are clearly in the right, yet others adamantly claim you are wrong, you should still seek their forgiveness. The essence of practice lies in enduring all things and advancing in spite of apparent unfairness. Even when you are undeniably correct, seeking forgiveness from others is a part of the practice. When your mistakes are revealed, do not lose your temper. Arguing or complaining will not hide or overcome your flaws. Do not always feel unfortunate. There are many more suffering people in the world than you. The foolish person always wants others to understand him. The wise person works hard to understand himself. If you always consider others to be right and yourself wrong, you will have fewer worries. Coming into this world is incidental, but leaving is inevitable. Therefore, you must remain constant in the face of change and adapt to change while remaining constant. Compassion is your best weapon. Only by facing reality can you transcend reality. Conscience is the most impartial judge. You can deceive others, but you can never deceive your own conscience. Those who do not know how to love themselves cannot love others. Studying Buddhism is essentially learning how to be a person. When a virtuous person practices wrong methods, the wrong methods become correct. When a wicked person practices correct methods, the correct methods become wicked. Everything is created by the mind. Sometimes we need to calmly ask ourselves what we are pursuing and why we are living. Do not distance yourself from close friends over minor disputes, nor forget great kindnesses over minor grievances. Being brave and accepting others' criticism helps adjust your own shortcomings. Be grateful for what you have and for what you do not have. Compassion is to always consider others' perspectives and to act for their benefit. Learning Buddhism is not about seeking solace in death, but about living freely and transcending in the present moment. The Buddha never forces others to do what they dislike. He only teaches what is good and what is bad. Good and evil are for oneself to choose, and life is for oneself to manage. Letting go means removing your discriminative mind, sense of right and wrong, gain and loss, and attachment. Speak without hostility or harm, do not boast about your own abilities, and do not broadcast the faults of others. This will naturally turn enemies into friends. Those who frequently point out others' faults are often not good themselves, as they do not take the time to reflect on their own behavior. Disputes arise every day. If you don't listen, they naturally disappear. Disputes arise every day. Even if you don't listen, they still exist. Disputes arise every day. What will you do about it? True giving is to let go of your worries, anxieties, discriminations, and attachments. If you truly love someone, you must tolerate their flaws. To overcome the fear of death, you must accept the concept that everyone in the world will eventually die. Of all the patients, doctors find it hardest to treat themselves. Of all sentient beings, those who are self-righteous are the hardest to save. A donkey will never become a fine horse, no matter how good the grass it eats. Similarly, practicing with attachment and discrimination, no matter how diligent, will not lead to enlightenment. Those who understand the eternal truth will not grieve over birth and death, as these are inevitable. Even though you may dislike someone, if you can still recognize their strengths and virtues, such a person with such cultivation is truly rare in this world. If you can let everything be as it is, you are truly free in this world. Always tell yourself, I am the happiest person because I have encountered the Dharma. There is no other happiness besides this. If you can repeat, I do not need to worry about this small matter 21 times each day, you will find an incredible strength within yourself. Try it. It is very effective. Face your inner conflicts and stains honestly, and do not deceive yourself. Cause and effect have never owed us anything, so do not complain. We indeed have virtues, but it is also necessary to keep some of them hidden. This is called self-restraint. Do not engage in idle chatter when there is nothing to do, as disputes often arise from idle talk. Most people spend their lives doing three things: deceiving themselves, deceiving others, and being deceived by others. Those who overly admire themselves will not appreciate others' virtues. Living for others' applause indicates a person who cannot withstand challenges. The heart is the greatest deceiver. Others can deceive you temporarily, but it will deceive you for a lifetime. Bad children cause more worry for their parents. Therefore, for beings with deep karmic debts, we should extend more forgiveness and compassion, rather than abandoning or distancing ourselves from them. As long as you are consciously at peace, all directions, east, west, south, north, are good. If there is one person not yet enlightened, do not escape yourself. Live life with an ordinary mind, treat people and handle affairs with a sense of shame, and align the Buddha's heart with a Bodhi mind. When you cling to something, you only hold on to that. If you are willing to let go, you have the opportunity to choose something else. If the mind is stubbornly fixed on its own views and unwilling to let go, then its wisdom will only reach a certain level. If others fear you, it is not a blessing. If others harm you, it is not an insult. It's not someone else that bothers me, but I bother myself with someone else's words and actions. Do not deliberately misinterpret others' goodwill. You should think in positive terms. It is natural for things in the world to not go as you wish. My wealth does not come from having a lot, but from requiring very little. Eating means you must eventually excrete. A person must learn to let go of attachments, or else face constipation. Those who often think others are paying attention to them or hope for others' attention tend to live with more troubles. I can cook for you, but I cannot eat for you. Each person eats their own food and faces their own life and death. It's easy to belittle others, but it's difficult to find balance within oneself. Humanity's greatest error lies in not daring to assume the heart of a saint. You just live your, and do not need to mind others' distortions and right or wrong. If you are preparing to get married, here is a very important philosophical saying for you. You must tolerate your partner's shortcomings. There is no absolutely happy and perfect marriage. Happiness comes from infinite tolerance and mutual respect. If you can safely get through a day, that is a kind of blessing. How many people today will not see tomorrow's sun? How many people today have become disabled? How many people today have lost their freedom? How many people today have lost their families? Right and wrong, gain and loss, can only be judged at the end. You don't have to argue with cause and effect. Cause and effect never mislead people. You don't have to argue with fate. Fate is the fairest judge. You have your view of life, I have mine. I won't interfere with you. As long as I can, I will influence you. If I can't, then I will accept my fate. If you wish to grasp eternity, you must control the present. Never let harsh words come from your mouth, no matter how bad or evil someone is. The more you curse them, the more you pollute your own heart. You should regard them as your wise teacher. Tomorrow, when you start your day, if someone argues with you, let them win. Winning or losing is just a matter of perspective. When you let the other person win, you do not lose anything. What does winning actually bring? What does losing actually cost you? Most of our lives are wasted on grappling with words and language. Do not often feel that you are being wronged. Instead, think that their treatment of you is already quite good. This is the essence of cultivation. Others may violate cause and effect, harm us, hit us, or slander us. However, we must not harbor hatred towards them. Why? We must maintain our original nature and a pure heart. When interacting with anyone, always ask yourself, what can I do that is useful to them, to benefit them? If I cannot benefit others with my personal morality, knowledge, and practice, it's as if I owe a debt. Becoming a monk is a lifelong commitment, while practicing Buddhism spans multiple lives and calamities. Believing in Buddha, learning from Buddha, is not for oneself, but for all sentient beings in the sea of suffering. Buddha does not save those without a karmic connection. Those who cannot be saved, we regard them as bodhisattvas. If a person does not feel suffering, it is not easy for him to sympathize with others. If you want to learn the spirit of saving others from suffering and difficulty, you must first suffer. When ordinary people endure in situations where the other party has more power, wealth, or strength, and they have no choice but to tolerate it, what kind of endurance is that? True endurance is when, even if someone bullies you or wrongs you, and they are in no way superior to you, and you have the strength to retaliate, you still choose to tolerate them. You understand that their nature is the same as yours, and they are merely confused for a moment or influenced by a harsh environment. There is no need to hold grudges against them. Being able to endure under such circumstances and with such a mindset is the true meaning of endurance. If we look at it from the perspective of many lives and calamities, then among all sentient beings, who has not been my parent, brother, sister, or relative, who has not been my enemy. If we talk about grace, everyone has grace with me. If we talk about grudges, everyone has grudges with me. In this way, do we still have any difference between grace and grudge, kinship and estrangement? Considering wisdom and foolishness, everyone has smart times and also foolish times. Smart people may become foolish, and foolish people may also become smart. The worst person has also done many good things and will not always be bad. Good people have also done many bad things and may not always be good in the future. By reflecting on this repeatedly, the so-called grudges, kinship, wisdom, and foolishness, these many different concepts will naturally fade away. This is definitely not chaos, nor is it ignorance of right and wrong, but rather to replace our biased views since the beginningless time with the concept of equality. The world was never yours to begin with, so you don't need to abandon it. What needs to be abandoned is all attachment. Everything is for my use, but not for my possession. It's better to forgive others yourself. Don't let others forgive you. When you face things with a troubled mind, you will feel that everything is an obstacle, and the world will become ugly and hateful. If you want to be the dragon and elephant of all Buddhas, first be the horse and ox of all sentient beings. Although we cannot change the world around us, we can only change ourselves, facing everything with a compassionate heart and a wise heart. Abandoning the boat after you reach the shore. Self-cultivation. Does a billionaire still need to learn how to get rich? Of course not. Does a graduate student need to go back to high school to study the high school curriculum? Of course not. Do those who have become celestials and Buddhas still need to practice and cultivate the ways to become celestials and Buddhas? Of course not. Is there any need to carry the boat after crossing the river? Of course not. Once the deed is done, everything before its completion can be left behind. We must travel light. We have already traversed the path humanity has walked for thousands of years and are now moving into depths never before touched by mankind. Everything from the past must be left behind. With cars, we abandon ox carts and horse carts. With electric lights, we abandon oil lamps and gas lamps. Moving into palaces, we no longer need to keep the old, thatched huts. Upon entering the second home, we leave all worldly things behind. And upon entering the kingdom of heaven, even everything from the second home must be abandoned. Buddha Shakyamuni told us that the Dharma he taught us should be seen as a raft to cross the river, and once across, the raft should be discarded. Christ Jesus told us that old wineskins cannot hold new wine, and as the world changes like a game of chess, we need new thoughts, new thinking, and new methods to solve new problems. Do not cling to the past. Instead of being nostalgic, it's better to forge ahead. The universe is boundless, time and space are infinite, and the future of life has no endpoint. Life is always on a journey, and the scenery ahead is unheard of and unseen by us. No matter how wonderful the environment we are in now, we still need to break new ground, open new paths, and enter new realms, because joy is found in creation, not in enjoyment. Happiness is in giving, not in acquiring. Freedom is in constantly letting go, not in holding on to the old. Once we stop moving forward, we will inevitably begin to decline. If we are unwilling to let go of everything we have, we will inevitably become selfish and greedy. If we cling to the old ways and refuse to change, we will never have the chance to see unparalleled new phenomena and landscapes. Do not worry if the way forward seems unclear. When one door closes, 9 others will open. There is always a way provided by heaven. As long as we have faith in the greatest creator, the path ahead will be smooth and flat, without cliffs or precipices. The combination of 64 factors will create astronomical numbers of new things and new scenes. As long as our thinking is alive, everything is alive. As long as our thinking is flexible and harmonious, everything on the path of life will be a bright and sunny spring. We have already abandoned the boat and landed on the shore of the 1,000-year world copy. Since we, Chanyuan Celestials, have the wisdom, courage, determination, and perseverance to create a new lifestyle completely different from traditional thinking and living, we are confident and capable of creating an even more incomparable new life. Looking ahead at the life that is more beautiful, poetic, and picturesque, I cannot contain the joy and excitement in my heart. Dear ones, the breathtaking environment that will take our breath away lies just ahead, not too distant from us. Let us cast aside everything we no longer need from the past, and with a completely new mindset and stance, leave the boat behind and step ashore to savor the new sensations of a new world. Being free from material constraints, you become a celestial being. Self-cultivation, eating, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death are all manifestations of material constraints. If a person is no longer bound by material concerns, they will be free from the troubles, pains, worries, and fears associated with these aspects of life. And that is what it means to be a celestial being. Reflecting on our past and observing those around us, we discover that most people spend their entire lives toiling and laboring, with the majority of their time devoted to material pursuits: eating, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death. We worry about what to eat, what to wear, where to live, and the inevitability of aging, illness, and death. We are almost entirely bound by material concerns, dominating our thoughts and consciousness, causing us to overlook completely the true purpose of coming to this world. The so-called material constraints do not mean that material possessions bind our thoughts and actions. Rather, it is that our consciousness falls into the trap formed by materialism. When we spend our entire lives pursuing and possessing material wealth while forgetting about the elevation of life, we are bound by materialism. For example, because we have physical bodies, we need to eat. However, eating is not the purpose of life. If we spend our days thinking about what to eat and working diligently to obtain food, then we are bound by food. Similarly, the purpose of earning money is to obtain more and better survival resources. But when our minds are consumed with thoughts of how to earn money and how to earn more money, then we are bound by money. In short, whatever we revolve around, we are bound by the things we revolve around. Freeing ourselves from material constraints does not mean rejecting material possessions altogether. It does not mean giving up food, housing, clothing, vehicles, medicines, tools, utensils, money, etc. Rather, it means that our thoughts, intentions, words, and actions no longer revolve around acquiring more material possessions and money, but instead revolve around something more enduring and eternal. Above the material world is the spiritual world. Above the spiritual world is the world of the soul. And above the world of the soul is the holographic world. Life is bound by what confines it, and life exists in that world. Life bound by materialism exists in the material world. Life bound by spirituality resides in the spiritual realm, and life bound by the soul resides in the world of the soul. People live in the material world. Celestial beings reside in the spiritual realm. Super celestial beings and Buddhas dwell in the world of the soul, while gods and the greatest creator inhabit the holographic realm. To become a celestial being, one must break free from material constraints and enter the spiritual world. To live in the spiritual world, one must possess nothing and no longer toil and labor for more and better material resources. In fact, there are many people in today's world who live in the spiritual world. Artists and scientists, for example, truly live in their artistic creations and scientific explorations, rather than in the pursuit of money and material goods. Monks and nuns in monasteries and Buddhist temples also live in the spiritual world. In the current space-time, almost all the Chanyuan celestials of the second home live in the spiritual world. They also strive to create material wealth, but this kind of creation is purely a natural behavior and an adjunct to life, not for the purpose of acquiring material wealth. Living in the spiritual world does not mean completely giving up the enjoyment that material possessions bring. Living in a villa is indeed more comfortable than living in an attic, and driving a luxury car is indeed more comfortable than driving a tractor. However, the greatest difference between life in the spiritual world and life in the material world lies in the fact that when people living in the material world live in a thatched hut, they will feel pain and anxiety because society's common values admire those who live in villas and look down upon those who live in thatched huts. It is difficult to find a wife and raise children when living in a thatched hut, so there will be countless worries and sorrows. On the other hand, people living in the spiritual world will not have worries and sorrows even if they live in a thatched hut. Allow me to provide a real example. At the Canadian headquarters of Life Changyuan, there are 5 crown of Chanyuan celestials. They had a total income of only 100,000 Canadian dollars in 2023, which means each person received only 20,000 Canadian dollars for the entire year. The average annual income of individuals in Canada is over 43,000 Canadian dollars. In other words, the income of the 5 crown Chanyuan celestials is less than half of the average income of Canadians. Now, ask yourself, are those Canadians who earn over $40,000 a year living comfortably, or are the residents of the life of Chanyuan, who earn only $20,000 a year, living more freely and contentedly? The answer is obvious. If a person earning a monthly income of less than $2,000, especially if they are renting a house, would find it difficult to survive. For example, in Vancouver, the monthly rent for a one-bedroom apartment is no less than 1,600 Canadian dollars. If you earn 2,000 Canadian dollars a month and pay 1,600 Canadian dollars in rent, how can you live? However, the 5 crown Chanyuan celestials each receive only 1,660 Canadian dollars per month, and not only can they survive, but they also live very comfortably and freely. This stark difference illustrates the vastly different situations between people living in the material world and those living in the spiritual world. In fact, people living in the spiritual world often enjoy more material comforts than those living in the material world, which is the secret behind the higher quality of life and taste of celestial beings compared to ordinary people. This is the principle that unselfishness leads to self, and selflessness leads to fulfillment. Breaking through form, advanced practice, Part 2. Dayform Buddha. Spinning oneself into a cocoon and then breaking out is a metaphor for spiritual practice. The cocoon is created for protection, and breaking out of it symbolizes transformation into a celestial being. Elementary practice is like spinning the cocoon. Intermediate practice involves nurturing new life within the cocoon, and advanced practice is about breaking out of the cocoon to achieve spiritual transcendence. All forms are like cocoons. In the beginning of learning, the cocoon provides protection, but after mastering the practice, one must break through the form. This is advanced practice, and it's worth trying to see if you can break through. Forget the Constitution and laws, forget all regulations and rules, forget all precepts and moral standards. In your heart, besides the concept of the greatest creator, everything else ceases to exist. No nations or ethnicities, no political parties or groups, no religious organizations, no family, no parents, no spouse, no children, no mentors or teachers, no guides, no masters, no enemies, no friends, no rivals, no relatives. The universe also ceases to exist. Time is gone. Space is gone. You are gone, and the material world has disappeared. Virtue, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust are no longer needed. Let your consciousness return to the original holograph. When you reach this stage in practice, you are a celestial being. If you do not break free from these constraints, you cannot unite with the Tao, act freely from the heart, or become a celestial being. A teacher assigns homework to students, and the students must complete it, but the teacher does not because they have already done it. Therefore, we must strive to become a teacher who no longer needs to do homework. A master gives disciples a series of requirements, precepts, discipline, and practice approaches, but the master is no longer bound by these requirements, rules, or approaches because they have transcended them. We must become the master of the master. The purpose of speaking and writing is to convey thoughts, feelings, and ideas. As long as the meaning is accurately expressed, the form can be varied. If one insists on using a rigid 8-part essay format, a lot of time and energy will be wasted on form, which is putting the cart before the horse. Practice and cultivation are meant to achieve a perfect life structure. As long as this goal is reached, any method is valid. If one focuses solely on forms like sit and meditation, reciting mantras, adjusting breathing, or meditation, it is like picking sesame seeds while ignoring watermelons. The purpose of affectionate love and sexual love is to experience happiness and joy. If it brings happiness and joy, any means can be used. If one insists on exploring reasons and methods, considering this and that, it falls into the trap of form, such as falling into the trap of marriage. Can one not enjoy affectionate love and sexual love without marriage? The purpose of wearing clothes and eating is to sustain the physical body. As long as the goal of maintaining life is achieved, any method is correct. If one insists on being meticulous about appearance or nutrition, it is wasting effort on trivialities. Is a woman considered a proper lady only if she has bound feet? Is a man considered a good citizen only if he has long hair? Is it only filial to decorate one's parents' grave elaborately? Is attending church the only way to be a Christian? Is shaving the head and burning dots on the head is the only way to show devotion to Buddhism? Is remaining faithful to one's spouse the only way to be a good wife? Is placing scriptures on one's head the only way to show respect for saints? Is kneeling and calling the emperor's name the only way to show loyalty? Is keeping a canary in a golden cage the only way to show affection for the bird? Any form is meant to constrain the ordinary people, not the true seekers of the Tao. Seekers cannot be concerned with forms or explore them. Once trapped by forms, one will be bound by them. Dharma sets no rules. No dharma is dharma. Form has no set shape. Non-form is form. Only by breaking free from the constraints of forms can one move freely and act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature. At an advanced stage of practice, one must discard all scriptures, reject the teachings of masters, step on guides, and treat worldly regulations and rules as worthless. Only then will a new world reveal itself, and one will enter formless thinking, enter holographic thinking, and be able to see the greatest creator clearly. One can then roam freely and become a super-celestial being. Only by reaching such a state can one distinguish his truth, goodness, and beauty from falsehood, wickedness, and ugliness, make significant contributions to humanity, and understand the full meaning of life. Concealment, advanced cultivation. 4. Dayform Buddha. As a child, I learned the meaning of invisibility from the story of the magic gourd told by my elementary school teacher. Later, I gained more insights into concealment and escape from works like Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. The nature of thinking is truly marvelous. Extraordinary abilities lie not in physical practice or posture, but in the practice of thought. I have successfully become invisible and escaped, so I know some secrets, though not within the material world. Invisibility is very easy. It's just a fleeting thought. The key to concealment and escape lies in mastering holographic thinking. A person's ability is determined by their thinking. As long as one's thinking is superior, the difference between individuals is as vast as the sky and the earth. Why do I seem arrogant? It's because I know what others are thinking, what they are going to do, and the boundaries of their thoughts, while others cannot know what I am thinking, what I am going to do, or the boundaries of my thoughts. Let's review my classification of thinking: material thinking, imaginal thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, taiji thinking, formless thinking, and holographic thinking. This is a ladder of thinking, each level higher and more profound than the last. A person can compress themselves into a single cell and complete this in an instant. In the same limited space, the greater the energy, the more formless it becomes. The smaller the energy, the more tangible it is. A mountain is a mountain, but if the energy of a mountain is compressed into a matchbox, the mountain becomes invisible. To become invisible, one can either compress themselves into a cell or absorb the energy of the entire earth. Is it difficult? Not really. The key lies in the transformation of thinking. This game is actually quite fun. If you have some free time, it's worth playing around with. Entering others' minds. Advanced Cultivation 1. Dayform Buddha. Cliff Baxter, a polygraph expert from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, discovered the following secrets through experiments with plants. When water is poured onto the roots of plants, the plants exhibit emotional curves similar to those seen in humans when they are happy. When a threatening action is contemplated against a plant, the plant has already sensed it and shows signs of intense fear. When pretending to burn a plant's leaves, the plant shows no reaction. Plants also possess the ability to distinguish between true and false intentions. When live shrimp are thrown into boiling water in front of a plant, the plant immediately experiences extreme stress. This suggests that plants can communicate with each other and with other living beings. Plants have the capability to remember. Plants are capable of perceiving human psychological activities. This means plants have mental activities, they think, and perceive various human emotions. Soviet scientist Viktor Pushkin conducted an experiment where he noted that when he talked about pleasant things, the plant's leaves would stand up and its petals would dance. When describing the cold of winter, the plant's leaves would shiver. When the mood shifted to sadness, the plant's leaves would droop. Experts have also found that plants can detect subtle psychological activities in humans. An electronics expert from West Paterson, New Jersey, named Pierre-Paul Suvin discovered that plants react most strongly to cell death in their surrounding environment, showing continuous responses to human cell death. He also found that during his various experiments, he could send the simplest signals to plants and receive strong reactions. American scientist Marcel Vogel conducted numerous experiments on the telepathic communication between humans and plants. Vogel pointed out that, by human standards, plants are blind, deaf, and mute. However, humans can and do communicate emotionally with plants. Plants are living entities with consciousness and occupy space. Many biologists have revealed numerous mysteries about plant life, confirming that plants have consciousness, thinking, and a range of emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as well as supersensory abilities beyond human perception. Additionally, scientists' research subjects are not limited to plants. Many researchers have conducted similar experiments with eggs, vegetables, peas, and peanuts, achieving success in these experiments as well. By presenting these scientific findings, I want to illustrate that communication is possible between humans, plants, and animals. Extending this idea, humans can communicate with mountains, rivers, and insects. I have successfully communicated with insects myself. Furthermore, communication can occur with ancient people from the future, and if our consciousness can detect beings on other planets or in non-material worlds, we can communicate with them as well. We can communicate with gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, ghosts, and spirits. This is not alarmist or mystical, it is a fact. Did Jesus, Siddhartha Gautama, Muhammad, or Lao Tzu die? No, they are still there, and we can communicate with them. Many people's grandparents, parents, and relatives who have passed away are still present, and you can continue to communicate with them. It is merely a matter of time and space. Consciousness and thinking can transcend time and space. There is no such thing as death in life. I see them living well. We only need to shift our perception to understand this. I can express many things that Jesus and Sakyamuni did not say because I can fully enter their consciousness. If we face a stranger, we don't understand them, but as long as we communicate, we will gradually understand them, become familiar with them. If our thinking ability surpasses theirs, then we can clearly know what they are thinking in their heart, what they want to do. In the special abilities, there is a function called the power of knowing the minds of others, which seems very mysterious, but in fact, it's very simple. Once you enter the thoughts of others, you will know all the activities in their hearts. Communicating with insects is the easiest, followed by plants. You can try this yourself, it's very easy, and they will respond to your commands. Try entering the mind of someone close to you and ask them to perform some actions according to your thoughts. They will do it. When your thoughts are connected, your thinking becomes their thinking, and your consciousness becomes their consciousness. They will inevitably comply. One point to remember is that you must be sincere. You must genuinely care for them, love them as yourself, and love all life as yourself. Evidence of self-directed death. Dayform Buddha. I have shared with several Chanyuan celestials that humans have the ability to control their own life and death. If necessary, death can be completed through the power of the mind. However, before death, one must be clear about where to go afterward. When you thoroughly understand the heavenly realm you should reach and have repaid all debts of the human world, after resolving all earthly attachments, you can decide the time to leave the human world at any moment. This may sound incomprehensible and incredible, but it is indeed true. As for how to control death, it involves the secrets of life genuine and will not be disclosed now, but you can gain insight from the facts below. Older Chanyuan celestials should contemplate this issue carefully, read this article seriously, and seek a perfect conclusion in their practice and cultivation. The selected article below includes a story about a white mouse, illustrating that life only holds hope when a direction is determined. Life Genuine has clearly pointed out the direction of life and revealed the principles of understanding one's destination after death, and how to reach the ideal shore through the 8 levels of thinking and the 8 major mysteries of life. This should be deeply contemplated. Evidence from science. Where does the human mind come from? Can the mind be naturally produced within the human body? For a long time, people believed that the mind was naturally produced by the brain. To answer how the human mind differs from that of animals, it was necessary to find the fundamental differences between the human brain and animal brains. Many scientists devoted their lives to seeking evidence, but later scientific research proved that much of this evidence was flawed. The average weight of the human brain is about 1,300 grams, but this does not signify much. Larger animals have proportionally larger brains. For example, an elephant's brain weighs about 4,000 grams, and a whale's brain weighs about 7,000 grams. Later, people invented the method of comparing brain volume to body weight to explain the origin of the mind. However, this method proved to be ineffective. Look at the data. Humans are 138, whales are 1:2500, elephants are 1:500, and gorillas are 1:100. Humans seem to have an advantage, yet a white mouse is 126, a gibbon is 128, and a sparrow is 134, all superior to humans in this aspect, but they do not possess a mind. With the further development of brain science, it seemed that humans had finally discovered the source of the mind, the many convolutions of the human brain, causing the mind to flow like spring water from mountain valleys. The surface area of the human brain's hemispheres is about 2,250 square centimeters, equivalent to the size of a large newspaper, while the surfaces of mouse and rabbit brains are relatively flat. This seems reasonable. However, scientists soon discovered that dolphins in the ocean have brain convolutions that are no less than humans and even more. If we judge the richness of the mind based on brain convolutions alone, the result would likely not favor humans, but rather an unexpected animal. Some people believe that the number of brain cells in humans exceeds that of other animals, which is why humans can generate a mind. Unfortunately, the facts do not support this. If we use the number of brain cells per 0.0001 cubic millimeter as a standard, we find humans have 10.5, whales 6.8, cats 30.8, and mice 105.0. The smaller the animal, the higher the density of brain cells. Evolutionary biologists have pointed out that the human frontal lobe is much larger than that of other primates, suggesting it to be the source of our creative thinking and language abilities. However, scholars at the University of Iowa believe that the size of the human frontal lobe is not significantly different from that of other primates. Researchers Marsh and Dietary at Iowa scanned some primates, including humans, using magnetic resonance imaging and measured the size of each brain part. They found that the human frontal lobe is not markedly different from that of primates. Gorillas have 7%, chimpanzees 36.1%, and humans 36.8%. Chimpanzees have 5.4% more than gorillas, but are not significantly smarter. Humans only have 0.7% more than chimpanzees, but are much smarter. Thus, the size of the frontal lobe does not explain much. Scientific discoveries indicate that the brain, as a natural information processing system, exhibits consciousness that, in terms of its physiological mechanisms, differs from that of other animals only in complexity, not in essence. Both are manifestations of a common biological, electrical, and biochemical process. In a hospital in Virginia, USA, a peculiar baby was born whose entire cranial cavity was essentially a cyst filled with water, making the baby effectively brainless. Doctors predicted that this brainless baby would not have any mental activity, would never laugh, and would be very lucky to survive a few weeks. However, contrary to the prediction, the baby exhibited some human-like awareness, enjoyed watching TV, and would laugh at interesting TV programs. It lived for a full 5 years. Where did this baby's consciousness come from? Surely, it cannot come from water. Modern science has proven that the brain will die completely within a few minutes in the absence of oxygen. In former East Germany, an experiment was conducted where a head was severed from a body after a car accident, in which the body had been shattered, but the head remained intact. The severed head survived without oxygen for 146 hours. Electronic instruments continuously tracked the electronic signals from the head. For 76 hours, the head functioned normally and could communicate by blinking. After that, it gradually declined, and brainwaves disappeared after 146 hours. This is an unconventional example of the existence of consciousness that is difficult to explain with modern brain science. At the University of Sheffield in Northern England, there was a student in the mathematics department with consistently high intelligence. He excelled in all exams and was well-liked by his peers and professors. However, during a physical examination, Professor John Lorber, a neurology expert at the University of Sheffield, made a surprising discovery while performing a CT scan on the student. Despite the student's high IQ, he had almost no brain. His cerebral cortex was only 0.3 millimeters thick, whereas a normal person's cortex is about 4.5 millimeters thick. Beneath his cortex was cerebrospinal fluid. The professor was astonished and could not understand where the student's high intelligence came from. In modern life, with the increasing maturity of neurosurgery, more and more people survive after having half their brains removed. In Kunming, a patient had half his brain removed in 1960 due to illness but functioned almost normally and was able to perform his job effectively after starting work in 1973. All evidence seems to suggest that the human mind likely exists independently of the physical body. The mind exists as an independent entity apart from the body. If this hypothesis holds, then all early human theories about the soul should be reconsidered. An American psychologist conducted a psychological experiment in which a subject was brought into an empty room while screams could be heard from an adjacent room. The psychologist told the subject that the experiment was to test the limits of human pain endurance. The window was open to show the entire process. A person was tied tightly to a chair, and nearby a furnace glowed with red-hot coals. A doctor used tongs to take out a red-hot coin from the furnace and placed it on the person's arm. There was a hissing sound. The arm began to smoke, and a scream of excruciating pain followed. After the experiment, the person stumbled down from the chair, clutching their burnt arm, with a coin-sized burn scar clearly visible on their arm. The psychologist showed several similar experiments to the subject. Afterward, the subject was taken to the experiment room and tied tightly to a chair. A red-hot coin was taken from the furnace, and the psychologist said, "I am now going to place this coin on your arm." The subject suddenly felt a hot object on their arm, followed by intense, piercing pain, and screamed loudly. The doctors found that the subject had developed a third-degree burn scar the size of a coin on his arm. In fact, all the experiments were fake. The burns and screams were simulated. The true experiment subject was the last one. The coin placed on the subject's arm was only slightly warmed, just above body temperature, and could not cause burns. Therefore, where did this third-degree burn scar come from? Since there were no external factors, it must be attributed to consciousness and mind causing the body to burn because the mind believed the body should burn under such conditions. In this experiment, the possibility of the body causing its own burns was eliminated because the body can only passively react to external stimuli. This experiment proves that the mind has absolute control over the body, allowing the body to react in unimaginable ways under certain conditions. The body is merely a slave or tool of the mind. This conclusion from scientific experiments is similar to various religious views on the soul. For example, Taoism believes that the body is merely a furnace for cultivation, where one refines their three treasures to achieve spiritual evolution. Buddhism also believes that Buddha nature can control the body. The American journal Biopsychology published an example of a psychological experiment by psychologist Kratz, which originated from a legal case involving a death. At a university in the United States, a group of college students orchestrated a prank. Late one night, they suddenly put an unsuspecting friend into a bag. Without saying a word, they carried the bag to a train station, chose a long-abandoned railway track, and placed their poor friend on it. Then they squatted nearby to watch. At that moment, the sound of a train leaving the station echoed from a distance, and the ground began to tremble slightly. The friend lying on the track started to struggle, unaware that the railway track he was on had been abandoned and that the approaching train would pass by on another track. As the train got closer, the pranksters noticed that when the train was still about 100 meters away, their poor friend stopped moving. The roaring train passed with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. However, when the pranksters went to their friend's side after the train had passed, they found that their friend was dead. In the subsequent autopsy, The coroner found no signs of damage to any internal organs. So, how did this person die? Was it homicide or suicide? How should the law rule on this case? This incident became a hot topic of discussion. Psychologists did not partake in the idle chatter. Instead, they conducted a series of psychological experiments to unravel this mystery. Among the many psychological experiments, one was conducted by Krat, and it went like this. They placed a small white mouse into a large pool to observe its behavior under dangerous circumstances. It is well known that mice generally have strong swimming abilities, and the pool, although large, was within the swimming range of the mouse. When the mouse fell into the water, it did not swim immediately but circled around, squeaking. It was assessing its location, using its whiskers as sensors to detect its surroundings. The mouse's squeaks would bounce off the pool's edges and reflect back, allowing the whiskers to detect the size, direction, and distance of the target. After squeaking and circling a few times, the mouse swam energetically in a chosen direction and soon reached the shore. This happened repeatedly in the experiments. The psychologist then selected another mouse, this time cutting off all its whiskers before placing it in the center of the pool. The mouse circled around, squeaking, but without its whiskers, it could not determine its location. It continued circling and squeaking anxiously, but to no avail. Soon, this mouse drowned at the bottom of the pool. Psychologists explained the mouse's death as follows. Because the mouse's whiskers were cut, it could not accurately determine its location. In its mind, it was surrounded by water and believed there was no way to escape. In such a situation, the mouse stopped all efforts and forcibly ended its own life. In reality, the mouse had died before it sank to the bottom, effectively killing itself. Psychologists concluded that all animals, when confronted with utterly hopeless situations, would forcibly end their own lives. This is known as mental suicide. When the person on the railway track heard the train approaching and felt the track vibrating, he struggled to escape the danger. But, tied in a bag, he knew he couldn't escape. To avoid the agony of being dismembered by the train, he ended his life when the train was still about 100 meters away. Therefore, he died by suicide. So, what is the mechanism behind his suicide? In this case, we once again see the role of the independent spiritual life separate from the physical body. In fact, there are countless examples supporting this argument. In deep hypnosis psychological experiments, we are often baffled by phenomena such as unexplained increases in blood sugar levels. These experiments all point to one conclusion: the mind is independent of the body and can control the body. Ancient religious beliefs held this view, as do rigorous traditional Chinese medicine and scientifically inclined Taoist theories. Modern scientific experiments have also proven this point. This series of clues convinces us that this conclusion is correct. In fact, there are numerous examples in the history of human scientific development that can prove our point, though these experiments were previously overlooked. In 1934, in New Delhi, the capital of India, several psychologists sought to conduct an unusual psychological experiment, but finding subjects proved challenging. After much effort, they found a criminal who was about to be executed with the help of the police and the courts. One day, the police brought the criminal to a laboratory and told him, "Because of your heinous crimes, we have decided to drain your blood to death." They then tied the criminal to a bed, stretched out his arm, and fixed it. The criminal's line of sight was blocked. A doctor held a gleaming scalpel in front of the criminal and said, "I will use this scalpel to cut your artery." He lightly cut the artery, causing minimal bleeding that soon stopped. However, psychologists placed a metal basin with good echo properties under his arm and used a drip to drop water into the basin. The dripping water made a ticking sound as it struck the metal basin. The room was silent, and everyone held their breath to observe the criminal's expression. Occasionally, the disguised psychologist would say things like, 300 milliliters already, or almost half a basin. As the ticking sound continued, the criminal's face turned pale as if he had really lost blood. After a while, his breathing weakened, and he eventually died, his face deathly pale. After the experiment, psychologists were left puzzled. How did this criminal die? Was it a case of homicide or suicide? Modern psychological therapy often uncovers strange phenomena of life. Let us examine two real psychological experiments. In a hypnosis test, the doctor casually picked up a cup of plain water and told the subject, "This is a cup of water filled with a lot of sugar. It's very sweet, and you will feel very comfortable after drinking it." The subject, under deep hypnosis, drank the plain water. As we know, when we drink a sugary beverage, the sugar is absorbed into the blood through the digestive system, increasing the blood sugar concentration. Strangely, after the subject drank the plain water, they were immediately awakened, and blood tests were conducted to check the subject's blood sugar concentration. The result was unexpected. Despite the digestive system not absorbing any sugar, the subject's blood sugar concentration was significantly higher, as if they had drunk a very sweet beverage. Where did this mysterious sugar come from? Who produced this sugar? In another hypnosis test, a person was deeply hypnotized, and the doctor told him, "When you wake up and see me pick up the cup, you will throw this pin out of the window." The subject was then awakened. After a considerable amount of time, when the doctor picked up the cup, the subject actually grabbed the pin from the table and threw it out of the window. Later, when asked why he threw the pin out of the window, the subject had no idea why they did it. This is a thought-provoking result. The separation of mind and body is also evidenced by other scientific experiments. In 1966, when doctors opened one skull and stimulated a specific area of the brain with tiny electrodes, they found a delay of 0.5 seconds between the start of the stimulation and the corresponding reaction of the body. If consciousness were a function of the brain, the stimulation and reaction should be simultaneous. This situation suggests only one possibility. Consciousness and the brain are not one entity. Consciousness is independent of the brain. In 1978, Nobel Prize winner and neurophysiologist Eccles summarized his years of research and proposed a shocking new viewpoint. Brain excitation is not equivalent to mind and consciousness. He believed that humans have a self-aware mind independent of the brain, and the brain is merely its material tool. He said, "Each of us has had non-material thinking and self-awareness capabilities during some period of embryonic development or early childhood. This soul endows us with human characteristics, consciousness, thought, love, hate, fear, etc." He speculated that the non-material self continues to exist after the material brain dies. What Eccles referred to as self-aware mind is not the type of consciousness typically derived from brain function, but something similar to the soul in religious and mythological contexts. The issue has come full circle and returned to its original starting point. We have spent hundreds of years realizing that the viewpoint of mind-body separation may not be mere absurd religious superstition. This article is excerpted from the book Humanity Was Once Destroyed by Lee Wadong. External manifestations of those living in the spiritual world. Sympathy. People who are internally rich no longer focus on external forms and performances. When a piece of writing is taken to the extreme, there is no other wonder, only appropriateness. When a person's character is cultivated to the extreme, there is no other difference, only naturalness. When a person's spirit and soul wealth are rich, they no longer pursue external forms of expression, and everything about them appears extremely simple and unadorned. The more one focuses on external forms of expression, the more one lacks internal richness. Precisely because of internal poverty, one needs to balance the emptiness of one's inner world and lack of confidence through external splendor. If you were a Nobel Prize winner, would you still care about what brand you wear? If you were a billionaire, would you still care about what luxury car you drive? If you were a saint, would you still care about living in a high-end house? Then, those living in the spiritual world will not care about and be tainted by the following things. They will not store gold and silver, and they will not want any expensive high-end decorations. Women will not care about what necklace, pendant, ring they wear, and what bag they carry. Men will not care about what brand clothes they wear, and what luxury car they drive, and what watch they wear. They will reject all luxury consumption. They will not buy all valuable calligraphy and antiques. They will not travel across the seas and oceans. They will not go to high-end restaurants to show off. They will not decorate their residences luxuriously. They will never flatter, fawn over, admire, or praise the powerful and celebrities. When one's spiritual life is rich, they appear even more ordinary and simple. Everything is based on practicality. As the saying goes, utensils should be plain and clean. Pottery is better than gold and jade. Eat good quality food, but in moderation. Vegetables are better than costly delicacies. Everything is measured by comfort. As long as clothing, accommodation, travel, and use are comfortable, they do not care about the external splendor and luxury of things. They will treat everyone equally, respect the elderly more and sympathize with the weak, rather than respect the powerful and celebrities and despise the lower classes of society. They will not judge a person's character by the amount of wealth. They will not judge ability by social status. They will not judge closeness by blood relationship. They will not judge connotation by success or failure. They will not make evaluations without understanding the ins and outs of events. They will not judge people without understanding their original intentions. They will not make emotional comments based on strength and social status. They will not distinguish between true and false, good and evil, beauty and ugliness based on their own likes and dislikes and position. They will pay attention to new thoughts, new theories, new things, and new models with an open mind. They would rather be lonely and alone than be in the same stream and be polluted. They like to read books without words and always seek answers from the greatest creator when they have doubts. We know that life has levels. Speaking from a human perspective, those who live in the material world are lives closest to the animal world. Those who live in the spiritual world are lives that truly understand the principles of being human, and above the spiritual world is the soul world. Those who live in the soul world are lives close to gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints, and belong to the highest level of human beings. Roughly speaking, those who live in the material world are considered human. Those who live in the spiritual world are considered human or land celestial beings. Those who live in the soul world are considered deity celestial beings, super celestial beings, and Buddhas. Those who live in the holographic world are not worlds that humans can reach. That is the realm of gods and the greatest creator. If a person can break free from the shackles of the material world and live in the spiritual world, that is already a remarkable achievement. They can depart this life with a smile. If one further breaks free from the bondage of the spiritual world and lives in the soul world, that is the fruit of thousands of years of cultivation and practice, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. That is not 1 in 100, but 1 in 10,000. As for the holographic world, humans should not harbor illusions. It is absolutely impossible for humans to enter the holographic world. Freedom is the passport to heaven. Sympathy. The biggest difference between heaven and hell is that heaven is freedom, but hell is bondage. If you do not know the conditions of heaven and hell, then just look at the human world. Some people are locked in jails and lose their freedoms. Some live in debt, being kidnapped and threatened by people around them. Although their bodies are free, their hearts are controlled firmly by responsibilities, obligations, and emotions. This is like living in hell. Some are not fettered by kinships, have no debts to pay, have no worries about eating, clothing, living, transportation, life, old age, or death. Nor do they assume any responsibilities or obligations. They begin their work at sunrise and their rest at sunset, being transcendent from vulgar, secular society, and have freedom of their bodies and souls. In the mortal world, the freer people are, the less restrained they are. The more constrained they are, the more restrained they are. One's level of freedom is the touchstone to verify a person's quality of life and taste of life. The higher their level of freedom is, the closer they are to heaven. The lower it is, the closer they are to hell. The higher their level of freedom is, the more colorful their lives are. The lower their level of freedom is, the blander their lives are. How do we measure one's level of freedom? Being free from worries and cares, dread and fears, following predestined relationships, and walking along one's life trajectory proves that one's level of freedom is high. On the contrary, if one cares, worries, and has fears about many things, and is always anxious about their condition, then their level of freedom is low. For a life, freedom is foremost because only with freedom can a soul have space to fly, a mind to travel in boundless space and time, create unrestrainedly, enjoy the fragrance bestowed by nature, and go to heaven. How can one achieve a high level of freedom? Never establish special relationships with anyone. Never assume any responsibilities or obligations. Accrue no debts. Set no goals for yourself. Own nothing. The more you own, the less freedom you have. Promise nothing to anyone. Set no restrictions on yourself. Be unselfish. The more selfish you are, the less free you are. Have no ego. The more obstinate you are in yourself, the less freedom you have. Obey only the will of the greatest creator. Reject all moral preachings and ideas advocated by people. According to my observation, most people are not going toward freedom in their lives, but are shackling themselves constantly. They are not going to heaven, but are running desperately toward hell. Getting married is one example. Doing so is chaining a big iron ball to your ankle. Once you get married, you will have chosen to surrender half of your freedom. Starting a business or company is another example. It is your own vanity, greed, and desire to be outstanding that traps your freedom. Once you have your own company, you will never be free to climb down off the back of your tiger, and you will be stuck in the proverbial mud. Everyone wants to be an official, on the surface, that is rich, noble, honorable, dignified, and also glorifies their ancestors. But the truth is that after they become one, there are dangers everywhere. They live hypocritically and always lie to the point where even they do not believe what they say. They cannot say what they want or match their words with their deeds, which proves that they are not free at all. People are born into the realm of necessity. There are 18 factors that people cannot control by themselves. Therefore, as people, no one is truly free in their lives. They are wrapped in the waves of their times and have to rise and fall with them. Therefore, the essence of their lives are tragic. People knowing this take part in self-cultivation and self-refinement, try to get rid of the shackles of the kingdom of necessity and move towards the kingdom of freedom. However, this road is very difficult. It is like putting two piles in front of you, one of which consists of honor, power, money, beautiful women, handsome men, villas, luxury cars, people's compliments and admiration, while the other one has nothing but a letter of credit called freedom. Which pile do you choose? 99% of the people will always choose the first pile because the temptation of it is so strong. But for sure, those who choose the first pile will definitely lose their freedom. There is only one road from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. This is the tour guide's roadmap. It is only by following it strictly that one can have any hope of reaching the land of freedom. If any links are omitted, failure is guaranteed. Heart, mind, thinking, and consciousness. Deiform Buddha. Heart. The heart is the space for thinking, much like a person's bedroom or a factory's workshop. Mind. The mind is the information that moves in and out of the thinking space, akin to the furnishings and the owner of a bedroom, or the facilities, machinery, and workers in a factory. Thinking. Thinking is the process of analyzing, synthesizing, judging, reasoning, and inducting based on phenomena and concepts. It is similar to the living habits and lifestyle of the bedroom owner, or the decision-making activities of the factory owner and management, as well as the work methods of other employees. Consciousness. Consciousness is a relatively stable, dynamic, non-material structure of the mind and is the result of thinking. It is like the bedroom, its furnishings, the owner, and the lifestyle reflected in the bedroom. The heart is a natural creation. The entire human body is the heart, and the entire universe is the heart. The heart is essentially empty. Only when the spirit enters the heart does it become alive. The longevity of the heart depends on whether the spirit still resides within it. The size of the heart is determined by the energy of the spirit entering and leaving it. When the spirit of an ignorant person resides in the heart, it is driven by basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and bodily functions that are driven by instinct. When the spirit of an ignorant person resides in the heart, it is driven by basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and bodily functions that are driven by instinct. The heart and the spirit are often combined. When the spirit departs from the heart, a person becomes a vegetable. If the spirit that resides in the heart is of low level and energy, the person is often rigid and inflexible. When a person is described as lifeless, it means they lack spirituality. What is spiritual beauty? Observing and comparing 100 private bedrooms would help understand what spiritual beauty means. Some bedrooms are clean, simple, and unadorned. Others are luxurious and elegant. Some are chaotic and disordered, and others are filled with foul air, eerie and terrifying. The state of a person's mind is similar. The state of the mind determines the basic essence of a person's life. This essence manifests through a person's temperament, speech, and habits. The state of the mind is determined by consciousness, which is mainly influenced by thinking. Therefore, fundamentally, the non-material structure of life depends on thinking. If thinking does not reach the necessary level, the corresponding consciousness structure cannot form, and if consciousness does not change, the non-material structure of life remains unchanged. To summarize, the computer network system is like the heart. All information in the network system, including articles, images, music, etc., represents the spirit. A website is like a heart, and the content of the website is like the spirit. The heart and spirit together constitute the spiritual essence of the website. If the content is disordered and chaotic, the website's consciousness is messy. If a certain program is set up to analyze, synthesize, judge, and organize the content in an orderly manner, the website will be aesthetically pleasing and well organized, indicating that the website's consciousness, its intention and extension are beautiful. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, and the core of this non-material structure is consciousness, as pointed out by Nanji Buddha, Nanji Celestial. The key to forming consciousness is thinking, as revealed by the Taiji Buddha, Taiji Celestial. What states different structures manifest have been clearly discussed by Foshan Buddha. For insights into how to think, the substance, form, and function explanation by Chinkuan Buddha provides the best revelation. Minds change at any time. The state of the mind changes with time, space, and objects, showing different appearances. Children appear spiritually beautiful in their parents' eyes. Subordinates show humble spiritual beauty in front of their superiors. Beauty in the eyes of the lover, devil in the eyes of the enemy. Our practice and cultivation should focus on thinking. When thinking aligns with the way of the greatest creator, the mind will inevitably be beautiful. If thinking becomes fixed, consciousness cannot change, and the mind, like morning or evening clouds, cannot maintain lasting splendor. How to transcend the mundane. Sympathy. To transcend the mundane is to become a celestial being. So, how can one transcend the mundane? Firstly, we must understand what is considered mundane and what is considered ordinary. Fame, profit, power, success and failure, cunning, cliches, pleasantries, groveling, flattery, and servility are considered mundane. Human emotions, connections, affairs, and the secular world are considered ordinary. If the heart does not yearn for money, power, fame, or profit, if the mouth does not speak of money or power, if one does not flaunt or display their wealth, power, fame, or glorious history, if one interacts without deceit or pretense, if actions do not fall into cliches, if one does not care about success or failure, and does not grovel or flatter, then one is said to have transcended the mundane. If one speaks not of human emotions but only of celestial emotions, if one's actions are not for human affairs but for celestial affairs, if one has escaped the entanglements of human connections and formed celestial connections, if one's heart is not in the secular world but in the realm of celestials, then one has transcended the ordinary. Pulling out the weeds from the soul garden can also lead to transcendence. Living in the second home for a long time can also lead to transcendence. The mundane is like a well, and to transcend the mundane is like climbing out of the bottom of the well, thus freeing oneself from the burdens of material possessions, emotions, people, and the secular world, and reaching the realm of celestial directly. How to transform from human to super-celestial being. Sympathy. To transform from one state of life to another, the non-material structure of life needs to undergo a complete change, which is a metamorphosis. How does this change occur? Let's first look at the transformation process of a caterpillar to a chrysalis to a butterfly. For a caterpillar to become a butterfly, it must go through the chrysalis stage. What's inside a chrysalis? I once opened one and found it was full of white paste, with nothing else visible. Unlike an egg that has egg white and yolk, the chrysalis is filled with this white paste, which after some time, transforms into a butterfly. The transformation of life from the human state to a super-celestial being is very much like the metamorphosis of a caterpillar into a butterfly. A creature living in a two-dimensional world suddenly becomes a being living in a four-dimensional world, crawling on the ground to flying in the sky, proving that life can transcend dimensions. Incredibly, the white paste transforms into a beautiful butterfly. This evolution of life is unbelievable, but such unbelievable things have happened. The fundamental reason is that the super celestial beings have set up a program for life's metamorphosis, and everything operates according to this program. Can humans become super celestial being? Ask a caterpillar, can you become a butterfly? Humans are caterpillars, and super celestial beings are butterflies. Super celestial beings have also set up a program within the human body. If we operate according to this program, humans can transform into various states of life. If we operate according to the program of a horse, we can become a horse. If we operate according to the program of a dog or a pig, we can become a dog or a pig. If we operate according to the program of a super celestial being, we can become a super celestial being. Of course, if we operate according to the program of a devil, we can become a devil. The core question now is, how can humans operate according to the program of super celestial beings? The answer is to live in alignment with the consciousness of super celestial beings. Learning the transformation of divine powers, advanced cultivation 2. Dayform Buddha. All things arise from consciousness. To seek the attainment of celestial being, one must learn self-transformation. The principles are subtle and mysterious, and profoundly inscrutable. An outstanding actor can portray 100 different lives, accurately embodying whatever role they play. This is the result of consciousness. Though they cannot directly change their physical form, the actor's expressions and mannerisms align perfectly with the character they portray. There is a story in the Lizi, Yellow Emperor chapter. A mystical sorcerer from Qi came to reside in Zhang, named Jixian. He could predict people's life and death, existence and extinction, fortune and misfortune, and longevity with divine accuracy by years, months, tens of days, and days. The people of Zhang avoided him out of fear. Lizi was fascinated and reported this to Hu Qiuzi, saying, "I once thought your teachings were the highest, but now I see there is someone even higher." Hu Qiuzi replied, "We have discussed these matters in writing, but you have not grasped their practical reality. How could one understand Taoist skills? If there are only female animals and no males, how could they produce eggs? You insist on using your little tricks to deal with people in the world. You are bound to reveal your true face, so it's easy for people to see through you and read your fortune. Try to invite him over and let him read my fortune." The next day, Lizi brought Jixian to meet Hu Qiuzi. After Jixian left, he told Lizi, your teacher is about to die. He cannot live, not more than 10 days. I saw his appearance was strange, like wet ash." Lizi entered, crying so much that his clothes were wet, and reported this to Hu Qiuzi. Hu Qiuzi said, "I showed him the aspect of the earth. In a state of stillness and non-movement, he saw my life force as blocked. Invite him again." The next day, Jixian came with Lizi again. After Jixian left, he told Lizi, "Your teacher is fortunate to have met me. He is recovering. There is vitality in his whole body, and I see the blocked life force starting to stir." Lizi informed Hu Qiuzi. Hu Qiuzi said, "What I showed him was the junction of heaven and earth, where neither empty fame nor tangible benefits enter the heart. Yet the life force has already started to stir at my heels. This is the awakening of the blocked life force. Therefore, he saw my life force improving. Invite him again." The next day, Jixian came with Lizi once more. After Jixian left, he told Lizi, "Your teacher was sitting there with a distracted mind. I could not read his fortune. Wait until his mind is settled, then I will read his fortune." Lizi informed Hu Qiuzi. Hu Qiuzi said, "I showed him the aspect of great emptiness with no discernible signs. Therefore, he saw my chaotic, balanced life force. The place where a whale circles becomes a deep abyss, where water accumulates becomes a deep abyss, where water flows becomes a deep abyss, where water gushes becomes a deep abyss, where water falls becomes a deep abyss, where water breaches becomes a deep abyss, where water returns becomes a deep abyss, where water enters a marsh becomes a deep abyss, where water converges becomes a deep abyss. These are the 9 kinds of abysses. Invite him again." The next day, Lizi brought Jixian again. Before Jixian could stand still, he fled in panic. Hu Qiuzi said, "Chase him." Lizi chased after him but could not catch him and reported to Hu Qiuzi, "He has disappeared." I could not catch him. Huchiozi said, what I showed him did not leave my original appearance. I was without attachment, changing with him. He could not discern who I was. Thus, I followed him like grass, shifting like water, so he fled. What Huchiozi demonstrated was the transformation of divine powers. Consider the following two stories. In Luodai village, Lingchi County, there was a man named Hao Er, known for a curious story about an old man. He spent his life practicing medicine and divination, and villagers from near and far sought his services, never giving him a moment of rest. There was a painting in his shop depicting Master Sun and a red tiger. As the man grew older, he spent his days gazing intently at the tiger in the painting, never tiring. If he did not see the tiger for a day, he would be unhappy. His grandson would sell beans and wheat in the city to buy salt and other supplies. If the supplies did not meet his expectations, he would become angry and scold others, even striking them with a cane. If he saw the tiger in the painting, he would forget all his unhappiness. When asked to see patients, if there was a tiger painting in their home, he would stare at it for a long time. Relatives would only give him tiger paintings as gifts. Over time, his house was filled with tiger paintings. His brother found this obsession strange and asked him, "Why are you so fond of tigers?" He replied, "I often feel distressed, and seeing the tiger makes me feel better." His brother said, "There is a live tiger in the city drugstore. Have you seen it?" He answered, "No." He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, begging his elder brother to take him to see the real tiger. Upon seeing the live tiger, he became so captivated that he forgot to eat or sleep, and it took over 10 days to get him to return home. From then on, he visited the city multiple times a month to see the tiger. After some time, he developed a preference for eating meat and began to find cooked meat unappetizing, preferring raw meat. He enjoyed eating raw pig heads and legs with great pleasure. His family became frightened, but he continued with his habits. When he went to the city to see the tiger, if his family found him, he would beat them back with his cane. One night, he suddenly opened the door and left quietly, leaving no trace. Later, it was reported that a tiger had jumped into the city at night, and when the city gate was closed, soldiers shot the tiger and distributed its meat. After that, the old man was never heard from again. The family believed that their grandfather was the tiger shot by the soldiers and obtained some tiger bones from those who ate the meat and buried them. In the late Song and early Yuan dynasties, Zhao Ziyang was the most famous painter, skilled in both landscapes and horse paintings. Once, he devoted himself to painting 100 horses, studying their forms, movements, and expressions daily. Due to his intense focus, his soul left his body in sleep and turned into a horse. When his wife, exhausted, wanted to rest, she lifted the curtain and was horrified to see a huge beast on the bed, fainting immediately. Zhao Ziyang, awakened by the sound of his wife falling, quickly helped her recover. When she opened her eyes, she kept exclaiming, "There is a horse on the bed." Zhao Ziyang looked at the bed and thought, "Where on the bed is there a horse? I was clearly sleeping there." Upon reflection, he realized that because he thought about horses every day, and as all phenomena are created by the mind, he had turned himself into a horse. The profound truth lies within these stories. May you also possess the power of transformation. Sun Wukong had 72 transformations. I hope you can surpass Sun Wukong and possess the ability to transform in countless ways. Navigating the paradoxes of thinking, advanced cultivation. 5. Dayform Buddha. The highest form of game is the game of thinking. There are many paradoxes in thinking, and only the wise can navigate these mazes. I will present and discuss some advanced practices for Chanyuan celestials. Where are the starting and ending points of a circle? How does the earth move? If humans could travel through time and space, then if you traveled to your great-grandmother's time and killed her, would you still be born? If you are not born, then your great-grandmother would live, and thus you would be born. If you are born and kill your great-grandmother, then you could not be born. How is this paradox resolved? The trajectory of a plane flying in a straight line is actually a curve, correct? If this is true, then a straight line equals a curve. The statement, "We don't use foul language." Where is the problem in this sentence? The statement, "There is no absolute truth in the world." Is this statement an absolute truth? Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Since it is not the eternal Tao, how can it be told? If it is the eternal Tao, then how can it not be told? I did not tell the truth. I am lying. Am I telling the truth or lying? An egg has no feathers, right? Then where do the feathers on a chick come from? The wise do not speak, and those who speak do not know. Are Jesus, Sakyamuni, Laozi, etc., wise or ignorant? A red flag waves. According to Huaning's logic, it is neither the flag that moves nor the wind that moves, but the mind of the observer that moves. My question is, if the observer's mind does not move, does the red flag stop waving? A philosopher said, "I think, therefore I am." Does this mean you do not exist when you are not thinking? Where did you go? Question: does time exist? Answer: yes. Question: please prove it. Answer: yesterday, today, tomorrow. Question: if the sun and moon were removed, would yesterday, today, and tomorrow still exist? Answer: no. Question: since yesterday, today, and tomorrow would no longer exist, time does not exist. Answer: +1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. Who can say this is incorrect? Who can say it is correct? Russell's paradox. In Seville Village, a barber hangs out a sign saying, "I only shave those who do not shave themselves." Someone asks him, "Do you shave yourself?" The barber is immediately at a loss for words. This is a paradoxical reasoning. If the barber does not shave himself, he falls into the category described on the sign and should shave himself. Conversely, if the barber shaves himself, according to the sign, he only shaves those who do not shave themselves, so he cannot shave himself. Therefore, regardless of how the barber answers, he cannot avoid the inherent contradiction. Socrates' paradox. I know one thing, that I know nothing. When Socrates says no, yet also says know nothing, does he know or not know? Achilles' paradox. The slowest moving object will never be overtaken by the fastest moving object. Since the pursuer must first reach the point where the pursued started, the pursued will have already moved forward by some distance. Therefore, the pursued is always ahead of the pursuer. A human cannot outrun a tortoise. In a race where the tortoise's starting point is advanced by n meters, where n is finite, and both start at the same time, when the human reaches the tortoise's starting point, the tortoise has already moved to point A. When the human reaches point A, the tortoise has moved to point B, and so on. The human can only infinitely approach the tortoise, but never overtake it. Zeno's paradox. For an object to travel a distance d, it must first cover half of d, then a quarter, an eighth, a 16th, and so on, infinitely. Therefore, the object can never reach d. It is practically possible to reach d, but theoretically impossible. Where is the problem? Arrow paradox. A flying arrow is motionless. At each moment, the arrow has a fixed position and thus is stationary. Therefore, the arrow cannot be in motion. Zeno proposed that because the arrow has a temporary position at every instant of its flight, there is no difference between being in that position and being motionless. Zeno asked his students, is a flying arrow in motion or at rest? Of course, it is in motion. Indeed, it appears to be in motion to everyone. But does the arrow have a position at each instant? Yes, teacher. At this instant, does it occupy a space equal to its volume? Yes, it occupies a space equal to its volume. Then, at this instant, is the arrow in motion or at rest? At rest, teacher. This instant is at rest. What about other instants? They are also at rest, teacher. So, is the arrow shot in motion or at rest? The robber's dilemma. A robber robs a merchant and ties him to a tree, preparing to kill him. To tease the merchant, the robber says, "Guess how I will deal with you. If you guess correctly, I will release you and never go back on my word. If you guess wrong, I will kill you, so don't blame me." The merchant thinks carefully and says, "I guess you will kill me." The robber is unsure what to do, because if he kills the merchant, it proves the merchant guessed correctly, so he should release him. But if he releases the merchant, It proves the merchant guessed wrong, so he should kill him. What would you do if you were the robber? The paradox of God. Question: Is God omnipotent? Answer: Yes. Further question: Does omnipotence mean being able to do anything? Answer: Yes. Then, can God create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it? The white horse is not a horse paradox. It is said that Gongsun Long once rode a horse through a pass, and the gatekeeper said, "The law states that horses are not allowed through." Gongsun Long replied, "I am riding a white horse." A white horse is not a horse. These are two different things. Is a white horse a horse? The two-sentence paradox. The sentence below is true. The sentence above is false. Which of the two sentences is true? The prophet's daughter paradox. The prophet's daughter writes a line on a piece of paper and places it under a crystal ball, saying to her father, "What is written on the paper may or may not happen. If you predict it will happen, write yes. Otherwise, write noda." The prophet writes his prediction as yes. When the daughter takes out the paper from under the crystal ball, it reads, "You will write no." The prophet is wrong. In fact, if the prophet wrote no, he would still be wrong because the prediction would have happened. How could it be no? Socrates' dilemma. Socrates took on a student to teach him logic. The student would pay half the fee up front, and the rest would be paid after mastering the subject, with no payment required if the subject was not mastered. This could be called a gentleman's agreement. However, after the student finished the course, he disappeared without paying the remaining fee. Socrates found the student and said, "The remaining fee must be paid. Otherwise, we'll see each other in court." The student was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Socrates explained, "If you win in court, it will mean you have mastered logic, and according to the agreement, you should pay the remaining fee. If you lose, the judge will still order you to pay. Either way, you have to pay. Why avoid it?" The student laughed and said, "No, that's not right. If you win, it means I have not mastered logic, so I won't pay. If you lose, the judge will order me not to pay. In either case, I do not have to pay." The above are some thinking games I have created and searched for everyone's enjoyment. Only by leaving everything behind can we go far. Sympathy. There will be many temptations on the journey of life, and there will be many things that people can't let go of. When a person chooses the road to heaven, then the temptations along the way are like traps, and any concern in the heart is an obstacle on the way. The road to heaven is very long, and the farther you go, the more beautiful and charming the scenery will be. God Jesus warned us, "He who looks back while holding the plow in his hand is not worthy of entering the kingdom of God." Luke 9 verse 62. When we set foot on the path to heaven, it is equivalent to holding the plow in our hands, and we can no longer look back. Once we look back from time to time, then we are not worthy of entering the kingdom of God. Why should we look back? Because our minds are restless, we have doubts about the path we are taking. On the one hand, we are moving forward, and on the other hand, we are still making comparisons and choices. We are afraid of missing a better path. To put it bluntly, we haven't given up the thought of an alternative. It means that our hearts are inconsistent, not determined. On the road to heaven, the smarter you are, the more flexible your mind is, and the easier it is for you to deviate from the road and go astray. We walked along the way and looked at those former brothers and sisters who have gradually become distant from us. Which of them is not very smart? Only when your heart is dead can you walk a long way. I have already told you that benefit fails intelligence, intelligence fails the mind fails nature. Money, wealth, status, reputation, beauty, etc. are benefits. Once people are blinded by benefits, their intelligence will decrease. Cleverness, shrewdness, ingenuity, and being good at carefully watching what people are saying and doing, and temporizing are forms of intelligence. Once a person is blinded by intelligence, his mind will be somber, and he will not be able to see the view that is in the distance. When people pay attention everywhere, their thoughts are active, meticulous, worried, and full of enthusiasm. Their minds are galloping in the boundless time and in space. At this time, their natures are suppressed and imprisoned, and while their minds are flying, their natures will sway. When one's mind is not peaceful, his nature is not clear. Nature is Buddha. Nature is God. When one's nature is suppressed and imprisoned, it is equivalent to one's Buddha nature and divinity being suppressed and imprisoned. With one's Buddha nature and divinity being suppressed and imprisoned, of course, one cannot reach the land of Buddha and the kingdom of the greatest creator. That is, one cannot reach heaven. So, die in your heart and be determined to walk on the road to heaven. One may be able to avoid traps, but not to let go of worries. This is also a very troublesome headache on the road to heaven. Humans are sentient species, and love is the most powerful one of the 36 8-diagram tactics. Where there is love, there is caring. If you care, you will have reversal dreams. If you have reversal dreams, you will not be able to reach nirvana. That is, you will not be able to reach heaven. I can only stop at this point. If I talk too much, I will be confronted by sentient beings. You have to figure this out by yourself. How do you figure it out? By listening to the teachings of Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni. By knowing one method, you will know all, and then you will understand everything. If you want to go a long way, you need to be determined to give up other ideas. If you just want to enjoy the present, you need to be vigilant. Osho's meditation method doesn't work. Self-cultivation. Without a doubt, Osho is a great enlightener of thought. His ideas are like a bomb, shattering the mental cages that have confined us for centuries, allowing us to see beyond those confines. Osho is a liberator. He frees our minds, enabling us to face facts with greater clarity and reason, no longer confused or deceived, thus freeing our thoughts. However, Osho does not understand the principles and mysteries of life, nor does he comprehend what time and space are. Therefore, he can only enlighten people but not guide. He knows where the problems lie but does not know the ways and methods to solve them. None of the methods he advocates are ultimate or final. If someone follows his methods completely, it will inevitably be futile. Osho's meditation methods are just scratching the surface and indulging in unrealistic fantasies. Despite there being thousands of groups practicing meditation according to Osho's methods with claimed good results, in my view, it's a form of ostrich psychology, self-deception, and deceiving others. Whether it's awareness, observation, breathing, etc., they are all illusions and fundamentally cannot solve the problem. Osho's definition of meditation as surpassing the mind and entering unknown dimensions is itself erroneous and ambiguous. Meditation methods built on such a flawed and ambiguous foundation are inevitably disorderly and chaotic, making it increasingly difficult to achieve tranquility through practice. So, what is tranquility? Tranquility is when the mind dwells nowhere, not bound by form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma, reaching the state of no sensation, thought, or consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or phenomena, no realm of sight, no realm of consciousness, no ignorance and also no end of ignorance, no old age and death, and also no end of old age and death, no suffering, origination, cessation, path, no wisdom and also no attainment. Zhuge Liang is the embodiment of wisdom. He believed that nothing can go far without tranquility. I can add that without tranquility, there can be no health, no order, no efficiency, no harmony, and no elevation. Tranquility is having a calm mind. So, how does one achieve tranquility? Start by solving problems. When your stomach is growling from hunger, first find something to eat and satisfy your hunger. Otherwise, any meditation techniques will struggle to calm your mind. If there's a gas leak at home, resolve that issue first. It's impossible to meditate with a leaking gas. If your child is crying nearby, soothe and make them happy first, resolving their crying issue. Otherwise, it's impossible to get tranquility. If you have a pile of worries and unfinished tasks, even if you go to a remote cave in the mountains to meditate, your mind will never settle. Therefore, solve real-life problems first, face them directly, to find peace. Otherwise, attempts at peace are just deceiving yourself. When there's a pile of troubles, how can you get tranquility? Troubles in your mind follow you everywhere. Can you really escape them? If troubles cannot be avoided, can you achieve peace of mind? Some people try to achieve peace through meditation, sitting quietly, or retreating into solitude, But this approach is ineffective if the fundamental issues of the mind remain unresolved. How can the mind be calm when its core issues are not addressed? Any semblance of calmness achieved in such a state is artificial, self-deception. Injecting oneself with morphine or heroin may induce temporary tranquility, but once the effects wear off, the mind remains tangled and disturbed. Therefore, the essence of tranquility lies in having a mind free from worries. When the mind dwells nowhere, free from afflictions, attachments, concerns, sorrow, and fear. Even in the midst of activity, the mind can remain tranquil. Without addressing the fundamental issues of life such as sustenance, shelter, health, aging, sickness, and death, all attempts at achieving tranquility are merely scratching the surface. Of course, there is also a more profound method of achieving tranquility, which is to attain a state of no mind. Laozi teaches, favor and disgrace are like alarming dangers, wealth and status are like great calamities. What does it mean that favor and disgrace are like alarming dangers? Favor is degrading. One is alarmed at gaining it, alarmed at losing it. This is what is meant by favor and disgrace are like alarming dangers. What does it mean that wealth and status are like great calamities? Why do I have such great calamities? Because I have a self? If I no longer had a self, what calamities would I have? The reason there are great calamities is because there is a self. If there were no self, what calamities could there be? Tranquility arises because there is a mind. If there were no mind, where would the need for tranquility come from? So, how can one achieve a state of no mind? By reading Chanyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus and living in the second home community established by Life Chanyuan, one can achieve no mind. Perceiving the substance of Tao, transcending karma, gaining from the wisdom of Master Chien Kuan Celestial, Dayform Buddha. Master Chien Kuan Chao, in his work, Ali Yeshi and Transforming Consciousness, informs us that Tao possesses three attributes: substance, Ti, form, Shang, and function, Yung. Substance, form, and function are the characteristics of Tao. The entirety of Tao encompasses these three parts. For instance, an apple we see is its form. Its flesh can be eaten by humans or other animals, which is its function, but the substance of the apple is invisible. Its substance resides in the genetic structure of the apple tree, which is part of the natural system, and in turn, exists within the macrostructural system of the Tao substance. The pursuit of Tao involves transforming consciousness, altering awareness, to comprehend the substance of Tao through its form and function. By understanding the substance of Tao, one can attain clarity, liberation from all constraints, and achieve effortless ease. Master Chien Kuan Celestial states, if a seeker of Tao can understand how the form and function of Tao operate and gradually comprehend the principles that all is created by the mind, they can progressively see through the form and function of Tao and ultimately understand its substance. This is the method of exhaustively exploring principles and nature. When the principles are exhausted, the nature is perceived. Thus, by fully integrating and comprehending the substance, form, and function of Tao, and realizing the principle that one is all and all is one, one attains enlightenment, great liberation, and complete understanding. A genuine practitioner, cultivator, and seeker of Tao does not seek magical powers or special abilities, does not aim to make a name for themselves or dominate the world during their lifetime, nor do they seek to gain anything. Instead, they seek enlightenment and liberation, to be free and enjoy the joy of life in any space and time. Transcending the three realms, not confined within the five elements. Once the essence of Tao is understood, one can transcend the constraints of form and function and the cycle of rebirth caused by karmic conditions, heading straight to the ultimate blissful world of life. The Buddha said that giving without form surpasses the giving of 7 treasures as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Master Chien Kuan Celestial stated, a single sentence of transformed speech is more valuable than 10 measures of relics. In fact, Master Chien Kuan Celestial's words have already cleared the clouds for us, and the merit is immeasurable. Reading 100 books is not as valuable as understanding a few words taught by Master Chien Kuan Celestial. The state attained in this life determines the world of the next life. The fruit of this life becomes the seed of the next life. Regardless of whether you possess unique abilities, myriad magical powers, exceptional intelligence, extensive knowledge, or whether you are a king, a minister, or wealthy enough to rival a nation, if you cannot transform your consciousness, you will not be able to access the wisdom of the Buddha. All phenomena are mind-made. Everything flows from the Dharma realm, and everything returns to the Dharma realm. It is a whole. The whole is in constant change and transformation. What was true yesterday has become false today. Seeking Tao in this manner will never lead to Tao. The light in a room comes from the sun. From the form and function of light, one can infer the existence of the sun's substance. Substance, form, and function are the characteristics of Tao. The entirety of Tao includes substance, form, and function. The substance of Tao is invisible and beyond sensory perception. The greatest creator is formless. What can be seen and perceived are the form and function of Tao. The substance cannot be seen or proven by scientific means. Only the form and function of Tao can be seen and proven. Everything seen is the form and function of Tao. Everyone lives within the form and function of Tao. All things are without self-nature, transforming in the interplay of conditions. Humans, like donkeys turning a millstone, revolve around forms without understanding self-nature and cannot transform consciousness. Everything is already clear. We just need to deeply understand the meaning of these words. The world one goes to in the next life is determined by the state attained just before death. If one attains the state of super-celestial beings, he will go to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. If one attains the state of Buddhas, he will go to the pure land of Buddhahood. If one attains the state of celestial being, he will go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world. If one attains the state of deity celestial being, he will wander through all time and space. The fruit stages and jhangwa spoken of in Buddhism are essentially states of realization. Of course, if one continually fails to transform consciousness and remains fixated on the form and function of Tao, the best outcome is reincarnation into the human world. Many people do not understand reincarnation. Think carefully. Without reincarnation, would this world still exist? Water recycles, the atmosphere recycles, plants recycle, animals recycle, growth, aging, death, and then growth again. Birth is the function of death, and death is the substance of birth. Birth and death are a form of reincarnation. Everything is in continuous cycle. How could humans not reincarnate? To sum up, I hope everyone resonates, finds joy, and does not leave life a chanu. Treasure is in one's own land. There is no need to wander aimlessly. The wisdom of the masters in life genuine is not inferior to that of masters outside the walls. Continue the collective journey without delay. Playing the 5 Elements game. Advanced Cultivation 6. Dayform Buddha. The universe is filled with energy, but the total sum of energy is 0. This is the principle behind one yin. One yang constitutes the Tao. Extreme yin and extreme yang constitute disease. Thus, the state of 0 is a perfect state, and one that can change in myriad ways in an instant. This is the nature of the universe. Shinkoin Buddha has opened up the Pandora's box for us. After peeling back layers, we discover that the core of Pandora's box is nature. All things and phenomena derived from Pandora's box originate from nature. Only then do we understand the deepest meaning of, with an enlightened consciousness, nature is perceived. Seeing nature and becoming enlightened, we see the Tathagata and also see the ancestral Buddha Tathagata, the greatest creator. Whoever understands the meaning of the above paragraphs stands at the peak of human wisdom. When a carp leaps over the dragon gate, it becomes a dragon. When impurities are removed, one becomes a spirit. Upon perceiving the nature of the universe, one becomes a Buddha. From a logical perspective, a gazelle cannot catch up with a tortoise. However, in terms of methods, all things can leap beyond logical constraints. As long as there is a trigger, mechanisms can be activated. Similarly, as long as there is a detonator, an atomic bomb can be detonated. The saying "grasp the main points, and everything falls into place" is absolutely correct. Once you perceive nature, everything becomes simple and turns into a fun game. Besides playing games, there is nothing else to do. Realizing this makes you a celestial being, not just a human or a land celestial, but a deity celestial and a super-celestial. However, proceed with caution. Games have very strict rules. Understanding the rules allows one to act according to one's wishes without exceeding limits and handle tasks with ease. Not understanding the rules will lead to aimless confusion and repeated failures. Shinku Buddha once taught us that to play a card game, you must not only know how many cards are in a deck and understand the value and meaning of each card, but also be familiar with the rules and combinations of the game. Without this understanding, how do you play? You simply cannot play. Life is a game. The question is, how do you play? What do you play? I have been deeply immersed in the theories of yin-yang, the bagua, and the five elements. It can be said that the theories of yin-yang, bagua, and the five elements are the lifeblood of Chinese culture and mark the watershed that differentiates Chinese culture from others. The essence of Chinese culture is not the Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist teachings, but rather the theories of yin-yang, bagua, and the five elements. There are countless games, but playing the yin-yang game and the bagua game can be complex, while playing the five elements game is simpler and more interesting. The theory of the five elements has been around since the time of the Great Yu's flood control, about 4,300 years ago. The five elements are simple: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, playing these five cards well is not easy. The five elements interact in both generative and destructive cycles, with the rules being: generative cycle, metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. Destructive cycle, fire destroys metal, metal destroys wood, wood destroys earth, earth destroys water, and water destroys fire. Let's use an example to illustrate. Zhang San was born on August 16, 1976, at 8 a.m. His four pillars of destiny, Ba-zi, are Bing Qin, Bing Shun, Gung Zi, Gung Chun, which correspond to the five elements: fire, earth, fire, metal, metal, water, metal, earth. First, let's analyze Zhang San's five elements. His destiny is earth, specifically yang earth. His chart has 3 metals, 2 fires, 2 earths, and 1 water, but lacks wood. Metal is too abundant, water is too scarce, and there is a deficiency of wood. The total energy in the universe is 0, which is the optimal state. In other words, only when the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are in relative balance can one achieve the 0 state. If any element is excessive or deficient, balance is disrupted, leading to instability and a risk of premature death. To avoid extremes and disasters, Zhang San's chart must be managed as follows. Firstly, the most significant task in Zhang San's life is to find wood. Since his chart lacks wood, his life would be unsettled without it. Where to find wood? The east represents wood. Zhang San should spend his life in the east, heading towards the east. Whether it's the direction of his house, his bed, or his office desk, it should all face east. Additionally, he should associate with people who have a lot of wood in their charts to mitigate some disasters. Furthermore, Zhang San's strong lungs often lead to lung disease, and his large intestine also has issues from time to time. What should be done? He should strengthen his liver and gallbladder because his liver and gallbladder are too weak. We can also infer that Zhang San's sense of smell, though often problematic, is very sensitive, while his vision is poor. Additionally, Zhang San should prefer colors like cyan and green and avoid white and gold. His house should ideally be made of wood, avoiding metal structures. Zhang San should primarily avoid traveling west and avoid marrying or forming close ties with people who have a lot of metal in their charts. Zhang San's destiny is earth, and his zodiac sign is dragon. According to traditional practices, since wood destroys earth, Zhang San should avoid wood and not marry people with the zodiac signs of tiger or rabbit, as they represent wood, especially those born in the years of Gung In or Xian Mao. However, considering his chart's 8 characters, Zhang San needs wood to counterbalance the excess metal. Thus, marrying people with wood elements can benefit him, though this approach is somewhat selfish as it may not benefit the other person. Conversely, if the partner's chart has too much wood, metal should be used to counteract it, which might actually be advantageous. Therefore, when playing the 5 elements game, all factors must be considered to find the best solution for oneself while also considering the impact on others, Otherwise, it becomes unethical. Chinese people have been playing this game for a long time, but there aren't many experts. Usually, it's a case of treating the symptoms rather than the root cause, inevitably addressing one problem while neglecting another. Mastering this game can mobilize the entire universe, allowing a butterfly's flapping wings in Alaska to trigger storms at the Cape of Good Hope. Playing the five elements game can lead to the unification of heaven and man. From Zhongsan's chart, one can further derive a more extensive system, such as how to address the lack of water in his chart, how to supplement the yin for his young earth, and the traditional belief that dragons and dogs are incompatible, so Zhongsan should avoid those born under the dog sign. Additionally, Zhongsan's excess metal should be countered with fire, but why advise Zhongsan to seek wood instead of fire, and so forth? These issues can all be resolved perfectly. You cannot achieve much or go very far without peace of mind. Without tranquility, the spirit will not stay. As an advanced cultivation, those who have completed elementary and intermediate cultivation should play this game during their leisure time after being well-fed and content. Don't become a fortune teller. Transcendence and resurrection in love. Deiform Buddha. Seeds germinate in the soil. Eggs hatch at the appropriate temperature. Vinegar turns sour through fermentation. Particles generate energy in collisions. Thunder and lightning resonate throughout the universe through cloud collisions. Coal and oil are born under high temperature and pressure. Tsunamis are triggered by intense crustal movements, and exceptional talents are forged through life's trials. All transformations require suitable conditions. Without them, raw iron cannot become steel. Artists can transform ordinary tree roots into masterpieces. Gardeners can shape ordinary grass into classical forms. Scientists can send humans into space, and spiritual scholars can transcend time and space to encompass scenes billions of light years away. Conditions are not pre-existing. They require wisdom to create. The world of right and wrong is full of contentious people. Unhappy families or environments are created by unhappy individuals. Each person's current state is shaped by their own consciousness. To achieve freedom, joy, and happiness, one must first have a consciousness of freedom, joy, and happiness, and then seek environments that foster these qualities. A country bumpkin who studies in a big city for 4 years will undergo a significant change in appearance. An ordinary girl, after 4 years of immersion in the arts, will develop an elegant demeanor. The environment can transform a person. Having explained the principles, let us now consider how to ascend to higher realms of life. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. Life genuine is a place for achieving celestial beings. There are two essential conditions. One is having a guide, and the second is the atmosphere created by Chanyuan Celestial's collective efforts. Without these basic conditions, even if you have great potential, even if you are a swan egg or a seed of a towering tree, you will eventually perish without suitable temperature and soil, drying out under the sun. The core of life lies in its non-material structure. The quality of life is determined by the structure. To give an imperfect analogy, the United States, China, and Zimbabwe are 3 countries with varying levels of economic development. This difference is not due to history or people, but is caused by the management structures of these countries. Different management structures determine the prosperity of a country. Similarly, the quality of a person's life is determined by their life structure. For Zimbabwe to become a developed country, it must first improve its national management structure. Likewise, for a mortal to become a celestial being, a Buddha, or a god, he must improve their life structure. So, what is a structure composed of? The structure of life is primarily composed of consciousness, much like a country's management structure is ultimately shaped by its culture. Thus, to become a celestial being, we must cultivate consciousness. The core component of advanced life consciousness is love. The higher the life form, the higher the content of love in its consciousness. The lower the life form, the lower the content of love. This can be verified by observing those around us. Conduct a survey comparing an unhappy family with a happy one, and you will likely conclude that all members of an unhappy family lack love, while all members of a happy family are filled with love. Since the essence of life lies in its structure, and the main component of structure is consciousness, with the amount of love and consciousness determining the level of existence, our advanced practice should start with love. How to start with love. First, we need to recognize and understand love, grasp its essence and extension, and then practice in love. How to practice. Life genuine itself is a paradise of love, an ocean of love. I set an example with my words and actions. I encourage everyone to actively participate in the construction of life genuine. Your involvement in this process is your process of practice and cultivation and process of love. I do not focus on the results of life genuine's construction. Whether there are results is not very important. What matters is the process, as practicing love lies in the process, not in the result. Without the process, there will be no result. Therefore, practicing love means participating in the construction of life genuine, but it can also be practiced in daily work, study, and life. The problem is that in the environment of the secular world, where love is scarce, it is difficult to express one's love. Thus, practicing love in life genuine is the most effective way to cultivate love. Let us transcend and resurrect in love. Note: the content of advanced practice is generally not made public. However, today, inspired by Tongxin Celestial and considering that the three sisters, Tongxin, Songlong, and Ailian, have arrived at life genuine at the same time, reflecting their love, I am making this advanced practice content public to thank them for their love towards life genuine. This content will undoubtedly illuminate countless people who are lost on the path of practice and cultivation, helping them gain clarity on their goals and direction. This piece is dedicated to the three sisters of Songlong and their parents. Transcendence in love. Tao 1. Water sublimates under the sun. Temperature causes water to decompose, transitioning from solid ice to liquid water to gaseous vapor, eventually rising from the lowlands to become white clouds soaring in the blue sky, appreciating the boundless beauty of nature. Without temperature, solid ice would remain frozen in the wilderness forever. Life sublimates in love. Love melts and purifies the impurities in the structure of life, enabling a barbaric, restless, and violent person to learn civility, tolerance, gratitude, creativity, and giving. This transforms an ignorant person into a worldly individual, a worldly person into a mortal into a sage, and a sage into a celestial being. Without the nurturing and baptism of love, a person remains in their most primitive state, forever unaware of the mysteries of the heavenly realm. Among all methods of cultivation and practice, the practice and cultivation of love is the core content for elevating the quality of life and is the most direct path. Without practicing love, even if a person achieves supernatural powers through diligent practice, they cannot become an angel, a celestial being, or a Buddha, but may instead become a demon. This is because the essence of life lies in its structure, in the symmetry, harmonious proportion, and perfection of that structure. A life without love is inherently imperfect, as can be seen from water crystallization experiments and the colors of light emitted by the human physiological field. To achieve the quality of a celestial being, one must undergo the nurturing and baptism of love. Impurities in the life structure must be purified through love. Anyone who refuses to accept and release love is rejecting the elevation of life. An elevated life lives in light, peace, tranquility, and freedom, while a life with many impurities lives in darkness, turmoil, restlessness, and fear. In fact, not only are the differences between life in hell, on earth, and in heaven vast, but by observing the people around us, we can discern the amount of love present in their life structures. Those lacking love in their life structure have large tempers, erratic behaviors, restlessness, are unreasonable, difficult to please, arrogant, rude, deceitful, untrustworthy, opportunistic, perpetually dissatisfied, and emotionally cold, as if someone owes them a bushel of sorghum. They are constantly calculating and distrusting others, with a dark heart and disbelief in the true affection existing in the world. In contrast, people with high levels of love in their life structure exude hope, kindness, harmony, calmness, joy, and happiness. They do not calculate or guard against others. Their demeanor is gentle, like a clear stream, a beautiful and fragrant flower, a refreshing breeze, or a brilliant sunrise. Being around them feels reassuring, relaxed, comfortable, and natural, providing a superior spiritual and mental experience. To transcend in love, One must learn to accept and release love. Those unwilling to accept love are narrow-minded, have distorted personalities, and exhibit unhealthy psychological states. Their inner world is like a closed room that never allows sunlight or fresh air in, filled with self-perceived precious hatred, resentment, selfishness, and bitterness. Therefore, it is crucial to stay away from those who refuse to accept love, as they are not only selfish but also very dangerous. We must accept love and also release it. Merely accepting without releasing will lead to inflation and explosion. Those who commit suicide for love are essentially those who have received too much and released too little, ultimately leading to an explosion. I would like to note that the more affectionate a person is, the kinder, wiser, and more understanding he is, and the more love he has. The more emotionally dedicated one is, the more extreme, troubled, selfish, and dangerous he can become, and the less love he has. We love the sun because it unselfishly spreads warmth and light to the entire world. We love flowers because they bring beauty and fragrance to everyone. We cannot love a flashlight because it only illuminates one person. We cannot praise a beauty who wraps herself tightly because her beauty does not benefit the public. In fact, her tight wrapping indicates that she is very unattractive. Seeds germinate and grow in the soil, and life sublimates and resurrects in love. Without soil, seeds remain seeds. Without love, humans remain humans, unable to transcend into celestial beings. Many people have been hurt by love, injured by love, choked by love, or dragged down by love. I want to say that this is self-inflicted. The fault lies with you. Please do not make excuses. True love does not hurt you, injure you, choke you, or drag you down. If this happens, it is because your love is selfish. Love does not cause harm but brings spiritual fullness and beauty to the soul. If you feel that love has mistreated you, it is because you seek to monopolize love. Love is an art, a resonance of the soul. Love must have beauty. Without beauty and artistry, love loses its sanctity and mystery. Wildness on the streets is not love because it lacks beauty. Embracing and kissing a cobra is not a harmonious resonance. The cobra might think you are trying to eat it. Humanity has never truly felt the joy that love brings because humanity has never created an environment for love. No matter how delicious the food is, it is hard to taste it properly while squatting in a toilet. No matter how affectionate you are, if surrounded by inanimate objects, it is difficult to convey emotions. The lambs of love should live among the flock of love, not among wolves. Therefore, to transcend in love, it is best to practice and cultivate in life a genuine resurrection in love. Tao 1. To die, and then come back to life is called resurrection. Everything is moving towards death. This is a program, a law. But every law has exceptions, and that too is a program and a law. Life is like a software program, with self-repair functions and ongoing repair capabilities. To repair aging and damage, new energy needs to be injected, and it must be spiritual energy. Just a call is enough to awaken someone deeply asleep and traveling in dreams. Just by calling with love, a person in a vegetative state can awaken. Love is the most immense energy for healing life. It can awaken the sleeping person. When someone dreaming is awakened, his consciousness returns from the dream to reality. This is resurrection. When someone traveling in the human realm is awakened by people, his consciousness returns to heaven. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world. This is resurrection. I am here to resurrect you, and the method I use is love. Please accept my love, feel my love, and resonate with it spiritually. As you align with my love, you will gradually awaken, and your consciousness will return to heaven. Once you are fully awakened, you will have returned to heaven. I am here to find those who have descended from heaven to the human world throughout history, not to teach people. This is my mission, to use love to resurrect those celestial beings who have descended from the heavenly realm to the human world, but whose consciousness remains asleep. Those who are lightly asleep will respond immediately to the love I emit, with love at first sight and eternal fidelity. Those who are deeply asleep need my constant calling, and those who are profoundly asleep need me to shake them. Those who are not the ones I seek are indifferent to the love I emit. It is because their souls are out of sync. They have never experienced life in heaven, so their consciousness lacks this information. Hence, I cannot awaken them. And there is no question of awakening or resurrection. The higher the level of life, the more perfect the life structure. Their structure is mainly composed of love. Therefore, to resurrect them, only love can be used. By inputting powerful energy of love, their original life structure can be resurrected. This is one of the aspects of advanced cultivation. Please resurrect in love, and let me bring you back to heaven. This is not your home. Your home is in heaven, which is made of love. Dear ones, wake up. Seeing the world with closed eyes. Advanced Cultivation 3. Dayform Buddha. Conventional thinking has bound us for too long, leading us to believe that we see nothing when we close our eyes. In reality, closing our eyes allows us to see even more, and more vividly. When we dream, our eyes are closed, but we still see everything in the dream. As people approach death, their life departs from the physical body. Although their physical eyes are closed, they can still see everything clearly. Material eyes can only see everything in the material world, while closing our eyes allows us to see the non-material world. Those who have seen three-dimensional and four-dimensional images know that when we truly perceive the four-dimensional scenes hidden behind the three-dimensional world, everything becomes clearer and more three-dimensional. It's like observing through a space telescope that is free from the blurriness caused by dust, allowing us to see everything around us with clarity. Seeing the world with closed eyes is no longer a mystery. I believe many people have experienced it to some extent. Seeing the world with closed eyes often happens when consciousness is slightly blurred, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. The first time I saw the non-material world was after practicing and lying in bed with my eyes closed and my head covered with a sheet. The scene was so beautiful and clear that it was breathtakingly beautiful. Readers of my unconventional thinking know that what conventional thinking considers impossible can become possible with unconventional thinking. There is nothing truly impossible, only things beyond our current mental capacity. Conventional thinking believes that humans cannot fly due to Earth's gravity. However, those who have flown in dreams know that flying is very easy. In dreams, we might see many people standing on the ground who cannot fly, while we fly above them, sometimes over treetops, sometimes over mountain peaks, sometimes above clouds. Flying is so pleasant and delightful, even more so than walking on the ground. Do not set up a chasm between the front and the back. Do not think that life is only real in the material world. Life in the non-material world is actually more real and reliable. The discussions in Life Genuine began with the Mobius strip. Those who understand the Mobius strip principle should know that the universe is holographic, with no distinct boundaries. The Buddha's repeated emphasis on concepts like not dharma, not non-dharma, and this is called the world, non the world, not non-world, etc., are forms of holographic understanding. I cannot tell you how to see the world with closed eyes. This is something you need to explore, accumulate perception, and find the trick yourself. However, a few points can help. First is tranquility, second is not letting thoughts become chaotic, third is maintaining childlike wonder, and fourth is awareness of transformation. May everyone be able to see the world with closed eyes. Once you achieve this, your worldview, values, and perspective on life will undergo a profound change, and your true life will begin. Self-improve and self-cultivate, according to the scientific outlook on development, as 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day, nor does water carve through stone overnight. A towering tree does not grow in 3 to 5 years, and becoming a celestial being or Buddha is not achieved in 10 or 8 years. 10 years of hard study goes unnoticed, but one success brings fame across the land. Nobel Prize winners, without a decade or decades of diligent study and research, none could easily win the Nobel Prize. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature, and the way of nature is the way of science. The scientific way must respect natural principles, laws, and regulations. Any thoughts, ideas, desires, attempts, statements, or actions that try to transcend these natural principles, laws, and rules go against the way of the greatest creator and are harmful to people and society. The great way is very straightforward, but people love to take shortcuts. Laozi warned us over 2,500 years ago that we should not seek shortcuts in cultivation. The so-called shortcuts are the desire for overnight wealth, instant fame and immediate success. It is the unwillingness to follow scientific laws, looking for shortcuts and tricks, not wanting to put effort into the details, but wanting to achieve one's wishes quickly, to achieve enlightenment and enter heaven. 2,500 years later, people still love shortcuts. What are the results? Not a single celestial or Buddha has been made, but many are tormented, exhausted, disturbing their neighbors, and falling into madness. Without the accumulation of quantitative changes, qualitative changes cannot occur. The accumulation of quantitative changes requires persistent effort over time, without frequently changing positions and directions, nor being inconsistent like fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2, but rather clinging to the green hills with unwavering determination, rooted in the cracked rocks, enduring thousands of grindings and beatings, standing firm against all winds from every direction. Being eager for quick success and instant benefits is a taboo for cultivators. A plant needs to go through spring, summer, autumn, and winter to germinate, grow, bloom, and bear fruit. Even boiling a pot of water requires a heating process, let alone a person to become a celestial or Buddha. Politicians who truly want to serve the people should think and guide people's production and living practices according to the scientific outlook on development. Economic development should be conducted according to the scientific outlook on development. If a person wants to live a peaceful, smooth, and cozy life for a lifetime, they need to think and act according to the scientific outlook on development. A cultivator needs even more to follow the scientific outlook on development to repay debts, accumulate merits, transform consciousness, and achieve enlightenment. Miracles occur after accumulating enough merit and expertise. Without the accumulation of quantitative changes, miracles will not happen. A person without merit who falls ill and hopes that burning incense and chanting spells will lead to a quick recovery is engaging in futile efforts, akin to trying to catch fish by climbing a tree. A person who has not repaid their debts from past lives, accumulated enough treasures for heaven, and whose consciousness has not yet reached the quality of heavenly life, thinking they can enter heaven through rituals is simply delusional. Even gods, Buddhas, and celestials have no right or power to bring an imperfect life into heaven, let alone others. Those whose minds are clouded and who blindly follow without understanding are often the ones who live lives of tragedy. They rarely escape being deceived and often have to carry lifelong regrets. Since the time of Christ Jesus, anyone who performs or promises special miracles is not truly of God's way. Anyone who displays wonders to deceive the masses is not from the door of Buddha. Anyone who seeks shortcuts and magical powers is not from the door of celestials. Anyone who gains without working hard and creating is not from the door of humanity. Chanyuan celestials should adhere to the way of the greatest creator and cultivate according to the scientific outlook on development, putting effort into the details, building one's soul garden, marking an effort to elevate thinking and transform consciousness, repaying debts, and accumulating merits. Thus, day by day, as the quantity accumulates, changes in life and life will gradually become apparent. When the quantitative change reaches the saturation point, the miracle of qualitative change, like a chick breaking out of its shell or a caterpillar breaking out of its cocoon and transforming into a butterfly, will occur. The years of cultivation by Chanyuan celestials have already shown significant results. Most of the Chanyuan celestials currently living in the second home exhibit states of life and consciousness akin to those of celestials. This is evidence that following the way of the greatest creator and cultivating according to the scientific outlook on development is the most direct, effective, simple, and expedient path to higher levels of life. Self-improvement and self-cultivation is a science. Revering. January 18, 2022. In the history of the Chinese nation, there were many people who sought immortality, but how many people have become immortals? It is very rare. In the history of the Chinese nation, there were many people who studied Buddhism, but how many people have become Buddhas? Very few. In the history of the Chinese nation, there were many people who learned Qigong and wanted to obtain supernatural powers, but how many people have obtained supernatural powers? Just a drop in the bucket. Why there are so many who learn, but only a few who succeed? The core factor is that everyone regards self-improvement and self-cultivation as a form of metaphysics rather than a science. Laws, verification, and methods are the three elements of science. To self-improve and self-cultivate, one must first determine the purpose. If there is no definite purpose, it is like a leaf blown by the autumn wind in the wilderness. Then one must find the law to reach the destination, which can also be called a roadmap. If you cannot find the law, roadmap, you can only practice blindly. After finding the law, roadmap, you need to verify it. You can verify it on yourself or on others. What do you verify? You verify that the found law, roadmap, is correct and effective. If it cannot be verified, the so-called law, roadmap, is not accurate, and it must be false. If the law is proven to be correct, it is necessary to find the way and the method to reach the destination according to the law. The theories of Chinese immortality, Taoism, and Buddhism lack scientific basis. Are there any laws? No. Is there any evidence? It is rare. Is there a way? No. Of course, you can say that there are 84,000 ways, or that all roads lead to Rome, but 84,000 ways and all roads do not necessarily lead to the destination, and it is also possible to walk to a destination that is 1,000,000 miles away from the original objective, or even to do the opposite. Shakyamuni Buddha taught the Dharma for 49 years and finally found that the Dharma could not be expressed in words, and finally had to hold a flower and smile, and created the Zen of avoiding reliance on written words, but on its transmission from heart to heart. This deviates even more from scientific principles. What is Zen? What is the heart? It is totally impossible to give it a scientific definition and quantification. Chinese culture as a whole lacks the spirit of science. For example, Wang Yangming's philosophy of mind mainly focuses on these 3 points, namely, mind is principle, the unity of inner knowledge and action, and the extension of innate knowledge. How can there be any scientific elements in this? The so-called mind, principle, and innate knowledge are all concepts that cannot be quantified, and to study the underlying principle to acquire knowledge is a more ambiguous method. Another example is the current popular China Dream and realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, which are slogans without scientific spirit and are an impractical connotation, or just a bowl of ecstasy soup. Rejuvenation of what? Of course, it is definitely not meant to rejuvenate men to wear braids and women to bind their feet, nor is it to rejuvenate chastity archways and male superiority. So is it to rejuvenate the theory of yin and yang, 5 elements and 8 trigrams? Rejuvenate 8-character fortune-telling, divination and feng shui? Rejuvenate the state of qi, the state of chu, the state of yin, the state of han, the state of zhao, the state of wei? Rejuvenate the tyranny of King Qin? Rejuvenate Yao, Shun and Yu? What exactly do you rejuvenate without specific connotations? What about the method of rejuvenation? Is this science? When we enter the field of self-improvement and self-cultivation, we will find that almost 100% of these theories and methods have no scientific content. They are all playing with concepts and loading writing with fancy phrases, such as sitting cross-legged, inedia, yoga, the training of qi, expiration and inspiration, opening the governor and conception vessels, the kowtow, and burning incense, chanting mantras, chanting scriptures, turning the dharma wheel, turning the prayer wheel, vipassana, mindfulness, keeping still and being in a state of deep meditation, etc. These have nothing to do with self-improvement and self-cultivation and have few benefits and many disadvantages. There is only one purpose to self-improvement and self-cultivation, which is to make life happy, joyous, free, and blessed, and to let life continue to sublimate. The way to achieve this goal is to repay your debts and end secular ties, to make contributions to accumulate merit, to perfect the non-material structure of life. These methods have clear connotations and extensions, and must be constantly verified and advanced in a solid manner in accordance with scientific methods. Whether you want to become immortals or Buddhas or go to heaven, or want to live a happy life, you cannot escape the above content. All other teachings and methods are just senseless acts and nonsense talk, or it can be said that they are just some people's means of making a living. Self-improvement and self-cultivation is a science. Self-improvement and self-cultivation without science is elusive thinking. In the end, after several years, a dozen years, or even a lifetime self-improving and self-cultivating, you will find that you are still in the same place as before. Summary of reincarnation. Deiform Buddha. Without external forces, a moving object would continue in a straight line at a constant speed along its initial direction forever. However, this is merely theoretical. In reality, no object is free from external forces. All objects are subjected to varying degrees of external forces that influence and constrain their movement. Once the magnitude and direction of these external forces are determined, the object's motion forms a fixed trajectory, which represents its destiny. Before one's spiritual perception is awakened, one's destiny follows a fixed trajectory, similar to how an astronomer can accurately predict a planet's orbit. A wise fortune teller can predict a person's future life path with high accuracy. Once spiritual perception is awakened, destiny is entirely in one's own hands. Even the greatest fortune teller cannot predict the course of a person's life, as those with awakened spiritual perception can change at any moment and transform in myriad ways. Our practice and cultivation are about awakening this spiritual perception. Enlightenment is essentially the activation of one's own spiritual perception. How will life reincarnate? Here is a summary standard and guidance for practitioners to refer to. A people with the greatest love will become super celestial beings. A people with the utmost benevolence will become Buddhas. A people with the greatest happiness will become deity celestial beings. A people with the greatest health will become land celestial beings. A people with the greatest kindness will become human celestial beings. A people with the greatest loyalty will ascend to nobility. A people who are filial to their parents will return with great blessings. A people with impartial minds will return to the human world. A people who have built up their virtues will be wealthy. A people with muddle-headed, confused minds will fall to the animal world. A people with indifference will be reincarnated to the plant world. A people with wicked intentions will sink into the ghost world. A people who have lorded over and bullied others will degrade to the frozen layer. A people who were intentionally evil will fall into the inflamed layer. Please verify these standards with those who have awakened spiritual perception. The highest realm of cultivation, self-cultivation. The following story, I have forgotten its source. Perhaps it was told by my English Bible teacher more than 20 years ago, or maybe I read it in the American Reader's Digest. An elegant lady was walking on the street when suddenly she was knocked down by a man riding a bicycle. The man quickly helped her up, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry," while the woman, shaking off the dust from her body, calmly said, "I'm sorry. It was me who blocked your way." When someone is knocked down from behind, they would typically either sternly reprimand the man or demand hefty compensation for the mental and physical injuries. But this woman not only did not get angry, blame, or demand anything, she calmly said, "I'm sorry. It was me who blocked your way." Her words implied that the man was right, and the one who was knocked down was wrong. What kind of realm is this? I believe this is the highest realm of cultivation, and cultivators should take this lady as a role model. Over 30 years ago, on a road in Yuzhong County, Lansdowne City, where there were very few vehicles, I suddenly heard the emergency braking sound of a truck from behind. Turning around, I saw the truck driver sticking his head out of the window and shouting loudly at a man riding a bicycle, "Are you looking to die?" Damn it! This driver was full of anger, and if the bicycle had blocked his way, a simple honk would have sufficed as a warning. There was no need for such cursing. This behavior is definitely not characteristic of a cultivator. Cultivators adhere to certain ethical standards. They refrain from scolding, hitting, hurting, annoying, harming, or provoking others. They communicate kindly and behave appropriately. If they can acknowledge their own mistakes and give credit to others, then they are cultivators with a certain level of spiritual maturity and mental breadth. If they are willing to sacrifice their own honor, dignity, property, status, or even their lives to protect the honor, dignity, property, status, or lives of others, then they have reached the highest realm of cultivation. 测一下自己是否活在精神世界里 Testing whether you live in the spiritual world. Syempathy, April 12, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyu. First and foremost, it's essential to determine that living in the material world, described in one word, is tiresome, both physically and mentally. If one lives in the spiritual world, described in two words, it's effortless. Living in the world of the soul means living lightly. If a person spends their days, months, and years worrying and fretting about life's necessities, such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death, and focuses on how to accumulate material wealth and make more money, then that person is living in the material world. How can one know if they are living in the spiritual world? Use the following 6 indicators to assess. In your inner world, there is someone or a group of people, whether near or far, whom you firmly believe will always lend a helping hand to get you through difficult times. They will fulfill all your reasonable needs, even satisfying your sexual desires anytime and anywhere, so you always maintain vigor and vitality. You no longer worry or fear encountering difficulties or setbacks in life's journey. You joyfully engage in labor and creation every day, willingly sharing the fruits of your labor with those you hold dear in your heart. You deeply believe in certain truths. As you sow, so shall you reap. The cause and effect are perfectly matching. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. What you receive and what you give are always equal. The divine law exists forever, and Tao is just. Everything in the universe operates within Tao. Therefore, you remain calm, facing difficulties and disasters with composure, neither startled nor frightened. You remain serene amidst everything that happens around you, neither rejoicing nor grieving. You understand that everything is impermanent and cannot be held onto, so you live each day contentedly, without haste, worry, or fear, treating everything with a balanced and equitable mindset and accepting all things with an ordinary mind and the mind of Tao, whether it be gains or losses, fortune or misfortune, life or death. You finally understand that life is a journey of life in the human world, akin to a dream. Eventually, the dream will end, and upon awakening, you realize that everything in the dream was illusory. Therefore, you are no longer bound by anything in the present or reality. You are no longer burdened or troubled by houses, cars, money, parents, children, wives, husbands, and so forth, because everything you possess on life's journey is merely a fantasy of the dream. And you are always prepared to awaken from the dream to the celestial world. Having seen through the mysteries of life, you realize that whether in ancient times or the present, whether among great figures, wealthy individuals, or leaders, or the vicissitudes of human history and the changes of dynasties, it's all just a farce. Even if a person lives to be 150 years old, it's just a fleeting illusion in the vastness of the cosmos. Therefore, life is but a play, and coming to the human world is merely for observation and amusement. Nothing and no one, whether family, friends, ethnic groups, nations, political parties, religions, etc., is worth sacrificing one's life for or racking one's brain and exhausting oneself with worry and distress over this. Consequently, you live freely, calmly, carefreely, and joyfully. Understanding the mysteries of life, space, and time, you discover and become aware of the existence of several celestial worlds and heavens after death, such as the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Islands continents. Thus, you set your sights on the journey to the celestial world, heaven, as the ultimate goal of your entire life's endeavor. You no longer overly concern yourself with earthly affairs, nor do you worry about or miss anything or anyone related to you in the human world. As for material enjoyments, such as houses, cars, money, status, glory, and fame, none of these exist in your Dharma eyes. People's opinions, comments, and discussions, etc., about you are merely fleeting winds passing through the bamboo grove or geese crossing the cold pond. Your sole focus is on preparing your body, mind, spirit, and laboring creation for the journey to the celestial world, which is meant by devotion to the celestial islands. You have steadfast faith in the greatest creator. The connotation of this faith is very rich and would require writing a book to fully explain. Those who understand its principles and truths will possess a bit of holographic thinking. With a bit of holographic thinking, one can not only travel freely in the spiritual world, but also roam boundlessly in the infinite and endless world of the soul. If you feel or already possess any of the above 6 items, without a doubt, you have freed yourself from the shackles of the material world and are living in the spiritual world. The 18 unmanageable aspects of life. Self-cultivation. The birth of self. Every person's birth is inevitable, beyond individual control or choice. It is purposeful, meaningful, and beyond personal power. In the kingdoms of bees and ants, when each batch of bees or ants is born, only a few become queens, while the rest, whether they are worker bees, soldier bees, or drones, have their roles predetermined from birth. Similarly, in human society, only a few great figures emerge over a century. Whether one is born a leader, a scientist, an ordinary citizen, or even a thief or fraudster, is already predetermined. Life will gradually lead you down the path you are meant to follow. While it may seem like you have choices, in reality, they are beyond one's control. Date and time of birth, family and social environment at birth. Every person's time of birth is inevitable, beyond individual control or choice. Not only can the era and date not be changed, but even the minute and second cannot be altered. Every person cannot choose their parents and siblings, nor can they choose their family's economic status and surrounding environment. Those who belong to the city will inevitably be born in the city. Those who belong to the countryside will inevitably be born in the countryside. Those who should be born in a royal family cannot be born in a commoner's family, and those who should be born in an illiterate family cannot be born in an intellectual family. Gender, height, appearance, innate abilities, and ethnicity. Whether one is male or female, tall or short, attractive or unattractive, gentle or strong in character, or belongs to a certain ethnic group such as Black, Asian, or white. All these characteristics are predetermined by our genetics. They are inevitable, and each individual must accept them without blaming fate or their parents. Congenital diseases. Some individuals are born as prodigies, while others may naturally have less intellectual capacity. Some are born with physical abnormalities, while others carry latent risks of disorders related to organs, blood composition, or the nervous system from the fetal stage. Although they may appear perfectly healthy at birth, these underlying conditions will emerge naturally over time with physiological changes, such as smallpox. These are beyond an individual's control and cannot be predicted or delayed. Spouse, colleagues, friends. A fate match across 1,000 miles is drawn by a thread. The kind of spouse each person will have is already predetermined and beyond one's control. He or she will undoubtedly come into your life, and you cannot avoid or push them away. In today's era of free love, people believe they choose their own partners. However, choice is merely a surface phenomenon. The ultimate deciding factor is still fate. Don't believe it? You can try this. Stand on a bustling street, choose a person you like, then walk up to them and say, "I've chosen you. You must be my husband or wife." See how they react and what the outcome will be. Can friends be chosen by oneself? The answer is no. Birds of a feather flock together, people group by kind. The kind of people you will meet and who will become your friends are determined by factors such as time, character, aspirations, identity, and fate. Don't believe it? You can try this. Write a letter to President Bush saying, "President Bush, I want to be friends with you." Or write to any Nobel Prize winner, billionaire, movie star, or singer, saying, "I want to be friends with you." And see what the reaction and result will be. Can colleagues be chosen? Can the people one interacts with in life be chosen? No. What kind of person you will become is predetermined, and colleagues and people you interact with are those you must deal with. They are the factors that drive you towards your predetermined goal, a goal that you may not be clear about. Don't believe it? You can try this. Go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, walk into any office, and tell them, "I want to be your colleague." Or go to the largest trading company in Sicily, Italy, and tell them, "I want to interact and deal with you." See what the result will be. Aging, lifespan, date and method of death. Aging and death are inevitable. There is no precedent in human history for self-control to prevent aging or death. A person's lifespan is determined by a combination of various factors, and no one knows how old they can live. The date and method of death may vary, but individuals cannot determine them. Regarding the date of death, someone might say, "My death date is a certain year, month, and time. If I don't die then, I will commit suicide." It sounds logical and reasonable, but I want to tell you, if your destined method of death is not suicide, you won't be able to commit suicide. Perhaps before your planned suicide time, you have already died. If you are destined to die by suicide, you cannot escape it. The methods of death are myriad, estimated to be 1,000,000 kinds. No one is clear about how they will die, nor can they choose the method of death. Perhaps a person sentenced to death will say, "My chosen method is execution by shooting." As a result, they are shot. Does this mean you can choose? I want to tell you, at this time, your method of death is to be shot, which is inevitable and beyond your control. If, a moment before being shot, you say, "My chosen method of death is to be choked by a strand of hair." As a result, you are not shot, but you pull out a strand of hair, assuming you are not bound. Stuff it